There are places buried under the earth that refuse to reveal their secrets. Temples carved with impossible precision. Artifacts that defy everything we think we know. And entire civilizations that disappeared without trace. It is not about myths and legends. They are real, inexplicable discoveries that have perplexed archaeologists for decades. Who built them? How do they do it with ancient tools? And the most important question of all, what else is out there, waiting to be unearthed? From lost cities swallowed by time to relics that seem to belong to another era. Tonight, we will explore some of the strangest and most mysterious archaeological finds ever discovered. So prepare something to snack on, get comfortable, and delve into the mysteries that history still refuses to explain. High in the Peruvian Andes, overlooking the ancient city of Cusco, lies one of the most amazing archaeological wonders, the walls of Sacsayhuaman. It is a site of impressive dimensions, with enormous stone fortifications that extend throughout the landscape, built with such impossible precision that they have remained intact for centuries despite the passage of time and the elements. It is not just any ruin. The stones that form these walls are among the largest ever used in ancient constructions. Some weigh more than 200 tons. However, they fit so perfectly that not even a razor blade can slide between them. The enormous complexity and mastery of Sacsayhuaman raise disturbing questions. How were these huge blocks extracted, carved, transported, and fitted with such precision using only the primitive tools available to the Incas? And perhaps the most intriguing thing is whether the Incas really built it. The name Sacsayhuaman means satisfied falcon. In Quechua, the language of the Incas, although its true purpose remains the subject of debate. Located more than 3,650 meters above sea level, the site offers an incredible panoramic view of Cusco below. Today, only a small part of its original structure remains. What we see now are the sections that have survived from a much larger and more complex site, reduced by centuries of looting and dismantling of the stones after the Spanish conquest. But even in its current state, it remains an inexplicable feat of engineering. The walls of Sacsayhuaman are composed of enormous blocks of limestone, some more than 6 meters high and with a weight equivalent to that of a commercial airplane. Unlike the rough masonry found in many other Inca structures, these stones were carved with extreme precision and placed together with such perfection that they needed no mortar to stay in place. Their surfaces are smooth and polished, and their edges cut to fit perfectly, creating a structure that has withstood the centuries of earthquakes that have devastated Cusco and other surrounding regions. The walls themselves follow a characteristic zigzag pattern that extends along almost a kilometer in 3 enormous terraces that look like a series of giant steps. Some believe that this unusual design was conceived for defensive purposes, while others suggest that it had a deep symbolic meaning, possibly representing the irregular shape of lightning, a sacred force in Andean mythology. Unlike many other ancient fortifications, Sacsayhuaman was not built simply on flat ground. The Incas, or whoever built the site, carefully integrated the walls with the natural rocky hills, shaping them to merge with the landscape in a way that suggests a deliberate and sophisticated design. There are also remains of what appear to be large gates, tunnels, and water channels, suggesting that the site may have had multiple functions beyond that of a simple fortress. Some sections feature huge circular depressions carved into the rock, believed to have been ceremonial plazas or sites for astronomical observation. Others have deeply carved channels that could have directed water in specific patterns, possibly for religious rituals. Conventional archaeology attributes the construction of Sacsayhuaman to the Inca Empire in the 15th century, under the reign of Emperor Pachacuti, the same ruler who is credited with the construction of Machu Picchu. According to historical records, thousands of Inca workers spent decades transporting and carving these stones to form this enormous complex. But this is where the mystery deepens. Local legends tell a different story. It is said that the Incas themselves spoke of Sacsayhuaman as a place that was already old when they arrived, built by a race of builders long before their time. If this is true, it would mean that Sacsayhuaman predates the Inca civilization by an unknown number of years, possibly millennia. One of the greatest enigmas of Sacsayhuaman is the logistics of its construction. The nearest quarry for these immense stones is kilometers away, crossing mountainous and rugged terrain. The Incas had no wheels, no large draft animals, and no known form of advanced engineering. The official explanation suggests that thousands of workers dragged the stones using thick ropes and wooden rollers, slowly advancing through the landscape. But even today, with modern equipment, moving stones of this size would be an enormous challenge. If they used only human labor, they would have needed an incredibly sophisticated knowledge of weight distribution, leverage, and labor organization, something that is rarely seen even in modern construction. There are also theories that suggest that the builders knew techniques that have been lost over time. Some researchers have speculated that ancient Andean cultures may have discovered a way to soften stone, allowing them to mold and shape it like clay before it hardened again. This idea comes from reports of an unknown plant substance supposedly capable of breaking down rock, a concept passed down in local legends, but never proven scientifically. Others suggest that a form of acoustic levitation or vibratory energy could have been used, although no evidence of such technology has ever been discovered. The question of why Sacsayhuaman was built is as intriguing as how it was constructed. Upon seeing its enormous walls, the Spanish conquistadors immediately assumed that it was a military fortress, and historical records suggest it played a key role in the battles against the Spanish invasion. However, many archaeologists believe that the site was much more than just a defensive structure. Some evidence suggests it may have been a ceremonial or religious center, possibly dedicated to the sun god, Inti, the most important deity in Inca mythology. Others propose that it served as a royal refuge or meeting place for high officials. Adding to its enigma is the fact that Sacsayhuaman has withstood centuries of devastating earthquakes. Cusco, just below, has seen entire colonial buildings collapse due to seismic activity. However, the massive stone walls of Sacsayhuaman remain intact. The secret lies in a construction technique known as ashlar masonry, in which stones are carved and carefully placed in such a way that they can move slightly during an earthquake, but always return to their place. The fact that this was achieved without mortar makes it even more remarkable. Could the builders have had a deeper understanding of seismic engineering than we give them credit for? Another theory suggests that Sacsayhuaman could have been part of a much larger network of interconnected ancient sites. Some researchers have drawn comparisons between the construction techniques of Sacsayhuaman and other megalithic sites around the world, from Pumapunku in Bolivia to structures in Egypt. The similarities in the precision of the masonry and engineering methods have led to speculation that these sites could be related in ways we do not yet understand. Did an advanced ancient civilization exist that spread throughout the world, leaving clues in the form of these incredible constructions? Despite decades of study, the origins of Sacsayhuaman remain a mystery. No one has been able to fully explain how it was built, who built it, or why. Was it a fortress, a temple, or something completely different? Did the Incas really build it, or did they inherit it from a lost civilization with knowledge far superior to ours? And if so, what other secrets might still be hidden beneath the Andes, waiting to be discovered? For now, Sacsayhuaman remains one of the greatest unsolved enigmas of the ancient world, a place where history and legend blur. Its walls remain silent and still, a testament to a past that refuses to fit neatly into the narratives we have been told. The more we look, the more questions arise. And one thing is clear, there is much more to our past than we have been led to believe. Before we delve into the next mystery, here's a little reminder. As always in our in-depth analysis videos, the images provide additional context, but are not necessary to enjoy the stories. Whether you're watching the video, listening to it in the background while you work, or even falling asleep, just relax and let the mysteries unfold. And if you want to support the channel and watch all our videos without ads, consider joining us on Patreon. The link is in the comments below. All right, let's get back to the mysteries. The next one takes us far from the Andes, to the hands of Viking warriors and to the heart of a mystery that shouldn't have existed until 800 years from now. All over the world, In the hands of Viking warriors more than 1,000 years ago, another mystery was forged, one that challenges everything we thought we knew about medieval metallurgy. The Ulfbert swords, legendary weapons of the Viking Age, were made with a level of precision and purity so advanced that they should not have existed until 800 years from now. These swords, with the name plus ULFFBE or HT plus inscribed along the blade, were stronger, more flexible, and more resistant than any other weapon of their time, leading many to wonder how such advanced technology had come into the hands of Viking blacksmiths. In an era when European swords were fragile and crude, the Ulfbert swords were one of kind. Made with high-carbon steel and with an extraordinary absence of impurities, they were sharper and lighter than any other contemporary weapon. Most iron weapons of the Middle Ages were forged using a method known as crucible casting, which left slag and imperfections that made the metal brittle. But the Ulfbert swords were different. They contained almost no slag, and their carbon content was more like that of modern steel, something that medieval blacksmiths simply should not have been capable of. The secret to their strength lies in the material, what current metallurgists call crucible steel. This method of manufacturing steel consists of heating the iron to extremely high temperatures until it completely liquefies, which allows impurities to be removed and carbon levels to be precisely controlled. The problem is that crucible steel was unknown in medieval Europe. The first official record of such advanced steel production does not appear in Europe until the Industrial Revolution, almost 800 years later. So how did the Viking blacksmiths achieve this? In the 9th century, more than 100 Ulfbert swords have been discovered in Scandinavia, Northern Europe, and even Russia. What distinguishes them is the distinct mark, ULFERHT, engraved on the blade. It is believed that the name is a mark of the master blacksmith who pioneered the technique, or one used by a select group of sword makers. But even among these uncommon swords, there are two distinct categories. Some of those that bear the name of Ulfbert are authentic crucible steel masterpieces, while others are crude imitations made of lower quality iron, but still bearing the prestigious inscription. This suggests the original Ulfbert swords were so superior that blacksmiths throughout medieval Europe tried to counterfeit them, hoping to pass off weapons of lower quality as authentic. However, the authentic Ulfbert swords still remain a mystery. Not only were they sharper and stronger than any other sword of their time, but they were also far more flexible, capable of withstanding strong blows without breaking. In battle, such a weapon would be invaluable, as it could easily cut through swords and armor of lower quality. But the greatest mystery surrounding the Ulfbert swords is not just their craftsmanship, but their origin. Crucible steel was not developed in Europe during the Viking era, but was known elsewhere. In the Middle East and Central Asia, especially in the regions of Persia and India, very advanced steelworking techniques had been developed centuries before. The famous Damascus steel, known for its strength and beauty, was produced using similar high-carbon methods. Some historians believe Viking merchants may have discovered these superior steel manufacturing techniques while traveling trade routes in the Islamic world and brought the knowledge or raw materials to Scandinavia. This theory is supported by the fact that the Viking world was far more connected than is often thought. The Varangians, a group of Nordic warriors and merchants, ventured into Russia, establishing settlements along the rivers that connected northern Europe with the Byzantine Empire and the Islamic caliphates. The Vikings are known to have traded with the Middle East, acquiring luxury items like silk, spices, and silver. It is possible that along these trade routes, they also obtained high-quality steel ingots or even learned forging techniques from Eastern blacksmiths. But even if the Vikings had access to imported steel, the following question remains. Who among them had the ability to shape it into such refined weapons? The forging process required much higher temperatures than medieval European furnaces are believed to have reached. The idea that a Viking blacksmith could somehow reach this level of metallurgical sophistication centuries before his time is hard to explain. If they had mastered crucible steel, that knowledge was lost, as no similar steel weapons appear in Europe for almost 1,000 years after the Viking era. Another theory suggests that the original Ulfert swords may not have been made by the Vikings, but by elite Frankish blacksmiths. This would explain why many Ulfbert swords have been found in areas controlled by the Franks, and not only in Scandinavia. The Frankish Empire, under rulers like Charlemagne, had strict laws controlling the sale of swords to Vikings. But history shows that black markets always find a way to operate. It is possible that the Ulbert swords were smuggled into Viking hands or obtained through raids. Adding to the mystery, at some point the production of the true Ulfbert swords suddenly stopped. The real crucible steel versions disappear from the archaeological record, replaced only by crude imitations made of lower quality iron. This suggests that whoever originally created these masterpieces took their secrets to the grave, or that their source of materials was suddenly interrupted. Was there a single master blacksmith, a lost forge, or an interruption in the trade routes that brought crucible steel to Northern Europe? Even today, metallurgists and blacksmiths struggle to replicate the exact properties of a true Ulfbert sword using the materials and techniques available at that time. The level of refinement and purity achieved remains unparalleled in the medieval world. Some attempts to recreate an Ulfert sword have required modern furnaces and specialized equipment, highlighting how advanced these weapons were for their time. So, where did these swords really come from? Were they the product of Viking innovation, the work of a secret group of Frankish blacksmiths, or the result of knowledge taken from ancient Persian or Indian steel traditions? Could there have been a lost center of metallurgy, an unknown forge where someone discovered the secrets of high-carbon steel centuries before the Industrial Age? Like the megalithic walls of Sacsayhuaman, the Ulfbert swords stand as another anomaly in history, evidence of an intelligence and technological skill that does not fit perfectly into our understanding of the past. Whether forged by Viking blacksmiths or acquired in distant lands, these swords remain one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of medieval warfare. And if these lost techniques once existed, one wonders what other forgotten knowledge has been buried by time, waiting to be rediscovered. Some mysteries remain hidden under stone, others forged in fire. But some secrets are buried in the depths of ice and snow, to resurface centuries later and whisper stories of lives lost in inexplicable circumstances. High in the Indian Himalayas, in a remote glacial lake surrounded by towering peaks, a discovery was made that left archaeologists and scientists completely baffled. Hundreds of human skeletons, preserved in the ice, were scattered around the edges of a frozen lake. There were no weapons, no signs of burial, and no clear explanation. This is the chilling mystery of Lake Rupkund, a place where history and legend blur, and where a forgotten tragedy has remained frozen in time. High in the Indian Himalayas, almost 16,000 feet above sea level, lies a place known to locals as the Lake of Skeletons. Officially called Lake Rupkund, it is a small, remote body of water, frozen for most of the year, surrounded by towering peaks and an unsettling silence. For centuries, travelers passing through the area spoke of something strange. Human bones scattered on the shore, some visible under the clear, icy water. Local legend told of a forgotten disaster, a tragic fate suffered by a group of people long ago. But nobody knew who they were, how they died, or why their remains had been abandoned in such an inhospitable place. It was not until the 1940s that the outside world noticed them. A British ranger patrolling the area came across the skeletal remains and raised the alarm. What he found was unlike anything previously recorded. Hundreds of human skeletons perfectly preserved by the ice, with intact bones, untouched by scavengers. Some still retained remnants of clothing. Others had wooden staffs and frozen jewels. The discovery immediately raised questions. Who were these people? How had they died? And why were there no signs of a burial or battle? At first, the theories were disparate. Some speculated that the remains belonged to soldiers from an ancient war, perhaps a failed invasion or an army lost in the mountains. Others believed it was a mass burial site, a place where bodies had been deliberately deposited centuries ago. But neither theory fully explained the random arrangement of the bones or the absence of weapons in traditional tombs. It became clear that what had happened at Lake Rupkund was unusual, something that had left these people abandoned in one of Earth's most hostile environments. For decades, scientists could not do much more than speculate about what happened. But as technology advanced, so did research. In the early 2000s, a team of researchers finally carried out a comprehensive DNA analysis of the remains. What they discovered only deepened the mystery. The skeletons did not belong to a single group. Instead, they came from multiple distinct genetic origins, separated by time and ancestry. Some are closely related to populations in South Asia, while others appear to have Mediterranean or even Eastern European heritage, an impossible mix for such a remote location in the Himalayas. Even more disconcerting, carbon dating revealed that the bodies did not come from one event. Some dated back more than 1,200 years, while others were as recent as the 19th century. It was as if people had been dying in Rupkund in waves separated by centuries, but in surprisingly similar circumstances. The most chilling revelation came when scientists analyzed the cranial fractures found in many skeletons. The injuries were uniform and did not come from weapons, avalanches, or rockfalls, but from something that had fallen from above with extreme force. The shape of the fractures suggested blunt trauma to the top of the skull, as if these people had been hit by something large and heavy. However, no weapons were found at the site. The best explanation was a sudden, violent hailstorm with hailstones so large and strong that they knocked people down where they stood. This theory began to coincide with an ancient local legend passed down from generation to generation. The story spoke of a royal pilgrimage. A king, his wife, and his retinue traveled through the mountains and angered the region's goddess with their arrogance. As punishment, she sent a storm of hard, round stones the size of iron balls, which killed them all. For centuries, it was just a folk tale, a cautionary myth meant to warn travelers of the dangers of the mountains. But now the evidence seemed to suggest that there was some truth in the legend. If a sudden and catastrophic hailstorm had struck a group in this remote pass, that would explain the fractures in their skulls, the absence of weapons, and the scattering of the corpses. It also made sense given the location of the lake, perched in a natural basin surrounded by ridges that could have channeled the storm directly towards the area. A heavy hailstorm could have trapped and killed an entire group, leaving their remains to be slowly preserved by the ice over time. But the mystery does not end there. Although this theory may explain one group of skeletons, it does not account for the multiple waves of people who died in Rupkund centuries apart. If the cause was a hailstorm, why did the same fate seem to befall different groups at different times? Was Rupkund an ancient pilgrimage site where travelers regularly died in extreme weather conditions? Or was there something about this place, something that attracted people, only for them never to return? Another question that persists is why some of the skeletons belong to individuals who do not match the genetic profile of the surrounding populations. The presence of Mediterranean ancestry in such an isolated location raises the possibility that Rupkund was not just a local pilgrimage site, but part of a wider trade or migratory route connecting distant cultures in ways that we still do not understand. Even today, Lake Rupkund remains one of the most remote and inhospitable places on Earth. For most of the year, it is completely frozen, and its surface hides the bones that lie beneath. But when the ice melts, the skeletons resurface, looking from the past, as if they remembered a world whose history is still unfinished. Although the hailstorm theory is the most accepted explanation, many questions still remain unanswered. Why did several groups of people die there with centuries of difference between them? Were all these mass deaths caused by just natural disasters? Or did something else occur at Lake Rupkund? Could there be some unknown historical event lost to time that relates to these deaths? Or is the place itself something more, a place with a deeper meaning that we have not yet been able to understand? The mystery of Lake Rupkund still remains unsolved. And although modern science has brought us closer to an answer, it has also revealed how much we still do not know yet. Some discoveries only serve to deepen the mystery. And in the case of Rupkund, Each new finding raises even more questions than answers. The lake remains silent, guarding all its secrets, waiting for the day when the last piece of the puzzle finally fits. The mystery of Lake Rupkund reminds us that some of the strangest discoveries in history are not buried deep in the earth, but hidden in plain sight, waiting for the right conditions to reveal all. Even when science provides answers, some pieces never quite fit, leaving us with even more questions than at the start. But not all ancient mysteries are hidden under ice or snow. Some have been standing for millennia, with their true origins lost to time. In the deserts of Egypt, far from the icy peaks of the Himalayas, there is a structure that defies any explanation. Under the sand, hidden behind more famous ruins, is a monument unlike any other of its time period. The Osirian, an underground temple with stone blocks so huge and precisely cut that they seem completely out of place compared to the structures that surround it. Some even believe it predates the pharaohs. Others think it is the key to a lost chapter of history, but no one can say for sure who built it, or how, or why. The Osirian is located within the temple complex of Abydos, one of the most sacred places in ancient Egypt. Abydos was an important religious center for thousands of years, revered as the mythical burial place of Osiris, god of the underworld. The place is full of temples, tombs, and inscriptions detailing the reigns of the first kings of Egypt. But while the rest of the complex fits perfectly into the chronology of Egyptian history, the Osirian simply does not. Unlike the ornate temples of the pharaohs, decorated with intricate carvings and hieroglyphs, the Osirian is built with huge blocks of unadorned granite, some weighing over 60 tons. The walls and columns fit with an almost megalithic precision reminiscent of structures such as Sacsayhuaman in Peru or the foundations of Baalbek in Lebanon. The most striking feature of the Osirian is just how different it is from the ruins that surround it. The Temple of Seti I, built on top and around, is full of detailed carvings listing the names of Egyptian rulers in what is often called the King List, a record of pharaohs dating back to mythical times. But the Osirian itself is austere, almost industrial in its stark simplicity. There are no inscriptions, reliefs, or marks indicating who built it or exactly when. It seems to belong to a completely different era, prior to the elaborate Egyptian temples that surround it now. Conventional archaeology attributes the Osirian to the pharaoh Seti I, who ruled during the 13th century BC. BCE, his temple, built just above, contains references to the Osirian, leading some to believe that Seti built it or discovered it during his reign there. But there is a major problem with this explanation. The construction style of the Osirian is nothing like the rest of Seti's temple or any other Egyptian temple from the same era. While the temples of the New Kingdom were built with finely carved, stacked, and decorated sandstone blocks, the Osirian is made of colossal granite megaliths roughly carved, placed with such precision that no mortar was ever needed. The design is more similar to much older megalithic constructions found in completely different parts of the world today. This has led some researchers to speculate that the Osirian is much older than the reign of Seti, possibly thousands of years older than that. If this were true, it would mean that the structure was already old when the pharaohs of the New Kingdom arrived here. Some believe that it could even go back to pre-dynastic Egypt, an era before written history, when an earlier civilization may have possessed advanced engineering skills now lost to time. Adding even more mystery, the Osirian is located below the current ground level, with much of the structure submerged in water now. This suggests that when it was built, the environment around Abydos was very different, possibly before the desert sands covered the area entirely. Some researchers argue that the Osirian was originally built at a time when the Nile flowed at a higher level, meaning it could be thousands of years older than traditional estimates suggest now. If the Osirian predates Seti, the question then becomes who built it in the first place. Egyptian mythology itself may provide a clue. Ancient texts speak of an era before the pharaohs in which the gods themselves ruled over the earth. This era, called Zept or the First Era, is said to have been an era in which Osiris walked among humans, bringing knowledge and civilization. Although many historians dismiss these stories as pure mythology, some researchers believe that they could be distorted memories of a lost civilization that thrived in the region long before the rise of dynastic Egypt there. One of the most convincing arguments for an older Osirian comes from its similarity to other ancient sites around the world. The construction style, with solid and perfectly fitted stone blocks, bears a striking resemblance to sites such as Machu Picchu in Peru, Pumapunku in Bolivia, and the megalithic foundations of Baalbek in Lebanon. These sites, like the Osirian, have an air of technological sophistication that seems out of place for their time. Some researchers believe that they all could be remnants of a lost and highly advanced civilization prior to known history. But even if the Osirian was built during the reign of Seti, it still raises a troubling question. Why would a pharaoh build a temple in a style so radically different from any other in ancient Egypt? Some suggest that Seti discovered the Osirian instead of building it and decided to incorporate it into his own temple complex, just as later cultures built upon older ruins. The fact that the Osirian lacks hieroglyphs or inscriptions is unusual in an Egyptian temple, further suggesting that it may belong to an earlier era. Then there is the water. The Osirian is constantly flooded, and its lower sections remain submerged throughout the year. Some believe that this was intentional, that the temple was designed to be partially submerged as part of its original function. Osiris, the god to whom the temple is believed to be dedicated, was closely related to the underworld and the life-giving waters of the Nile. If the Osirian was a place of worship, the presence of water could have been essential to its purpose. But others argue that the floods are simply the result of changes in the water table over thousands of years. For now, the true age and purpose of the Osirian remain a mystery. Was it built by the pharaohs of the New Kingdom, an architectural experiment unlike any other in Egypt? Or was it an inheritance from a forgotten civilization? Its true history has been lost to the sands of time. What we do know is that the Osirian does not quite fit into the traditional narrative of Egyptian history. Its megalithic construction, the lack of inscriptions, and its unusual location set it apart from other temples of the pharaohs. The Osirian stands as a silent mystery beneath the sands of Egypt, a structure that does not quite fit into the timeline of history as we know it. Its huge, unmarked stone blocks and unexplained origins make us wonder how many other ancient sites might exist that challenge our understanding of the past. But sometimes the greatest mysteries of history are not hidden underground. They stretch across the sea, in plain sight, but are no less enigmatic for it. Off the coast of India, in the shallow waters between India and Sri Lanka, lies an ancient formation that has sparked debate for centuries. A mysterious chain of limestone rocks that stretches for nearly 30 meters above the ocean, forming what appears to be a natural bridge. But this is not a simple stretch of land. In Hindu mythology, it is known as Ramsetu, or Adam's Bridge. Many believe it is a vestige of an ancient road built by divine hands. Some claim it is entirely natural, a formation shaped by time and tides. Others argue that it could actually be the work of man, a forgotten relic from an era so distant that it has blurred the lines between history and legend. Ramsetu has been known for thousands of years and appears in ancient texts and maps long before modern science attempted to explain its origins. In the Hindu epic Ramayana, written more than 2,000 years ago, it is said that this bridge was built by an army of Vanaras, divine monkey warriors under the command of the god Rama, Prince of Ayodhya. According to the story, Rama needed to rescue his wife, Sita, who had been kidnapped and taken to the island kingdom of Lanka. To reach her, he ordered his forces to build a bridge over the ocean using floating stones, blessed to remain afloat. Once this divine bridge was completed, Rama's army crossed the sea, waging a battle against the demon king Ravana and finally rescuing Sita. For centuries, the story of Ramsetu was considered purely mythical, a sacred tale rather than a historical event. But then came the satellite images. In the early 2000s, NASA released photographs of the region showing a clear, continuous line of submerged formations stretching between India and Sri Lanka. The images immediately reignited the debate. Was it just a coincidence of nature? Or had the Ramayana been describing something real all this time? Geologists argue that the formation is a natural phenomenon, probably a ridge of limestone rocks and sandbanks that formed due to ocean currents and tidal changes. Some studies suggest that the land bridge could be between 7,000 and 18,000 years old, and that it possibly formed when sea levels were lower, allowing a land connection between the two regions. But others are not convinced. The almost perfect alignment of the formations, combined with the unusual arrangement of the stones, has led some researchers to question whether human hands intervened in its creation. To add to the mystery, ancient records suggest that Ram-Setu may once have been a fully passable bridge. Early travel accounts, including those of Marco Polo, describe a land passage between India and Sri Lanka that existed long ago but was later engulfed by the sea. Historical maps as recent as the 18th century show a continuous land bridge in the same location. Was Ram-Setu in its day a functional road that was subsequently eroded by time and the rise of sea level? If so, could it have been artificially reinforced by ancient civilizations, leaving the ruins we see today? One of the most intriguing aspects of Ram-Setu is the composition of the stones. Some researchers claim that the large coral boulders resting on top of the sandbanks are much older than the sand itself, suggesting that they could have been placed there instead of forming naturally. The presence of floating stones in the region, pumice-like rocks that, due to their porous nature, do not sink in water, has been cited by believers as further proof of an ancient construction technique matching descriptions in the Ramayana. Although conventional science maintains that Ram-Setu is a natural formation, the possibility remains that it was modified or used by ancient civilizations. India's historical records suggest that thousands of years ago, there was a land route between the two countries, possibly serving as a migration or trade route. If early humans had access to this passage, could they have shaped it over time, reinforcing it to serve as a functional causeway? Or was it simply a natural land bridge that inspired the legends that followed? The debate about Ram-Setu has extended beyond archaeology and reached political and religious discussions. In the early 2000s, there were plans to dredge a navigation channel through the area, cutting the formation to facilitate trade. However, the project met with widespread opposition, as many Hindus consider the bridge sacred. The controversy reached the Supreme Court of India, where arguments were presented both for and against its historical significance. In the end, the project was stopped, preserving Ram-Setu in its natural state, at least for now. But whether it is a divine bridge, a lost human construction, or simply a geological peculiarity, the mystery of Ram-Setu remains unsolved. If it is a natural formation, how did it inspire such specific and ancient stories, describing its exact location and appearance? If it was built or shaped by ancient civilizations, where is the evidence of their tools, their settlements, their influence? There are no easy answers, just more questions. Some mysteries are hidden under the ice, others under the sea, and some are buried in the depths of the earth, waiting to be unearthed. The story of Ram-Setu reminds us that history and legend are often intertwined, leaving questions that modern science struggles to answer. But not all mysteries are related to ancient civilizations or lost knowledge. Some seem to defy the very timeline of history. Buried deep in rock formations more than 28 billion years old, in the mines of South Africa, small, perfectly round spheres have been discovered. Objects that seem almost too precise to be natural. Known as the Klarksdorp spheres, these metallic-looking spheres have unleashed one of the most unusual debates in archaeology and geology. Are they simply a fascinating but natural mineral formation? Or do they represent something much stranger? Evidence of an unknown intelligence in Earth's distant past? The Klarksdorp spheres were first discovered by miners in the region of Oudtshoorn, South Africa, where they were found embedded in a type of rock called pyrophyllite. According to geological dating, This rock formed almost 3 billion years ago, long before humans or even complex life existed on Earth. However, within this ancient stone were found dozens of small, smooth spheres, some with perfectly straight grooves along their equator, as if deliberately molded. The precision of these grooves, along with the spherical shape of the objects, caused an immediate wave of speculation. Many who examined the spheres were puzzled by their structure. Some of the objects appeared perfectly round, while others had slightly flattened surfaces, almost as if they had been machined. Some were found to be made of a mixture of hematite and wollastonite, minerals that are found in nature but do not usually form such perfectly shaped objects. Others were reportedly hollow and had a softer, sponge-like material inside that crumbled when exposed to air. The discovery led to a burning question. How could something so precise exist in a rock that predates humanity by billions of years? Conventional geologists argue that the Klarksdorp spheres are a completely natural phenomenon, the result of a process called concretion, in which minerals slowly form into spherical shapes over millions of years due to natural forces such as pressure and chemical reactions. This process is well documented in geology with other types of natural spherical formations, such as the Maqui marbles in the United States or the stone spheres of Costa Rica, which are formed by similar means. The grooves observed in some of the Klarksdorp spheres could, according to scientists, be the result of layered mineral deposits or natural fractures caused by stress over time. But skeptics are not convinced. Although natural concretions exist, few are as perfectly shaped as the Klarksdorp spheres, and even fewer have uniform, straight grooves that appear deliberately carved. Some have argued that the precision of the grooves suggests intelligent design or, at minimum, an unknown natural process that defies current knowledge. Could these objects be remnants of a lost civilization, one that existed long before we ever imagined? This theory, often considered fringe by conventional science, suggests that intelligent life may have existed on Earth long before the appearance of modern humans, possibly even before known history. Although there is no direct evidence to support it, the Klarksdorp spheres are still cited by those who believe that our knowledge of the past is incomplete. Some even go so far as to suggest that these objects could be remnants of an advanced technology from an era so distant that has been completely erased from the fossil record. One of the most intriguing aspects of the spheres is their purported rotational stability. Some sources claim that, when placed on a flat surface, certain spheres rotate on their own as if influenced by an invisible force. This claim, although widespread in alternative history circles, remains largely anecdotal, without any conclusive scientific study that confirms or refutes the phenomenon. Another question that is often raised is whether the spheres were really embedded in the rock when they were found, or whether they had simply lodged there at some point in the distant past. If they formed naturally within the rock, then their age would coincide with that of the surrounding material, meaning they must have existed billions of years ago. However, if they were introduced later by some unknown means, then their true origins remain a mystery. What then is left to us? The official explanation is that the employee spheres are natural concretions, fascinating but not out of place in the geological record. However, questions surrounding their almost perfect symmetry, peculiar grooves, and the implications of their age continue to fuel speculation. Could there be natural processes at work that we do not yet fully understand? Or do these objects represent a deeper, more disturbing mystery, challenging everything we think we know about the history of our planet? We may never know the answer. Like many of the world's strangest discoveries, the spheres sit at the crossroads between science and mystery, reminding us that history is not always as simple as it seems. Whether they're simply a strange but natural phenomenon or something more significant, they offer a fascinating glimpse into the unknown, buried deep in the earth, waiting to be explained. In a similar vein, but on a different branch of the evolutionary tree, another discovery broadens the limits of what we know about the history of humanity. Deep inside limestone caves in China, researchers discovered remains of a mysterious group known as the Red Deer Cave People. a discovery that forces us to reconsider the diversity of our ancestors and the complex paths of human evolution. Discovered in the 1970s in Yunnan province, in southwestern China, the Red Deer Cave people came to the fore when numerous bone remains were found in limestone caves. Its name comes from one of the most unusual findings of the site, a red deer fossil initially found intermingled with human bones, suggesting these ancient settlers hunted and cooked large animals. Over time, a clearer picture emerged. These were not remains of a typical primitive human group, but a unique population possessing an unusual mixture of archaic and modern traits, making them a mystery within the already complex puzzle of human evolution. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Red Deer Cave inhabitants is their physical characteristics. Their skulls were thicker and larger than those of modern humans, with prominent brow ridges, a wide face, and a flatter forehead, traits typical of older hominid species. Their skulls were also unusually small, similar to those of Homo erectus, which had largely disappeared from the fossil record at that time. However, in contrast to these archaic features, their bodies were more graceful and lightly built, similar to more recent Homo sapiens populations. This strange combination of traits sparked a major debate among scientists. Were these individuals the last remnants of an ancient species isolated in the forests of southern China? Or were they a unique hybrid group representing an unknown branch of the human family tree? To add to the mystery, these remains were relatively young in evolutionary terms. Dating techniques place them at about 14,000 years ago, meaning they lived long after the extinction of Neanderthals and other early hominid species. If they were a distinct species, they would have been among the last, coexisting with modern humans who were already thriving in different parts of the world. This raises a fascinating question. How did they survive so long while other hominid groups disappeared? The caves themselves provided some clues. These natural shelters would have offered protection from predators and extreme weather, allowing small populations to survive in relative isolation. The presence of charred animal bones and stone tools suggests that the Red Cave inhabitants were skilled hunters and may even have controlled fire, a crucial factor for human survival. They appear to have relied on the region's rich biodiversity, hunting large deer and possibly supplementing their diet with plants and nuts. But, unlike their modern human counterparts, they left no clear evidence of art, ceramics, or advanced tool-making, suggesting that, despite their survival, they may have been culturally and technologically distinct from the Homo sapiens groups living in other parts of the world. The biggest unknown surrounding the Red Deer Cave inhabitants is their genetic identity. Who were they, and what was their relationship to other human populations? At first, scientists hoped that DNA analysis would provide a definitive answer. However, due to the warm and humid climate of southern China, much of the genetic material had degraded over time, making it difficult to extract usable DNA. Early attempts to sequence their genome were inconclusive, so researchers had to rely primarily on. Some proposed that the Red Deer Cave inhabitants could be a direct offshoot of Homo erectus, which survived in isolation long after the rest of its species disappeared. Others suggested that they may have interbred with early modern humans, creating a hybrid population that carried traits from both lineages. A particularly controversial theory is that the Red Deer Cave inhabitants may have been a previously unknown human species, distinct from both Homo sapiens and Neanderthals. If true, this would rewrite our understanding of human diversity in the last ice age. Instead of a simple story in which Homo sapiens replaced all other human species, it would suggest that multiple human populations coexisted longer than previously thought, each with their own adaptations and survival strategies. To further complicate the mystery, there is the question of why they vanished. If the Red Deer Cave inhabitants were a distinct group, what led them to vanish while Homo sapiens continued to spread and thrive? One possibility is that they simply could not compete. When modern humans migrated to Asia, they may have brought more advanced tools, better hunting techniques, and more efficient ways of organizing their societies. This competition could have gradually pushed the inhabitants of the Red Deer Cave into smaller and smaller areas until they eventually disappeared. Another theory suggests that climate change played a role. In the time when the inhabitants of the Red Deer Cave lived, the Earth was emerging from the last glaciation and the environment was changing rapidly. If their survival strategies were highly specialized for a specific ecosystem, even slight environmental changes could have made their lives increasingly difficult. However, another possibility exists, which some researchers find even more fascinating. What if the people of the Red Deer Cave did not disappear, but became part of modern human genetic heritage? Some studies suggest that certain populations in Southeast Asia and the Pacific Islands carry genetic markers that do not quite match any known ancestor of Homo sapiens. Could these traces be the last vestiges of the Red Deer Cave lineage, absorbed by early human populations instead of becoming fully extinct? Local folklore from some areas of Yunnan and surrounding regions speaks of mysterious cave dwellers described as strong, robust, and unlike the local villagers. Although these stories are impossible to verify, they echo similar accounts found in other parts of the world. Legends of lost tribes, hidden ancestors, and forgotten peoples who may have once walked among us. Could these be distant memories of a time when multiple human species still share the Earth? The discovery of the inhabitants of the Red Deer Cave has changed how we think about human evolution. For decades, the common view was that Homo sapiens emerged, spread throughout the world, and simply replaced all other hominid species. But now, discoveries like this challenge that narrative and suggest that our past may have been far more complex. If the people of the Red Deer Cave represent a distinct lineage, their story is one of resilience. A small group of humans that survived against all odds long after their closest relatives disappeared. If they were the result of inbreeding, then their existence demonstrates that human history is not a simple succession of replacements, but of mixing, adaptation, and coexistence. For now, many questions remain unanswered. New excavations and DNA techniques may one day reveal more information about who they were, where they came from, and what ultimately happened to them. Until then, they will remain a fascinating mystery. One that reminds us that the history of humanity is far more complex than we thought. Instead of a simple linear progression, our past is full of lost branches, hidden lineages, and unknown connections. As science continues to reconstruct the puzzle of who we are and where we come from, some mysteries remain beyond our reach, etched into the earth, waiting to be interpreted. In the rolling Scottish countryside, beneath layers of earth and time, lies a huge slab of rock covered in strange patterns and swirling symbols. Known as the Cocknose Stone, this ancient carving is one of the most elaborate and mysterious examples of prehistoric rock art ever discovered. Its meaning remains unknown. Some believe it is a map of the stars. Others see it as a sacred place, while more speculative theories suggest it could be a message from a lost civilization or something even more enigmatic. The Cocknose Stone rose to fame in 1887, when Reverend James Harvey discovered the enormous rock in West Dunbartonshire, Scotland. Nearly 13 meters long and 8 meters wide, the stone is covered in an intricate pattern of cup and ring marks, spirals, and geometric shapes. Similar engravings have been found throughout Europe, but the Cocknose Stone is one of the most detailed examples ever discovered. What makes it even more mysterious is that no one knows exactly why these marks were made. They are believed to date back more than 5,000 years, meaning they were created long before written language, the pyramids of Egypt, or even Stonehenge. The patterns are precise, deliberate, and clearly important to the people who carved them, but their purpose has been lost in time. The symbols themselves are not unique to Scotland. Cup and ring engravings have been found at Neolithic sites throughout Europe, from Ireland to Spain, and even in places as far away as India and South America. But no one has been able to determine what they represent. Some scholars believe they were territorial markers indicating land ownership or boundaries. Others suggest that they had a spiritual or ceremonial purpose, perhaps related to ancient rituals, burial sites, or even early astronomical observations. One of the most popular theories is that the Koknos stone is a star map that traces the positions of celestial bodies as seen by prehistoric peoples. Some of the carvings appear to align with known constellations, leading researchers to speculate that the stone may have been used for astronomical tracking or as a seasonal calendar. If true, it would suggest that the people who created it had a sophisticated knowledge of the night sky, far beyond what we normally associate with Neolithic cultures. But even if the Koknos stone is a map, the question remains, a map of what? Is it intended to track the movements of the sun, moon, and stars? Or does it represent something more abstract, a cosmic blueprint understood only by the people who created it? Some researchers have even suggested that the patterns could be a representation of an ancient landscape, with the cup-shaped marks indicating settlements, rivers, or sacred places. If so, the Koknos stone could be an early form of cartography representing a world that no longer exists. Then there are more speculative theories. Some believe that the patterns on the Koknos stones resemble those found at other ancient sites around the world, such as the mysterious engravings of Pumapunku in Bolivia or the petroglyphs found in parts of India. Could it be evidence of a common ancient culture, which spread throughout the world thousands of years ago? Others go even further and suggest that the unusual designs of the stones allude to lost knowledge, forgotten technology, or even contact with extraterrestrial beings. Although these ideas remain unproven, they highlight how little we know about the meaning of the engravings. What adds to the mystery is that the Koknos stone has not always been accessible for study. Shortly after its discovery, the stone was unearthed in 1965 by archaeologists in order to protect it. Over time, it had suffered serious damage due to erosion, vandalism, and even misguided attempts to improve the engravings with paint. Fearing that it would be lost forever, the authorities decided to cover it again, leaving it hidden underground once more. For decades, the Koknos stone remained out of sight, with its secrets locked under layers of earth. But in recent years, researchers have begun to take an interest in the site again. In 2016, archaeologists carried out a project to temporarily uncover the stone using high-resolution 3D mapping technology to digitally preserve its intricate designs. This has allowed experts to study the engravings in detail without running the risk of further damaging the rock surface. Despite these efforts, the meaning of the Koknos stone remains a mystery. Unlike other ancient engravings that represent animals, human beings, or recognizable symbols, the patterns of the Koknos stone appear totally abstract. There is no clear narrative nor obvious representations of daily life or mythology. This has led some to believe that its purpose was purely symbolic, a form of primitive artistic expression that only had meaning only for the people who created it. However, the level of precision and repetition that is observed in the engravings suggests that they were not random. The same patterns of cups and rings appear in multiple prehistoric sites around the world, leading some to wonder if they were part of a shared system of communication or knowledge. Could the people who carved them have been trying to record something important? Something that modern archaeologists have not yet deciphered? One of the most intriguing possibilities is that the Koknos stone could have been used in rituals or ceremonies. Some researchers believe that water may have played a key role in its function. The cup marks, when filled with water, could reflect the stars, creating a hypnotic effect that united the sky with the earth. Others suggest that the stone may have been used for transduction rituals, in which individuals stared at the engravings for long periods of time, using them as a focal point to alter their state of consciousness. Another curious detail is that the stone is located in an area with a long history of folklore and supernatural beliefs. Local legends speak of fairies and strange events in the area, leading some to speculate that the place was considered sacred long after its original creators disappeared. Even in recent history, people have reported unusual experiences in the surroundings of the place. Strange lights, disturbing sensations, and an overwhelming sensation of being watched. Whether these stories have any real basis or are simply a product of the imagination, they add another layer of mystery to an already enigmatic place. So, What can we conclude about the Koknos stone? Is it an ancient star map, an ancient territorial marker, or perhaps something that completely escapes our understanding? A forgotten language or a lost form of communication? Perhaps even a ritual tool used in spiritual ceremonies? For now, the Koknos stone jealously guards its secrets. Its spiral patterns and intricate designs offer us mere glimpses of a forgotten world, fragments of a story that we may never be able to fully reconstruct. It stands as an enduring testimony of the ingenuity and creativity of ancient peoples, revealing a much richer and more complex past than we can imagine. Indeed, the Koknos stone reminds us that not all mysteries are buried underground. Some are carved directly into history, left by those who saw the world in a way that will always be beyond our reach. While some ancient symbols surrender to our understanding, unveiling forgotten narratives, others, like the Koknos stone, remain silent, with their true meaning hidden in the passage of time. And among the greatest undeciphered mysteries is one that spans thousands of years and one of the oldest civilizations in the world. Scattered throughout the ruins of the Indus Valley Civilization, in what is now India and Pakistan, are thousands of symbols carved into seals, ceramics, and tablets. Known as the Indus Valley Script, it is one of the most enigmatic writing systems ever discovered. Despite decades of study, no one has been able to translate it. Was it a complete language, a form of record, or something completely different? What knowledge lost in time could it contain? The Indus Valley Civilization was one of the great civilizations of the ancient world, existing at approximately the same time as those of Egypt and Mesopotamia. However, much less is known about it. It flourished between 3300 and 1300 AC, approximately, and encompassed a huge area stretching for what is now Afghanistan, through Pakistan to northwestern India. Its cities, such as Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, were very advanced, with carefully planned streets, sophisticated drainage systems, and impressive architecture. But despite its achievements, the civilization left almost no legible written record. What we do have are thousands of small, intricate symbols often found inscribed on tiny stone seals and fragments of pottery. These inscriptions, composed of pictograms, geometric forms, and complex arrangements of symbols, point to a form of lost communication, which has not yet been possible to understand. Unlike Egyptian hieroglyphs or Sumerian cuneiform, which were finally deciphered, the Indus script remains completely unreadable. One of the biggest challenges to deciphering the Indus Valley writing is that it is incredibly brief. Most inscriptions contain only a few characters, usually between 4 and 20 symbols, without long texts or connected phrases. Without an equivalent to the Rosetta Stone, something that provides a translation between the writing and a known language, researchers have had difficulty determining even the basic structure of the writing system. Another challenge is that there is no clear agreement on how the writing should be read. Was it written from left to right, from right to left, or in some other order? Some inscriptions seem to follow a boustrophodonic pattern, in which the direction alternates in each line, similar to some ancient Greek texts. But without a deep knowledge of the language itself, the true reading order remains unknown. Theories about what the symbols represent vary greatly. Some scholars believe that the Indus Valley writing is a fully developed writing system, similar to that of other ancient civilizations. If this is true, it is likely that the symbols represent words or syllables that form a language that could one day be reconstructed. Others argue that the writing may not be a language in the traditional sense, but rather a proto-writing system, a way of recording information such as commercial goods or property marks without a complete grammatical structure. One of the biggest debates surrounding the writing is what language it was based on. Some believe that it could be related to the Dravidian languages, which still exist in some parts of southern India. Others argue that it could have links to an early Indo-European language or even something completely unknown. Without a translation, no one can say for sure. Despite the lack of progress in its decipherment, researchers have not given up. Advances in artificial intelligence and machine learning are now being used to analyze the patterns of the symbols, looking for structures that may suggest meaning. By comparing the Indus script with known languages and writing systems, some hope that technology may succeed where traditional methods have failed. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Indus Valley writing is what it could reveal about the civilization itself. The Indus people built large and sophisticated cities, traded with distant lands, and created intricate works of art and jewelry. But without written records, much of their culture remains a mystery. Were they governed by kings, councils, or religious leaders? What were their beliefs, myths, and customs? What led to the decline of the civilization? Unlike the Mesopotamian and Egyptian civilizations, which left countless texts detailing their laws, histories, and accounts, the people of the Indus Valley only left us silent symbols. If these symbols could be deciphered, they could change everything we know about this forgotten civilization. Even more mysterious is the disappearance of the Indus Valley civilization. Around the year 1900, the great cities were suddenly abandoned. Some researchers believe that climate change caused the desiccation of the rivers, making agriculture impossible. Others suggest that earthquakes or invasions could have influenced it. Without written records, the true cause remains unknown. If the Indus writing could be read, it could contain the answers to the last days of this vanished civilization. Some alternative theories suggest that the Indus people may have migrated, taking their culture and language with them, possibly influencing later civilizations. If this is true, it is possible that the lost writing has not completely disappeared. Perhaps it has simply evolved into something else, hidden in plain sight in modern languages. But there is also a deeper question. If this civilization was as advanced as it seems, if it had large-scale urban planning, long-distance trade, and a form of writing, why didn't it leave a more extensive written record? Was writing used only for specific purposes, such as marking goods or religious symbols? Or was there a vast library of Indus text that has been lost over time, destroyed by nature or war? For now, the Indus Valley writing remains one of the last great undeciphered writing systems of the ancient world, a silent relic of a civilization that once flourished but left no readable text to tell its story. Unlike Egyptian hieroglyphs, which were deciphered with the help of the Rosetta Stone, or Mayan glyphs, which were decoded after decades of painstaking analysis, Indus symbols stubbornly resist interpretation. Perhaps one day, a new discovery, a tablet hidden underground, with inscriptions in both Indus and a known language, will finally give voice to this lost civilization and reveal secrets that we had never imagined. Until then, we are only left with scattered symbols carved in stone, fragments that hint at a vibrant culture whose full story remains beyond our reach. The Indus Valley writing reminds us that, despite all our advances, some pieces of history still refuse to reveal themselves, whispering silently through the centuries, but never fully speaking. But not all lost civilizations hide under symbols. Some leave behind structures, entire abandoned cities, buried and waiting to be discovered. In the remote confines of Russia, across endless expanses of open meadows, there is a site so old and unusual that it has often been compared to Stonehenge. The ruins of Archaeological, a circular city predating written history, have baffled archaeologists since its discovery. Who built this mysterious settlement? What was its purpose? And why was it suddenly abandoned? Discovered in the 1980s in the Russian region of Chelyabinsk, Archaeological is unlike any other ancient site in the country. It is an enormous circular city built with disturbing precision. Unlike the irregular layouts of most early settlements, Archaeological was built with concentric rings of fortifications, dwellings, and streets, giving it the appearance of a huge wheel embedded in the landscape. What makes Archaeological particularly strange is its astronomical alignment. Like Stonehenge, the site appears to have been designed to take into account the movements of the sun and stars. Researchers have discovered that certain parts of the ruins align with key celestial events, such as the solstices, suggesting that the settlement may have functioned as an observatory, in addition to being a living space. This has led some to call Archaeological the Russian Stonehenge, although in many respects it is even more complex than its British counterpart. Archaeological, which dates from around 2000 BC, C is believed to have been built by an early Indo-European culture, possibly the Aryans, a people who played a key role in shaping later civilizations throughout Eurasia. If this is true, this would make Archaeum one of the oldest planned settlements in the region, predating many known ancient cities. But unlike places like Mesopotamia or Egypt, where civilizations left extensive records, Archaeum remains shrouded in mystery. The city itself was built with a surprising level of engineering sophistication. The settlement consisted of two huge circular walls, probably made of wood and adobe reinforced with clay. Inside these walls were radially arranged dwellings, each connected to a central square, a design that seems much more advanced than one would expect from a Bronze Age settlement. The buildings also appear to have been designed for defense, with an outer wall that could have protected against invaders. But from whom? There are no records or nearby settlements indicating the existence of a known enemy force, so the purpose of these fortifications remains a mystery. Another strange feature of Archaeum is its water management system. Despite being located in an area with a dry climate, the site had a well-designed system for collecting and distributing water, including what appear to be drainage channels and evidence of primitive forms of irrigation. This suggests that the builders of Archaeum were not only skilled, but also knew how to manipulate their environment to maintain a thriving settlement. Perhaps the greatest mystery surrounding Archaeum is its sudden abandonment. At some point, the city was intentionally set ablaze and abandoned. Unlike many ancient settlements that fell due to wars or natural disasters, there is little evidence of a violent attack or forced evacuation. Instead, it seems as if the inhabitants deliberately set fire to their own city before leaving. Although the reason is unknown, some researchers speculate that the burning of Archaeum was part of a ritual, possibly related to religious beliefs or a transition of power. Others suggest that environmental changes, such as a prolonged drought, could have forced the inhabitants to migrate elsewhere. Although no clear signs of famine or struggle have been found, the true reason for the city's destruction remains one of the greatest unsolved enigmas. Since then, Archaeum has become a source of fascination, not only for archaeologists, but also for alternative historians and mystics. Some claim that the settlement has a spiritual significance, and certain researchers argue that it was a center of ancient knowledge comparable to the lost city of Atlantis. Others believe that its circular design and astronomical alignments indicate that it was built by a civilization with advanced scientific knowledge, perhaps one that existed long before written history. To add more intrigue, some local legends describe strange energy fields surrounding the place, and visitors claim to experience unusual sensations, headaches, dizziness, or even increased awareness. Although these claims have not been verified, they have contributed to Archaeum's reputation as a place of power, attracting spiritual seekers and those seeking hidden wisdom in its ruins. Despite the speculative theories surrounding Archaeum, what we do know is that it stands as one of the earliest examples of carefully planned urban architecture in the region. Its sophisticated circular structure, advanced construction techniques, and possible astronomical alignments suggest that the peoples who built it possessed knowledge far superior to what we usually associate with Bronze Age cultures. However, without written records or direct descendants to shed light on its origins, Archaeum remains a silent mystery. Who built this city, and what role did it play in the ancient world of Eurasia? Why was it abandoned in such a deliberate and enigmatic way? There is still much to discover about Archaeum, leading us to wonder what knowledge or purposes have been lost over the centuries. Today, the ruins of Archaeum are a testament to a forgotten past, a powerful reminder that some mysteries leave behind imposing walls and complex urban plans that challenge our understanding of early civilizations. They also raise an intriguing question. What other secrets might still be buried under the endless steppes of Russia, silently waiting to be discovered? And what knowledge might they have possessed that has long since faded from history? Some mysteries leave behind imposing walls and elaborate urban plans. Others are much smaller, but no less enigmatic for that reason. Deep in the remote mountains of China, a discovery was made that would unleash one of the most controversial debates in archaeology. In 1938, an expedition led by Chinese Professor Chute ventured into the Baya Mountains near the border with Tibet. What they found challenged conventional history. Hundreds of small circular stone discs were buried in a cave system next to fragile skeletons. The objects became known as the Dropa stones and have since remained one of the strangest unsolved mysteries. The Dropa stones were unusual artifacts. Each disc, with a diameter of about 30 centimeters, was thin and perfectly shaped, having a small hole in the center. However, what made them especially unusual was that they were covered in strange, spiral grooves that, on closer examination, appeared to be microscopic inscriptions, so small as to be almost invisible to the naked eye. It was as if someone recorded information on these stones using an incredibly advanced technique. Next to the discs, the expedition supposedly found burial sites filled with small, thin skeletons measuring no more than 120 meters in height. Their skulls were unusually large, their bodies fragile and light, and they lacked the bone density of typical human beings. The local inhabitants, the Ham, told stories of an ancient race of small and otherworldly beings who had come from the sky and had been stranded in the mountains. At first, the discovery was dismissed outright. The Chinese authorities showed little interest in investigating the matter, and for years the stones remained virtually unknown outside a small circle of researchers. But in the 1960s, a Chinese scientist named Dr. Sumi managed to translate parts of the inscriptions, and his findings were surprising. According to his research, the engravings told the story of the Dropa people, a group of beings who crashed on Earth thousands of years ago. Their spacecraft was damaged, stranding them in the mountains, unable to return home. The inscriptions describe how the Dropa were not well received by local tribes, who feared and persecuted them. Eventually, the remaining Dropa found refuge in the caves, where they lived for generations before becoming extinct. If this were true, it would mean that the Dropa stones are more than just artifacts. They would be the oldest known written record of extraterrestrial contact ever found. Some researchers pointed to the unusual skeletal remains, arguing that they did not match any known population. Others pointed out that the spiral inscriptions did not resemble any known ancient writing, making them difficult to classify. But skeptics objected, arguing that there was no solid evidence to support the claims. One of the biggest problems with the Dropa stones is that they have mostly disappeared. After Dr. Sumi's investigation, the stones were reportedly sent to museums in China and Russia, but have never been available to the public. No major institution has confirmed their existence, leading many to question whether they were ever real. Some believe the whole story was an elaborate hoax to generate intrigue and controversy. Others argue that the Chinese government deliberately suppressed the findings, not wanting to allow such an anomaly challenge established history. So, what could the Dropa stones really be? If they are not evidence of extraterrestrial visitors, could they have been a forgotten language, a lost record of an ancient civilization? Some suggest that they could have been ceremonial objects, with their spirals representing a spiritual meaning. Others believe that the inscriptions, if they exist, could be an early attempt to record astronomical knowledge, very similar to the star maps that are believed to be hidden in other ancient engravings. Another possibility is that the Dropa stones are misidentified relics of a long-lost culture. The region where they were found is home to some of the oldest civilizations in the world, including the Tibetan and Mongolian peoples, both with a rich tradition of storytelling and symbolism. Could the stones be an ancient calendar, a form of storytelling, or a forgotten religious artifact? Despite doubts and a lack of physical evidence, the Dropa stones remain a legend in alternative history circles, fueling speculation about lost civilizations, hidden knowledge, and even extraterrestrial contact. They have been linked to other inexplicable artifacts, such as the genetic anomalies found in some isolated human populations or the ancient petroglyphs around the world that appear to depict beings with large heads and thin bodies. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Dropa story is that it fits a broader pattern observed in folklore and myths around the world. Many cultures have stories of small humanoid beings arriving from the sky and becoming trapped on Earth. From the celestial beings of Native American legends to the Anunnaki in ancient Mesopotamian texts, there are countless accounts of visitors who descended from the heavens, interacted with early human beings, and mysteriously disappeared. Could the Dropal legend be another version of this story passed down from generation to generation? For now, the truth remains elusive still. Without a confirmed location for the stones, without physical evidence that has survived, and with only fragmented reports from decades past, the stones of the Dropa move on the thin line between historical anomaly and modern myth. If they were real, their disappearance would raise as many questions as their discovery did. Why were they hidden away? Who took them? And what could they have revealed of our past? Like so many mysteries, the Dropa stones remind us history isn't always what it seems. A discovery that, if real, could rewrite everything we know about ancient civilizations and possibly even our origins. However, without concrete evidence, they remain in the space between legend and reality. A reminder that some mysteries may never be fully solved. But strange artifacts aren't the only things challenging our understanding of the past. Sometimes the most disturbing mysteries are in the bones of those who lived long before. In the arid coastal deserts of Peru, archaeologists unearthed something defying all explanation. Hundreds of human skulls, not only elongated by artificial forms, but presenting characteristics different from any known human population. Some had a cranial capacity significantly greater than that of typical humans, and others showed anatomical differences, suggesting that they were something more than the result of the custom of bandaging the head. These are the elongated Paracas skulls, one of the most controversial findings in the study of ancient humans. The Paracas culture, which prospered along the southern coast of Peru between 800 AC and 100 AC, is known for its advanced textiles, its elaborate funerary practices, and its underground tombs. But its most impactful legacy are the elongated skulls found in the Paracas necropolis, a vast cemetery discovered by Peruvian archaeologist Julio Teo in 1928. Teo was surprised to find more than 300 skulls, many of them with extreme elongation and an unusual shape different from that of the surrounding indigenous populations. Cranial elongation isn't exclusive to the Paracas. Many ancient cultures around the world practiced cranial deformation, tying babies' heads to create a distinctive elongated appearance. This practice has been found in Africa, Asia, and even some parts of Europe, often associated with social status, spiritual beliefs, or attempts to imitate an elitist ruling class. But what made the skulls of the Paracas so unusual was that some of them did not seem to have been artificially modified at all. Normally, cranial ligation changes the skull's shape, but not its volume or internal structure. However, the skulls of the Paracas had a cranial capacity up to 25% greater than that of typical human skulls. Their bone density was different, with some skulls presenting thicker and heavier structures, and their sutures, the natural junctions between the plates of the skull, were not always where they should be. Some only had 2 main cranial plates instead of 3, a characteristic not observed in any known human population. These anomalies gave rise to much speculation. Were they simply the result of genetic variation? Or did they belong to a branch of humanity hitherto unknown? Some researchers suggested the skulls could represent a distinct lineage, now extinct, that lived alongside the first South American civilizations before disappearing. Others argued that the differences were simply the result of an extreme genetic mutation, although similar mutations have not been documented elsewhere in large populations. In an attempt to answer these questions, the researchers turned to DNA analysis. In 2014, preliminary genetic tests were performed on a small number of Paracas skulls. The results, although not widely verified, were quite surprising. According to reports, the DNA did not match any known Native American genetic lineage, nor did it align with modern human populations in the expected way. Instead, it seemed to have European and Middle Eastern markers, something very unusual for a civilization that lived millennia before transcontinental contact. This discovery further fueled the speculation. If the people of Paracas weren't genetically related to other South American civilizations, where did they come from? Some researchers propose that the Paracas civilization could have been influenced by a now-lost migration of an unknown people, possibly arriving by sea long before recorded voyages. Others suggested that these findings were simply the result of contaminated samples or errors in the tests, as no large-scale studies have been conducted to confirm the results. Of course, more controversial theories also arose. Some suggested that the Paracas skulls were evidence of a non-human species, possibly a vestige of an unknown hominid group or something stranger. The idea that an unknown advanced people coexisted with the first human civilizations is a fringe theory, but one that continues to intrigue those fascinated by ancient mysteries. The unusual cranial structures and genetic results only fueled speculation. But could there be a simpler explanation? Some scholars believe that the Paracas skulls were the result of deliberate cranial modification and genetic factors. If the Paracas people practiced head bandaging for generations, their genetic traits could have adapted over time to produce naturally elongated skulls in certain individuals. This could explain why some skulls appeared shaped differently than typical cranial deformation. However, this theory doesn't explain the other anatomical anomalies: the unusual bone structure, the absence of sutures, and the increased cranial capacity. These characteristics remain unexplained, which leaves the true nature of the Paracas skulls as an unresolved mystery. One of the most fascinating aspects of the Paracas culture is that it mysteriously disappeared around the year 100 CE. Although they were succeeded by the Nazca civilization, famous for its enormous desert geoglyphs, the destiny of the Paracas people remains unknown. Some theorists suggest that they were exterminated by diseases, wars, or environmental changes, while others believe they simply merged into other cultures. Their genetic traits gradually faded with time. Despite ongoing research, the Paracas skulls remain one of archaeology's most disturbing and captivating mysteries. Their unusual, elongated shapes continue to defy any definitive explanation, leading researchers to wonder if they're the result of intentional cranial modeling, genetic anomalies, an unknown lineage, or perhaps something stranger. Until comprehensive DNA analysis provides clearer answers, we're left only with intriguing possibilities. The Paracas skulls challenge our assumptions about ancient civilizations and remind us how little we know about those who preceded us. Their existence raises fundamental questions. Who exactly were the Paracas? Where did they originate? And, most intriguingly, what became of them? Did their lineage disappear completely, leaving only these extraordinary skulls as proof of their ancient community? Or perhaps their story still remains hidden, waiting to be discovered somewhere remote in humanity's unknown history? Ultimately, the Paracas skulls are a powerful reminder that the ancient world is full of lost cultures, each leaving more questions than answers, silently encouraging us to continue exploring. Hidden under the sands of southeastern Iran, another civilization once thrived, a civilization that few had heard of until its ruins were discovered by chance. Known as the giraffe culture, this lost civilization appears to have been as advanced as the Sumerians, Egyptians, and the peoples of the Indus Valley. But, unlike those well-documented cultures, the giraffe did not leave any written records, known rulers, or documented history. Only intricate artifacts and the remains of large cities suggest an advanced and highly developed society. Who were these people? How did they build their civilization? And why were they lost to time? The story of giraffe began in 2001, when heavy floods in Iran's Halil River Valley uncovered thousands of ancient artifacts. Many were beautifully carved stone vases, bowls, and statues, unlike anything seen before. Looters quickly arrived, unearthing more relics and selling them on the black market, leading archaeologists to intervene. What they found underground would change everything. Giraffe was not just a small settlement. It was a huge civilization with extensive urban centers, complex irrigation systems, and highly advanced craftsmanship. Some researchers even believe that Giraffe could be one of the world's oldest civilizations, possibly predating Mesopotamia, challenging our understanding of early human development. One of the most surprising aspects of Giraffe is its art. The artifacts discovered in the region are remarkably sophisticated, with intricate designs of animals, deities, and geometric patterns. Many of these carvings resemble Sumerian and Indus Valley motifs, suggesting that Giraffe may have been an important cultural and commercial center connecting ancient civilizations in the Middle East and South Asia. But while Sumer and the Indus Valley left written records, the history of Giraffe remains a mystery. No one has yet found irrefutable evidence of a written language from this civilization. However, some believe that a form of Giraffe writing may have existed. Archaeologists have discovered tablets with strange symbols that, according to some experts, could be an as-yet undeciphered script, possibly even older than Sumerian cuneiform, considered the world's first written language. If true, this would suggest that Giraffe was not just an early civilization, but perhaps the birthplace of writing itself. However, without more evidence, this remains speculation. Another mystery surrounding Giraffe is its architecture and urban planning. Excavations have revealed what appear to be huge citadels, palaces, and even temples, suggesting a highly organized society. Unlike the scattered villages of early human settlements, Giraffe seems to have had a centralized government, large-scale agriculture, and complex trade networks. Some researchers speculate that Giraffe may have been an ancient superpower that influenced civilizations throughout the ancient world. One of the most debated aspects of Giraffe's history is the reason for its disappearance. Despite its apparent wealth and sophistication, the civilization seems to have disappeared almost completely from history, leaving only its artifacts and ruins. There are several theories about what might have happened. One possibility is that a natural disaster devastated the city and forced its population to flee. Some researchers believe that climate change, changes in the course of rivers, or a prolonged drought may have made the region unsuitable for agriculture, leading to Giraffe's decline. Others suggest that the civilization may have been wiped out by war, possibly invaded by neighboring peoples. Another theory is that Giraffe did not disappear completely, but was absorbed by other ancient cultures. If Giraffe was indeed an important commercial center, it is possible that its inhabitants migrated to Mesopotamia, the Indus Valley, or other nearby civilizations, taking their knowledge and traditions with them. If this is true, it is possible that vestiges of the giraffe culture are still hidden in the records of other ancient societies, waiting to be discovered. Despite being one of the most important archaeological discoveries of the 21st century, Gur remains largely unknown to the public. Unlike Egypt or Mesopotamia, which have been studied for centuries, Gur is a relatively recent discovery, and much of its history is still being reconstructed. It is possible that new excavations will one day reveal more about this forgotten civilization, which could rewrite what we know about the early history of humanity. But, for now, Giraffe remains a ghost of the past, a civilization that seems to have flourished and disappeared without leaving written records to tell its story. Was it really one of the first great civilizations to shape the course of human history? Or was it simply one of the many lost cultures whose influence was erased by time? Like so many other ancient mysteries, Gur challenges us to reconsider what we think we know about the past. Its artifacts speak of a skilled, organized people deeply connected to the world around them. With its sophisticated works of art, its advanced urban planning, and its possible lost writing system, Gur challenges everything we thought we knew about the first civilizations. But without its words, its written history, we are only left with fragments, whispers of a forgotten civilization waiting to be understood. But Giraffe is not the only discovery that suggests writing may have begun earlier than we thought. On the other side of the world, in Romania, a set of small, mysterious clay tablets was unearthed, whose surface was covered with symbols unlike any other of its time. Known as the Tartaria tablets, these artifacts have unleashed an intense debate. Could they be proof of the oldest form of writing, even earlier than Mesopotamian cuneiform? Or are they something completely different? Ritual objects, decorative carvings, or a primitive form of symbolic communication that never fully developed into a writing system? The Tartaria tablets were discovered in 1961 by Romanian archaeologist Nicolae Vlasa in the small town of Tartaria, buried next to the remains of a woman. The 3 tablets were unlike anything found in the region. 2 were rectangular and 1 was round, but all had a series of engraved symbols arranged in an order suggesting they might contain a written message. Even more surprisingly, the tablets dated from around 5300 BC, which means they could be thousands of years older than the oldest known Sumerian writing. This claim was very controversial. For decades, Mesopotamia had been considered the cradle of writing, with the Sumerians developing cuneiform around 3100 BC. See if the Tartaria tablets really contained a written language. It would mean that a European civilization had developed writing more than 2,000 years earlier, a discovery that would change everything. But not everyone was convinced. Many scholars argue that the symbols on the Tartaria tablets do not represent a true writing system, but rather proto-writing, a form of symbolic communication lacking the structure of a complete language. Similar primitive symbols have been found in Neolithic settlements in southeastern Europe, particularly in the Vinca culture, which thrived in the Balkans between 600 and 400 BC. See, the Vinca people were known for their highly stylized pottery and artifacts, many of which featured abstract markings that may have meaning but were not necessarily complete writing. If the Tartaria tablets are related to the Vinca culture, then they may not be a lost writing system, but part of a broader tradition of symbolic communication. Some researchers believe that the symbols could have been primitive accounting records, religious markings, or even personal signatures, rather than an actual written language. Another question concerns the dubious circumstances of the discovery. The tablets were found in a layer of burnt earth, suggesting the site had been destroyed by an ancient fire. The skeleton buried with the tablets was badly damaged, making it difficult to determine much about the individual. Some researchers have suggested that the remains may not even be from the same era as the tablets, casting doubt on whether they were originally buried together. The controversy deepened when researchers tried to compare the Tartaria symbols with later writing systems. Some scholars pointed out that some of the symbols resemble early Sumerian cuneiform and Egyptian hieroglyphs, raising the question of whether there was an unknown cultural connection between these distant civilizations. Others saw similarities with linear, the undeciphered writing of the Minoans in ancient Crete. Were these early cultures influenced by an even older writing system lost to time? One of the most compelling theories is that the Tartaria tablets were not a local invention, but part of a broader, forgotten tradition of written communication that existed in prehistoric Europe. If this were true, it would suggest that the development of writing was not unique to Mesopotamia, but may have been a more widespread process that occurred independently in different parts of the world. Adding to the mystery, some researchers believe that the Tartaria tablets could have had ritual or religious purposes rather than practical ones. The fact that they were buried with human remains suggests they could have been offerings or sacred objects, possibly related to beliefs about the afterlife. If so, the symbols may not be a written language in the traditional sense, but magical or religious markings intended for a purpose beyond communication. Despite the ongoing debate and extensive research, the Tartaria tablets remain an archaeological enigma. If they really represent the oldest writing system in the world, their existence would force us to reconsider our understanding of the origins of civilization, suggesting that Europe may have played a more important role in the development of human culture than previously recognized. But if they're not writing, what were they for? Could they be primitive devices for telling stories, ritual artifacts, or perhaps symbols of a form of communication that we have not yet managed to fully understand? Just like the indecipherable writing of the Gyroft culture, which could contain the secrets of an entire lost civilization, the Tartaria tablets remind us that some of the greatest mysteries of history are hidden in plain sight. Small, enigmatic artifacts scattered throughout the world challenge established chronologies and invite us to question assumptions. Whether they are carved in stone, buried underground, or exposed to the public, these vestiges resist giving easy answers. Until new discoveries are made, the Tartaria tablets remain a powerful symbol of the complexity of our shared past. They are proof that history often reveals itself slowly, piece by piece, with countless stories yet discovered. One of these mysteries lies in Laos, where thousands of huge stone jars, some almost 3 meters high, are scattered across the hills and valleys of a remote plateau. Known as the Plain of Jars, this strange archaeological site has baffled researchers for decades. Who built these huge containers? What were they used for? And why do they cover such an extensive area, as if marking a forgotten ritual that extends throughout an ancient kingdom? The Plain of the Jars is one of the most unusual prehistoric sites worldwide. It extends over more than 90 different sites and contains over 2,500 giant stone vessels, each weighing several tons. Some are grouped in small sets, while others stand alone in silence, scattered across open fields. Despite their enormous size and the enormous effort that must have been involved in their creation, very little is known about the civilization that left them behind. The vessels are carved from solid stone, mostly local sandstone, although some are made of granite and limestone, materials that would have required immense effort to shape and transport them. Their interior is hollowed out and has a wide opening at the top, but there are no marks or inscriptions explaining their purpose. Some still retain round stone lids nearby, suggesting that they may have been sealed at one time, although many shifted over time. Local legends attempt to explain their existence. One of the most famous stories suggests the jars were used by a mythical race of giants who once ruled Earth. According to this legend, a great king ordered the jars to be built as fermentation vessels for the rice wine with which a victorious battle would be celebrated. Others believe the jars were created by supernatural beings and serve as containers for rainwater, to store food, or even as passageways to the spirit world. But archaeologists offer a different interpretation. The most accepted theory is that the Plain of Jars was an ancient cemetery dating to the Iron Age, between 500 AC and 500 DC. Excavations at some sites have uncovered human remains, funerary objects, and cremated bones, suggesting the jars may have played a role in complex funerary practices. Some researchers believe that the jars were used as temporary coffins where bodies were left to decompose before the bones were buried in a final resting place. However, this theory raises as many questions as it answers. If the vessels were part of a funerary ritual, why do they appear in such a vast area, spanning hundreds of kilometers? And why are there no clear inscriptions, engravings, or symbols indicating who these people were? Unlike the tombs of Egypt or the burial mounds of Europe, the Plain of Jars offers no written records, great monuments, or clues about the beliefs of those who built it. Adding to the mystery, many of the vessels appear unfinished, as if their creators abandoned them before finishing their work. Some lie broken on the ground, while others remain only partially carved, as if they had been suddenly abandoned in the middle of their construction. Could this indicate a sudden catastrophe, invasion, war, or natural disaster that forced the builders to flee before finishing their work? Another inexplicable aspect of the Plain of Jars is its possible astronomical alignment. Some researchers believe the placement of the jars may have been deliberate, possibly aligned with celestial events or seasonal changes. The idea that the sites served as a primitive form of astronomical observatory is still debated. But if true, it would suggest that the civilization responsible for the jars had a sophisticated knowledge of the movements of the sun and the stars. One of the biggest challenges in studying the Plain of Jars is the danger surrounding it. The region was heavily bombed during the Vietnam War, making it one of the most contaminated places by unexploded ordnance. Even today, much of the area is considered dangerous, and large areas of the site remain prohibited due to hidden landmines and cluster bombs. This has made large-scale excavation difficult, limiting safe exploration by researchers. Despite these obstacles, recent archaeological work has revealed new data. In 2016, a team of scientists performed carbon dating on materials found inside and around the jars, confirming they date back at least 2,500 years. This places them among the oldest megalithic structures in Southeast Asia, predating many known ancient civilizations. However, their creators remain unknown. There are no direct historical records linking the jars to any known kingdom or culture. Some believe that they may have been built by the Monomer people, ancestors of some modern populations of Southeast Asia, but no definitive evidence has been found to confirm this. Others speculate that the civilization responsible for the jars may have been annihilated, leaving no descendants to tell their story. Another theory suggests the jars were not only funerary markers, but part of a vast commercial network, possibly used to store goods, grains, or food for travelers passing through the region. Given the strategic location of Laos at the crossroads of the first trade routes, it is possible that the jars played a role in trade more than in funeral rites. However, without inscriptions, artworks, or written records, the true purpose of the jars remains unknown. Were they funerary chambers, storage containers, ceremonial relics, or something else entirely? What is clear is that the plane of jars was important enough for an ancient civilization to invest immense time and effort in carving and placing these huge stone containers throughout the landscape. The jars remain a testament to a culture that thrived in the region thousands of years ago, a civilization that has since disappeared, leaving behind only these silent and immovable relics. Like so many other ancient mysteries, the plane of jars challenges our understanding of the past. It reminds us that history is full of forgotten peoples, lost traditions, and unanswered questions. And until more discoveries are made, the enormous stone vessels will remain in the highlands of Laos, enduring the passage of time and whispering about a civilization that has long since faded into history. But the plane of the vessels is not the only place where ancient stones are found forming a formation. Its meaning has been lost to time. On the other side of the world, in the French countryside, thousands of huge standing stones stretch across the terrain in long, almost impossibly organized rows, known as the Stones of Karnak. They form one of the largest and most mysterious megalithic sites on Earth, older than Stonehenge and the pyramids of Egypt. However, no one knows exactly who built them, why they were placed there, or what their purpose was. Were they an ancient calendar, a forgotten temple, or something completely different? The Stones of Karnak are located in Brittany, France, and cover an area of more than 4 kilometers by 25 kilometers. The site consists of more than 3,000 vertical stones carefully arranged in rows, circles, and groups. Some stones measure more than 6 meters in height, while others are smaller, barely protruding from the grass. Unlike other megalithic sites, where the stones appear in isolated groups, the Stones of Karnak seem placed almost mathematically, forming patterns that have long intrigued archaeologists. What makes the Stones of Karnak so fascinating is their age. Carbon dating suggests that they were erected around 3,300 BC, although some estimates place their construction even in 4,500 BC, which makes them one of the oldest known structures in Europe. This means that they predate Stonehenge, the Great Pyramid of Giza, and even most of the early civilizations of Mesopotamia. Despite their immense size and number, there are no written records explaining their purpose. The builders of Karnak left no inscriptions, engravings, or direct clues about the meaning the stones held for them. All that remains are the enormous alignments of rocks that stand as if frozen in time, refusing to reveal their secrets. The most accepted theory is that Karnak was built as a place of astronomical observation, a kind of prehistoric calendar used to track the movement of the sun, moon, and stars. Some researchers have pointed out that certain alignments coincide with important celestial events, such as solstices and equinoxes. If this were true, it would mean that the builders of Karnak had an advanced knowledge of astronomy thousands of years before history was recorded. Others believe that the place had a religious or ceremonial purpose. Many ancient cultures considered large stones as sacred objects imbued with power or used as centers of worship. The careful alignment of the Stones of Karnak suggests that they were not placed randomly, but were intentionally arranged for a specific purpose, perhaps to mark burial sites, honor ancestors, or serve as a place for rituals. One of the most controversial theories suggests that Karnak was once a gigantic temple complex, possibly even connected to the legendary lost civilization of Atlantis. Although there is no direct evidence to support this, some researchers argue that the mathematical precision of the placement of the stones points to an advanced knowledge of geometry and engineering far superior to what was believed to be possessed by Neolithic societies. Adding to the mystery, local legends tell that the stones were once living beings turned to stone by a powerful curse. Some versions of the myth claim that a Roman legion was marching through the area when a local magician transformed them into rocks, freezing them in time. Although purely mythical, these stories give an idea of how deeply rooted the stones are in the local culture for thousands of years. One of the greatest mysteries of Karnak is how the stones were moved and placed with such precision. Some of the largest stones weigh more than 50 tons, yet they were carefully arranged long before the invention of the wheel, cranes, or modern lifting technology. The magnitude of the project suggests that it took hundreds, perhaps thousands, of people to move the stones. But why? And how did they achieve such a feat without leaving more evidence of their construction methods? Similar questions have been raised about Stonehenge and other megalithic sites, leading some to speculate that ancient civilizations had access to lost technologies that allowed them to transport and place massive stones much more easily than we assume. Whether through an advanced knowledge of levers and pulleys, unknown tools, or even forgotten methods related to sound or magnetism, the question remains unanswered. Some researchers believe that the builders of Karnak could have had a direct connection with the creators of Stonehenge. Both sites share several similarities, such as the use of huge stones arranged in complex alignments and possible astronomical connections. Since the construction of Karnak is at least 1,000 years older than Stonehenge, some have suggested that the knowledge and traditions behind these sites could have been transmitted or spread throughout Europe, influencing later megalithic cultures. But if this is true, where did that knowledge originate? Did there exist an earlier civilization, prior to known history, responsible for teaching later cultures how to build such structures? Or were sites like Karnak part of a much older and more widespread Neolithic tradition that existed independently across different regions? Another unanswered question is just why the site was eventually abandoned. If Karnak was such an important place, whether for astronomical, religious, or ceremonial reasons, why did the people who built it suddenly stop its use? One theory suggests that natural disasters or climate change forced the builders to move, leaving the stones as relics of a forgotten era. Another possibility is that cultural changes and new belief systems made the site obsolete, just as ancient temples and pyramids in other parts of the world eventually fell into disuse. Today, the stones of Karnak remain one of archaeology's greatest unsolved mysteries. Despite centuries of study, no definitive explanation has been found for its purpose, its creators, or the methods used in building them. Some see them as a testament to human ingenuity, a sign that ancient civilizations were far more advanced than we believe them to be. Others view them as a missing piece of an even older puzzle, connecting them with other inexplicable sites around the world. What is certain is that Karnak, like the Plain of Jars, Stonehenge, and the Great Pyramids, challenges our assumptions of the past. It forces us to consider that our ancestors knew more than we think, and that secrets are still hidden in the stone, waiting for discovery. But not all ancient mysteries are written on stone. Some come in the form of artifacts that defy explanation, objects that seem out of place, strange even by the standards of their era. Deep in Iraq, in the ruins of one of the earliest known civilizations, archaeologists discovered a series of small but disturbing statues, figures unlike any other found in the history of Mesopotamia. Known as the Ayyubide statues, these figurines, dating back more than 7,000 years, represent humanoid figures with elongated heads, slanted eyes, and reptilian features. The Ubaid culture existed in Mesopotamia between 6500 and 3800 BC. BC is one of the least known societies in the ancient world. They predate the Sumerians, considered by many to be the first great civilization, and laid much of the foundation for the advanced cultures that followed them. The Ubaid people built some of the earliest known settlements, developed irrigation systems, and domesticated animals, all distinctive features of early civilizations. However, despite their contributions, they remain a mystery as they left few records and only fragmented evidence about their way of life. Among the most puzzling discoveries are the Ubaid statues, first unearthed in the early 20th century at archaeological sites such as Tel Al-Ubaid, Eridu, and some of Mesopotamia's oldest settlements. These clay and stone figurines depict figures in various poses, some standing, others sitting, and many holding objects or weapons in hand. What makes them so unusual is simply their appearance. Instead of human faces, they feature striking reptilian features, with elongated skulls, large almond-shaped eyes, and scaly skin all over. Some statues even appear to wear helmets or ceremonial garments, suggesting they could represent important figures of some kind. The most disturbing aspect of these figurines is that many of them appear to represent female figures, some in maternal poses, cradling babies, which means that these strange reptilian beings were not only symbolic, but could have played a key role in the Ubaid's mythology, religion, or social hierarchy. But the big question still remains: who or what are they supposed to represent in truth? One theory suggests that these statues are simply stylized representations of deities or spirits. Many ancient cultures created symbolic figures to represent fertility, protection, or other supernatural forces. The Ubaid statues could have been ritual objects, totems, or protective idols that represented gods or mythical beings fundamental to their belief system overall. However, the reptilian aspect of these figures has led to far more controversial interpretations. Some researchers have drawn comparisons to the ancient serpent cult, a practice that appears in many cultures around the world, from the serpentine deities of Mesoamerica to the Nagas of Hindu and Buddhist traditions. In many ancient mythologies, serpentine beings were associated with wisdom, creation, and at times even divine dominion. Could the Ubaid statues be early representations of serpent gods, part of a forgotten religious tradition predating Sumerian mythology entirely? Another more fringe theory suggests that the statues could be evidence of an unknown race or species, perhaps an ancient ruling class or priesthood that the Ubaid people represented as reptilians due to their distinctive appearance alone. Some researchers have even speculated that they could represent an entirely different branch of early hominids, which coexisted with humans, but has since disappeared from history entirely. Although there is no physical evidence to support this idea, the statue's unique characteristics continue to fuel speculation regardless. Of course, the most controversial theory of all is that these figures are evidence of early extraterrestrial contact. Some ancient astronaut theorists believe that the people of Ubaid may have represented real beings they encountered, beings that did not resemble humans in any traditional sense. They point to the recurring reptilian features and the absence of similar representations in later Mesopotamian art as evidence that the statues represent something extraordinary, perhaps visitors hailing from other worlds. Skeptics, however, argue that the statues are simply an example of primitive artistic expression, no different from the many strange figurines found in prehistoric cultures around the world at large. They point out that the Ubaid culture eventually transformed into the Sumerian civilization, which worshipped a pantheon of human-looking gods, and in whose later mythology there is no record of reptilian deities at all. If the Ubaid figures represented a real group of people or beings, why did they disappear completely from Sumerian history altogether? Another theory is that the figures could have been shamanic representations, possibly representing spiritual visions or altered states of consciousness instead. Many ancient societies used hallucinogenic substances in religious rituals, and the strange supernatural nature of the statues could be an artistic attempt to capture supernatural experiences rather than literal beings themselves. Adding to the mystery, there are no written record from the Ubaid period. Unlike later Mesopotamian cultures, which left detailed inscriptions, the Ubaid people did not develop writing, which means that their beliefs, rituals, and traditions remain largely unknown to this day. Without text to explain their meaning, the true meaning of the Ubaid statues remains open to speculation still. Some researchers have suggested that new excavations at Tel Ubaid and other sites could reveal additional clues to the mystery. If more figurines are found, especially alongside new artifacts or burial sites, it could help clarify whether these figures were religious idols, rulers, or mythical beings of some kind. But, for now, they remain an isolated anomaly without direct connection with any other known culture or tradition. The Ubaid statues remind us how much remains to be explored and understood of our past. Whether they were representations of gods, spirits, shamans, or something stranger, they defy assumptions about early civilizations. But without written records, their true meaning is lost to time, leaving us only speculations. Some mysteries, like these statues, are small but monumental in their implications. Others are vast, extending through entire landscapes, and their purpose is even more disconcerting. In the remote highlands of Bolivia, covering thousands of square kilometers of arid desert, one of those mysteries is found. The Nazca Lines, an enormous network of perfectly straight, ancient geoglyphs, cross the terrain in an intricate network so enormous that it can only be seen from above. These lines, some extending for tens of kilometers without deviation, were engraved in the earth centuries or millennia ago. However, their purpose still remains unknown. How were they created with such great precision? What could they have meant? And why have they lasted so long without time altering them? Unlike the Nazca Lines in Peru, which represent animals, geometric shapes, and humanoid figures, the Nazca Lines do not form symbols. Instead, they consist of thousands of perfectly straight paths carved into the ground and that extend throughout the landscape in an intricate interconnected pattern. Some are short. Others extend more than 20 m in a single, uninterrupted line, crossing and overlapping with hundreds of others, forming what seems like an ancient road map engraved in the earth. The scale of the Nazca Lines is astonishing. It is estimated that the total length of all the combined lines exceeds 10,000 m, which makes them one of the largest geoglyph networks in the world. However, despite their size, they remain one of the least studied archaeological wonders on the planet. One of the most disconcerting aspects of the Nazca Lines is their great precision. Unlike roads or paths, which naturally change with time from erosion and human use, the Nazca Lines have remained almost perfectly intact for centuries. Even with modern satellite images, researchers have had difficulties understanding how the ancients were able to create such perfectly straight lines at such great distances without the help of modern tools. Who made these lines and why? The indigenous Aymara, who have lived in the region for centuries, do not have a clear explanation. Local traditions suggest the lines could have been sacred paths connecting important religious places, cemeteries, or settlements. Some researchers believe that they formed part of ritual pilgrimages where people walked along the lines in ceremonies related to the Andean belief system. Another possibility is that the Nazca Lines were territorial markers, serving as limits or indicators of different tribal regions. Given that many of the lines converge at certain points, it has been suggested that these intersections could have been meeting places, ceremonial centers, or sanctuaries. Some researchers have proposed an astronomical purpose. Many ancient cultures around the world created structures aligned with the movements of the sun, the moon, and the stars. And some believe the Nazca Lines could have functioned as a prehistoric observatory that mapped celestial events. However, without specific patterns aligning with known constellations or cycles, this theory is speculative. Then there are more controversial theories. The ideas that suggest that the Nazca Lines were not destined to be traveled, but to be seen from above. The precision and the scale of the lines have led some to establish comparisons with the Nazca Lines, which has long been theorized that they were created for the observation of gods or beings from the sky. Could the Sahama Lines have been created to be visible from above, perhaps as offerings to celestial beings, or a form of communication with the skies? The greatest challenge to studying the Sahama Lines is their remote location. Located in one of the highest and most arid regions of the Andes, the area is hard to access, and large investigations are rare. Unlike the Nazca Lines, which have been widely mapped and studied, the Sahama Lines remain relatively unknown to the world in general. One of the most fascinating aspects of the Sahama Lines is how they have endured despite time. Created simply by scraping the top layer of earth and rock, they have remained intact for centuries, thanks to the dry climate and lack of vegetation. Unlike other geoglyphs that have eroded over time, the Sahama Lines have barely faded and remain as scars on the landscape. Despite their resistance, they remain in danger. In recent years, the increase in human activity, including road construction and tourism, has begun to threaten parts of the site. Without official protection or conservation, the lines could end up being damaged or disappearing entirely. Whether they were sacred paths, territorial markers, or something enigmatic, their precision and scale defy any easy answer. Some ancient mysteries encompass vast landscapes visible only from the air. Others are much smaller, but no less disconcerting for it. Artifacts that seem to defy the very timeline of human history. One of these artifacts was discovered in London, Texas, in 1936, and since then, it has become one of the most controversial objects in the study of ancient anomalies. Known as the Hammer of London, this apparently ordinary tool, a simple metal hammer embedded in rock, has unleashed decades of debate. The reason is that the rock that encases the hammer is more than 400 million years old, long before human beings existed, much less metal tools. The story of the London hammer begins when Max Hahn and his wife Emma were hiking near Red Creek, Texas, and spotted a strange piece of wood sticking out of a rock formation. Intrigued, they took it home and later broke the rock, revealing an iron hammerhead still attached to its wooden handle, embedded in solid stone. At first glance, it looked like a normal 19th century blacksmith's tool, but the real mystery lay within the rock itself. Geologists claimed that the formation surrounding the hammer dated back to the Ordovician period, more than 400 million years ago. This claim, if true, would be impossible according to everything known about history. The conventional chronology tells us that the first human beings capable of forging metal tools did not appear until about 200,000 years ago, and that metallurgy did not develop until about 5,000 years ago. So, how could an iron hammer be embedded in a rock that is even older than the dinosaurs? For those who believe in out-of-place artifacts, objects that seem to contradict our understanding of history, the Hammer of London is considered possible proof of lost civilizations, time travel, or even an ancient extraterrestrial influence. Some claim that the hammer could be a vestige of a forgotten technological society which existed long before written history and disappeared without a trace. Others suggest that it could be evidence that the history of humanity is much older than we currently believe, with advanced civilizations that arose and disappeared long before ours. But skeptics offer a different explanation. The most common theory is that the rock encasing the hammer is not 400 million years old, but is a much more recent formation known as a concretion, a process in which minerals gradually harden around an object over time, creating the appearance of ancient stone. This would mean that the hammer itself is not ancient, but simply a modern tool that was trapped in a natural process. The defenders of the hammer mystery argue that its iron composition is unusual for a modern tool. Analyses have shown that the iron contains a level of purity that is not typical of 19th century metallurgy, which has led some to speculate that it was created using an unknown or lost method of metallurgy. The wooden handle of the hammer is also partially fossilized, suggesting that it has been buried for a long time. But whether that means thousands of years or hundreds of millions remains a matter of debate. One of the reasons why the Hammer of London remains controversial is that it has never been thoroughly studied by mainstream scientists. The artifact is now in the possession of the Creation Evidence Museum of Texas, an institution that promotes the idea of a young Earth and that often presents the hammer as evidence against conventional evolutionary timelines. For this reason, the hammer has remained out of reach for independent tests, leaving unanswered many of the most important questions it raises. One of the most compelling arguments against the alleged antiquity of the hammer is the lack of a geological context. Normally, when an ancient artifact is found, archaeologists carefully document where it was discovered, what type of sediment it was buried in, and any surrounding materials that may provide clues about its age. But since the Hammer of London was removed from its original location before proper analysis could be performed, there is no way to verify its geological history with certainty. However, the mystery persists. If the Hammer of London is simply a modern tool that became embedded in rock over time, why does it seem so out of place? Why does the iron seem so pure? And if it was really found in an ancient rock, what does that mean for our understanding of history? Some believe that these artifacts could be anomalies caused by natural processes, while others argue that they could be evidence of lost civilizations far more advanced than we believe. There are even those who suggest that they could be vestiges of a very ancient species similar to human beings, which developed technology long before Homo sapiens, but which was somehow erased from history. But the simplest explanation for the Hammer of London remains that it is a relatively modern tool embedded in a rock formation that formed much more recently than originally believed. Many geologists argue that concretions can form in a matter of centuries, not millions of years, and that the hammer was probably just an old mining tool that became embedded in such a formation. Even if the Hammer of London turns out to be nothing more than a common 19th century artifact, its story continues to captivate people around the world. It represents something deeper than a simple ancient tool. It speaks of our endless fascination with the unknown, our desire to discover forgotten stories, and our willingness to question the past. Whether it is an authentic anomaly or just a strange geological formation, it reminds us that the past is full of unanswered mysteries. Some of them are found in small and seemingly out-of-place objects, while others are buried deep in the earth, hidden in the dark recesses of ancient underground chambers. One of these places is located on the island of Malta, a structure so old, so enigmatic, and so full of secrets that, even today, its true purpose remains a matter of debate. This is the Hypogeum of Hal Saflieni, a vast underground complex excavated entirely in solid rock more than 5,000 years ago, making it one of the oldest underground temples in the world. But beyond its antiquity, it is the strange discoveries found inside that have perplexed archaeologists. The Hypogeum houses otherworldly acoustics, strange skulls with elongated features, and a possible link to a lost civilization that may have inhabited the island before disappearing without a trace. The Hypogeum was discovered by chance in 1902, when workers excavating the foundations for a new building in the city of Paola, Malta, pierced the ground and found a hollow space. What they had discovered was not just a cave or a tomb, but a vast underground labyrinth, a system of chambers, tunnels, and interconnected corridors excavated directly into the limestone bedrock. When the archaeologists began their investigation, they realized that the Hypogeum was not a simple burial place. It was a multi-level underground structure that extended into the depths of the earth along 3 levels, with the deepest chamber reaching almost 40 feet underground. Some areas were designed with intricate architectural features, such as rooms with columns, rounded walls, and delicately carved ceilings that mimic the design of the Neolithic temples of Malta on the surface. But, unlike other ancient temples, this one had been deliberately hidden, sealed, and forgotten for millennia. The most chilling discovery occurred when archaeologists unearthed over 7,000 skeletons buried in the Hypogeum. Many of these remains were found in strange, contorted positions, suggesting they were part of ritual burials or sacrifices. But even more disturbing were a handful of elongated skulls that differed from typical human remains. These skulls had abnormally long craniums, without cranial sutures, and a different shape than any known human population. When these skulls were first exhibited in museums, they became an object of intense speculation. Some researchers suggested they could be proof of an unknown ancient race, perhaps a separate human lineage that lived in Malta and disappeared. Others theorized that the skulls had been artificially elongated by head-binding rituals, a practice seen in some ancient cultures. However, this did not fully explain the absence of sutures and their unusual structure. Interestingly, most of these skulls have since disappeared, either because they have been lost or because they have been removed from public view, which has further fueled speculation that they could be proof of something truly extraordinary. Today, only a few photographs and some scattered reports remain, adding another layer of mystery to the hypogeum's disturbing reputation. Beyond the human remains, one of the most fascinating aspects of the hypogeum is its acoustic properties. In one of the chambers, known as the Oracle Room, researchers discovered that sound waves resonate at a powerful frequency of 110 Hz, known to have profound effects on the human brain. Some studies suggest that exposure to this frequency can alter consciousness, induce trance states, and enhance meditation. This has led many to believe that the hypogeum was not only a burial place, but a ceremonial temple where sound played a key role in spiritual rituals. Some even speculate that the underground structure may have been designed to amplify sound in a way that affected those inside, possibly as part of shamanic practices. If this were true, it would suggest that the builders of the hypogeum possessed a sophisticated knowledge of acoustics and psychoacoustics far superior to what we associate with prehistoric cultures. The question remains, who built the hypogeum and why? The conventional explanation is that it was created by the Maltese temple culture, an advanced Neolithic society that existed between 400 and 2500 BC. This civilization left behind enormous megalithic structures, many of which are still preserved today, such as the Gantija temples, some of the oldest freestanding stone buildings in the world. However, the hypogeum is unique. Unlike other Maltese temples, which were built above ground and aligned with celestial movements, the hypogeum was deliberately built underground, hidden from sight. Some theorists believe that it may have been a refuge, possibly built in response to an unknown catastrophe or invasion. Others suggest that it was a sacred space reserved for elite priests or rulers who performed secret rituals away from the population. A more controversial theory is that the hypogeum predates the temple culture and was inherited by them from a lost earlier civilization. Some have pointed to the elongated skulls as evidence that Malta may have been home to a now extinct group of people, perhaps one that had genetic or cultural links to other mysterious ancient sites, such as the Paracas skulls in Peru. Adding more mystery, local legends and folklore speak of an underground world beneath Malta, an ancient labyrinth that extends far beyond the known hypogeum, possibly connecting with older hidden structures. Some have even claimed that parts of the hypogeum remain undiscovered, with secret passages leading to the depths, although no concrete evidence has been found to support this idea. Despite its age, the hypogeum has been remarkably well preserved, thanks to strict conservation efforts. Access to the site is now highly restricted, with only a limited number of visitors allowed per day to prevent damage to the structure. However, even with these precautions, the full extent of the hypogeum's secrets may never be known. The hypogeum of Hal Saflieni is a disturbing reminder that history often lies buried, sometimes literally, beneath the surface, waiting to be discovered. The labyrinthine chambers, elongated skulls, and disturbing acoustic properties suggest this underground temple was more than just a burial place. Whether it was a place of worship, an ancient sanctuary of forgotten knowledge, or something stranger, it remains one of the most enigmatic structures in the world. But not all historical anomalies are hidden underground. Some are in plain sight, and their significance goes unnoticed until someone recognizes the enigma they present. On the other side of the world, in the highlands of Bolivia, an impossible artifact was discovered. a relic so out of place that it defied what we know about ancient civilizations and their connections. Known as the Fuente Magna Bowl, this curious object has sparked controversy, debate, and speculation for decades. Carved with strange inscriptions that appear to resemble Sumerian cuneiform, but found far from the known lands of Mesopotamian civilization, the bowl poses a question. Did the ancient peoples of South America have contact with cultures from the other side of the world thousands of years ago? The Fuente Magna Bowl was reportedly discovered near Lake Titicaca, the vast Andean lake straddling the border between Bolivia and Peru. The artifact is a large, heavy stone vessel that resembles a ceremonial bowl or offering dish. At first glance, it appears to be like many other artifacts found in the region, except for one crucial detail. Its surface is covered by inscriptions that closely resemble Sumerian writing. The bowl was found in the 1960s by a local farmer near the town of Tiwanaku. But it was not until researchers examined the strange markings on its surface that the significance of the discovery was understood. Unlike the geometric and pictographic symbols typically associated with pre-Columbian South American cultures, the Fuente Magna Bowl features writing that bears an astonishing resemblance to early Proto-Sumerian or cuneiform writing. The same form of written language developed in ancient Mesopotamia more than 5,000 years ago. If the inscriptions on the bowl are truly Sumerian, it would mean that an ancient Middle Eastern civilization had contact with the Andean cultures of South America thousands of years before recorded history suggested such a connection was possible. It would be a revolutionary discovery, which would force historians to reconsider what they know about ancient peoples' movements, trade, and cultural exchange. The problem, however, is that there are no known historical records suggesting any contact between South American and Mesopotamian civilizations. The Sumerians flourished in the Fertile Crescent between 3,100 and 2000 BC, and were known for their advanced city-states, writing systems, and maritime trade networks. But there is no historical evidence showing that they traveled beyond the Middle East, much less crossed the Atlantic Ocean to South America. This has given rise to two opposing schools of thought regarding the Fuente Magna Bowl. Some researchers argue that the bowl is authentic and represents evidence of an ancient transoceanic connection, while others believe it is a hoax, a misinterpretation, or an artifact influenced by an unknown cultural overlap. Those who defend the bowl's authenticity point to the fact that Lake Titicaca was home to the Tiwanaku civilization, a mysterious Andean culture that preceded the Incas by thousands of years. The Tiwanaku people built impressive megalithic structures, including the ruins of Pumapunku, a site famous for its precisely carved andesite blocks. Some appear to have been mechanized with techniques far superior to those normally attributed to pre-Columbian societies. Could the Tiwanaku have had external influences, possibly from an ancient seafaring culture that arrived in America much earlier than the Europeans? Some researchers suggest that the Sumerians or another ancient Middle Eastern civilization could have been capable of long-distance ocean voyages, using advanced shipbuilding techniques to cross the Atlantic. Although this theory is highly controversial, its defenders argue that ancient peoples may have been far more mobile than traditional history recognizes. Some even speculate that Lake Titicaca itself may have at some point been connected to the ocean, which would have allowed early maritime contact with civilizations beyond America. However, skeptics also have strong arguments. Detractors of the Fuente Magna Bowl argue that Sumerian-like inscriptions could have been added much later, either by a modern forger or by a South American culture that had independently developed a similar writing system. They also point out that there is no other evidence of Mesopotamian influence anywhere in the Andean region. No Sumerian-style temples, no Mesopotamian artifacts, and no linguistic traces in the indigenous languages of the area. To further complicate matters, there is no detailed documentation on the bowl's discovery. Unlike many important archaeological finds, which are carefully excavated under controlled conditions, the Fuente Magna Bowl was reportedly found by chance, and very little is known about its exact location before it caught the attention of researchers. Without a clear archaeological context, proving its authenticity is almost impossible. However, the mystery remains unsolved. If the Fuente Magna Bowl is a genuine relic of an ancient transoceanic connection, it would suggest that civilizations we believe were isolated were actually much more interconnected than we ever imagined. This would challenge the entire framework of early human history and raise questions about how ideas, technologies, and cultural influences may have spread around the world long before the rise of recorded trade networks. Even if the bowl is not evidence of an ancient Sumerian presence in South America, it is still an anomaly that is worth investigating. If it was created by the Tiwanaku or another Andean culture, why does its writing resemble Sumerian? Did a lost civilization exist that served as a bridge between these two distant cultures, one that has since disappeared from history? Or is it simply an example of how different societies, separated by thousands of kilometers, sometimes develop surprisingly similar forms of symbolic expression? Until definitive answers are found, the bowl remains a tantalizing mystery, an artifact that should not exist where it was found. Whether it is a relic of an unknown cultural connection between the ancient world or simply a strange outlier, its mere presence challenges the rigid framework of history. If civilizations we once thought separate were actually interacting across vast distances, how much more of our past has been lost? How many connections remain hidden, waiting to be discovered? Not all ancient mysteries involve artifacts that seem out of place. Some are found in the vast open landscapes where early humans gathered, leaving behind structures that defy expectations. Deep in the arid, windswept terrain of northern Kenya, an ancient cemetery has become one of the most puzzling discoveries in African archaeology. Known as the Lothagam North Pillar Site, this monumental structure is not only the oldest known cemetery in East Africa, but also one of the earliest monumental sites in human history. Built by a people whose identity remains largely unknown, the Lothagam North Pillar Site, located near Lake Turkana, dates back approximately 5,000 years, making it one of the first large-scale communal cemeteries ever built. The site consists of a massive central platform surrounded by stone pillars that rise like ancient sentinels over the arid landscape. Beneath this structure, archaeologists discovered a collective burial chamber containing the remains of at least 580 people, men, women, and children, buried together over many generations. Unlike the monumental tombs of later civilizations, which were often reserved for kings or elites, Lothagam North appears to have been a non-hierarchical cemetery, an uncommon find in early human societies. The people buried here did not appear to be ranked by status or wealth. Instead, they were buried together, with their bodies carefully placed alongside ornamental beads, carved jewelry, and decorative artifacts, suggesting a society in which all individuals, regardless of their power or privilege, received equal respect in death. This is remarkable because during this era, most human societies were still transitioning from small nomadic groups of hunter-gatherers to sedentary agricultural communities. The construction of a large communal cemetery, which required both planning and labor, suggests that the inhabitants of Lothagam North had a deep sense of social unity, far beyond what was previously thought about the early societies of this region. But why did they build it? And why here? In such an isolated and inhospitable landscape? One of the most accepted theories is that the site was created by pastoral communities, early groups of herders who moved through the region in search of water and pasture for their livestock. At the time the cemetery was built, Lake Turkana was undergoing dramatic environmental changes. What was once a lush and fertile landscape was gradually becoming the arid desert we see today. This transformation would have exerted enormous pressure on the people who live there, forcing them to adapt, migrate, or find new ways of maintaining their communities. Some researchers believe that the Lothagam North Pillar Site may have served as a spiritual or cultural anchor during this unstable period, a place where dispersed groups could reunite, bury their dead, and reinforce their shared identity before an uncertain future. If this is true, the site would not only be a cemetery, but a symbol of resilience, a monument to survival in one of Earth's most hostile environments. The imposing stone pillars that give the site its name add another layer of mystery. Unlike the carefully arranged megaliths of Stonehenge or the aligned rows of the Karnak stones, the Lothagam pillars seem placed in an irregular form, erected as worn markers of a forgotten past. Its purpose remains unknown. Some archaeologists believe they could have had a ritual significance, perhaps related to astronomical events or seasonal cycles, while others suggest they simply marked the place as sacred. There also exists the possibility that the place played in its day a role in the cult to the ancestors. In many ancient cultures, burial places were not only places to deposit the remains of the deceased. They were places of connection where the living could communicate with the spirits of their ancestors, seeking guidance and protection. Given the careful treatment of the bodies at Lothagam North, it is possible that this place had a similar function, a place where memory, identity, and tradition were transmitted from generation to generation. Adding to the mystery, the site seems to have been used for several centuries before being abandoned. With the passage of time, the people who built it seem to have left, leaving their stone pillars standing as silent reminders of their existence. It is still unknown why they left. Did the climate become too harsh for life? Were they forced to emigrate to other places by conflicts? Or did their way of life simply change and the site stop being necessary? What makes Lothagam North even more significant is its antiquity. Many of the world's most famous monumental structures, like the pyramids of Egypt, the ziggurats of Mesopotamia, and the great cities of the Indus Valley, were built by complex civilizations with centralized governments and advanced architectural knowledge. But Lothagam North predates all of them by several centuries and was built by a society that was still largely nomadic. This suggests that the impulse to create monumental structures, places that transcend the daily life and endure beyond a single generation, can be much more ancient than what was thought. This challenges the assumption that large-scale construction projects required kings, cities, or organized states. Instead, it demonstrates that even small nomadic groups of shepherds could work together to build something destined to endure. Despite its importance, Lothagam North remains one of the world's least known ancient sites. Unlike the Great Pyramids or Stonehenge, it has not captured the public's imagination in the same way. This is partly due to its remote location, hidden in the semi-arid deserts of northern Kenya, far from major tourist routes, but also highlights a broader truth. A large part of human history, especially in Africa, remains unexplored and undervalued. The Lothagam North Pillar Site is more than just a cemetery. It is a testament to human resilience, the capacity for adaptation, and the need to create lasting bonds with the past. It suggests that the first African societies were much more complex than believed, capable of cooperating, building, and developing deep spiritual traditions long before the emergence of what we normally consider civilization. The Lothagam North Pillar Site is a silent witness to a people who disappeared long ago. A reminder that, even before the emergence of the great civilizations, the first societies were already building structures destined to endure. Whether it was a cemetery, a place of worship, or something even more significant, its mere existence challenges our assumptions about the complexity of prehistoric cultures. Some mysteries, like that of Lothagam, are deeply tied to the traditions of those who built them. Others, however, seem almost completely out of place, objects that challenge historical timelines and conventional understanding. One of these mysteries emerged in Romania, where a modest piece of metal in the form of a wedge was unearthed under strange circumstances. Known as the Iod aluminum wedge, this strange artifact has baffled researchers for decades. Found buried in ancient layers of sediment, the wedge appears to be made of aluminum, a material that, according to all accepted historical accounts, should not have existed at the time of its burial. The finding poses a perplexing question. Is this an out-of-place artifact left by an unknown advanced civilization? Or is there a simpler explanation that we have not yet discovered? The story of the Iod aluminum wedge begins in 1973, when construction workers near the Romanian city of Iod came across something unusual. While excavating along the banks of the Meuse River, they unearthed three strange objects buried approximately 35 feet, 10 meters, underground. Two of them were identified as fossilized bones belonging to a mastodon, an extinct prehistoric relative of the elephant. But the third object did not resemble anything they expected. It was a metallic wedge, very corroded but still unmistakably artificial. At first glance, the artifact looked like a fragment of machinery, possibly part of a larger mechanism. Their shape and structure resembled modern aerospace components, which gave rise to immediate speculation about their origin. But the most surprising detail was discovered when metallurgical tests were performed. The wedge was made mainly of aluminum mixed with small traces of other metals, like copper, zinc, and silicon. This posed a problem. Aluminum was not discovered until 1808, and even then it was not refined into a usable metal until the late 19th century. Before the development of modern industrial techniques, aluminum was incredibly difficult to produce, as it required high temperatures and complex chemical processes. However, here was an aluminum object buried next to mastodon fossils, suggesting that it had been in the ground for tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of years. The implications of this discovery were astonishing. If the wedge was really as old as the fossils that surrounded it, it would mean that an advanced technological society existed long before any known civilization, capable of refining aluminum thousands of years before human history recorded such an advance. This idea, of course, met with intense skepticism. Several theories quickly emerged to explain this anomaly. The most controversial theory is that the Yud wedge is evidence of the lost technology of a prehistoric civilization, a relic of a society that developed advanced metallurgy long before history was recorded. Some even suggest it could be proof of an ancient, now forgotten human society that was annihilated by some cataclysm, leaving only scattered artifacts. Others have taken the theory further, suggesting that the wedge could be of extraterrestrial origin. The strange composition of the alloy, combined with the object's resemblance to modern aerospace components, has led some to speculate that it could be a piece of a crashed UFO, a fragment of technology far beyond what human civilizations were capable of producing in antiquity. However, conventional scientists remain very skeptical. The most accepted explanation is that the EUD aluminum wedge is a relatively modern object, possibly from the early 20th century, that was buried through natural processes. Some researchers believe that it could be a piece of discarded machinery from the Second World War, or an industrial site that has been mistaken for something much older than it really is. One of the problems in determining the age is the lack of detailed documentation about its discovery. The artifact was reportedly examined at the Archaeological Institute of Kuja-Napoca, but detailed records of the sediment layers in which it was found are scarce or non-existent, making it difficult to accurately determine the object's true age. Without precise geological dating, any claim about its extreme age remains speculative. Another key issue is the composition of the aluminum itself. While early tests suggested it was an unusual alloy, subsequent analyses have been inconsistent, with some researchers arguing that the metal is not as anomalous as initially believed. If the alloy matches known industrial formulas, it would reinforce the idea that the wedge is simply a piece of discarded machinery and not an ancient artifact. Still, some questions remain. If the IUD wedge was modern, how did it end up buried so deeply next to mastodon fossils? Was it simply a case of accidental contamination in which a relatively recent object became mixed with older sediment layers? Or is there something more unusual at play? Perhaps an error in dating, or even an explanation still unknown for its presence. The Yud aluminum wedge remains one of the many so-called out-of-place artifacts, objects that appear to exist outside the expected timeline of human history. Other similar anomalies include the London hammer, which was found embedded in a rock, and the Antikythera Mechanism, a complex mechanical device discovered in an ancient Greek shipwreck that some have called the world's first computer. Like those artifacts, the EUD wedge lies at the intersection between reality and speculation, science and mystery. For some, it is proof that history is much older and more complex than we believe. For others, it is a misinterpreted industrial relic, mistaken for something far older than it really is. For now, the Ute aluminum wedge remains one of those curious anomalies that lie on the margins of history. It is either a misinterpreted industrial artifact or something that forces us to rethink what we know about the past. If really prior to the known use of aluminum, it could be indicative of a lost technology or an unknown civilization capable of practicing metallurgy long before we imagined. But whether it is a relic of a forgotten past or simply a case of misinterpretation, it reminds us that history is full of surprises. Sometimes, mysteries lie buried deep in the earth, hidden beneath layers of ancient sediments. Other times, they are so vast that they can only really be appreciated from the sky. In the dense Amazon rainforest, where the thick vegetation has hidden countless secrets for centuries, something extraordinary has been discovered. Hundreds of huge geometric patterns carved into the earth, visible only from above. These are the Brazilian geoglyphs, huge geometric constructions scattered across the landscape of the state of Acre in western Brazil. Unlike the famous Nazca Lines in Peru, which are engraved in desert terrain, these huge designs remained hidden under the jungle for thousands of years, until deforestation revealed them in satellite images. Their discovery has raised profound questions. Who built them? What were they for? And how could structures on such a large scale be built in the heart of the Amazon long before modern technology? The Brazilian geoglyphs first attracted attention in the late 20th century, when satellite images and aerial surveys began to reveal large geometric patterns, circles, squares, and other shapes carved into the ground beneath the forest. As deforestation increased, more of these ancient earthworks were discovered, revealing a vast network of interconnected sites covering thousands of square kilometers. More than 450 geoglyphs have been identified so far, but researchers suspect that many more remain hidden under virgin sections of the Amazon. The enormous size and complexity of these structures challenge the idea that the Amazon was a pristine jungle before the arrival of Europeans. On the contrary, they suggest that an advanced and highly organized culture prospered in the region, capable of carrying out large-scale land alteration projects that required planning, labor, and engineering skills. This contradicts previous hypotheses that the Amazon was home to small, scattered tribes with little large-scale infrastructure. What makes the Brazilian geoglyphs particularly mysterious is that they do not appear to be settlements. Unlike traditional archaeological sites, there is little evidence of permanent habitation, no large structures, no signs of domestic life, and only scattered artifacts have been found. This suggests that these earth constructions were used for other purposes, possibly for ceremonial, religious, or astronomical reasons. One of the most accepted theories is that the geoglyphs were ritual gathering places where ancient Amazonian societies gathered for ceremonies, festivals, or political meetings. Some researchers believe that they could have been used as astronomical observatories, aligned with seasonal changes, solstices, or celestial events. Similarly to how Stonehenge in England or the Karnak stones in France appear to have been arranged with a knowledge of the cosmos, the Brazilian geoglyphs could have served as primitive observatories, marking important moments of the year for spiritual or agricultural reasons. Another possibility is that these embankments played a role in territorial boundaries or social organization, serving as markers for different groups or as defensive enclosures. However, unlike traditional fortifications, the geoglyphs do not appear to have been designed for war, as there are no obvious defensive walls or signs of battle. One of the biggest mysteries surrounding the Brazilian geoglyphs is their antiquity. Radiocarbon dating suggests that many of these structures were built between 1,000 and 2,000 years ago, although some evidence suggests that they could be older. This means that they predate the emergence of the Inca Empire and were probably built by a now-vanished Amazonian civilization, whose name and history have been erased by time. The discovery of the geoglyphs also raises deeper questions about the environmental history of the Amazon. For years, The prevailing belief was that the Amazon rainforest was a pristine and intact ecosystem, largely unmodified by humans before European colonization. However, the geoglyphs suggest otherwise. The fact that these enormous earthworks were built means that the people who created them must have cleared large expanses of forest, reshaping the landscape in a way that challenges the idea of the Amazon as a virgin jungle. Some researchers now believe that the Amazon may have been home to large, complex societies capable of environmental engineering on a scale that was previously unknown. This theory is supported by the discovery of the terra preta, or Amazonian black earth, a very fertile man-made soil found throughout the region, suggesting that ancient civilizations actively cultivated and managed the land rather than simply living in its natural conditions. The implications of this are profound. If the Amazon was once home to organized agricultural societies that built large-scale structures, then it is possible that much of what we assume about pre-Columbian America has to be reconsidered. It would mean that the history of the continent is much richer and more complex than previously thought, with civilizations that arose and disappeared long before the arrival of the Spanish and Portuguese. Despite all that has been discovered, the true purpose of the Brazilian geoglyphs remains unknown. Were they sacred sites, astronomical calendars, territorial markers, or something completely different? Until more thorough excavations and research are carried out, the mystery of these vast earth constructions will remain unresolved. The Brazilian geoglyphs have transformed our understanding of the ancient Amazon, revealing a world far more complex than previously believed. The enormous geometric patterns hidden beneath the jungle tell a silent story of civilizations that thrived where we once thought they could not exist, reshaping the land in ways we are only beginning to understand. Whether they were ceremonial gathering places, astronomical markers, or something completely different, their enormous scale forces us to rethink what early human beings. But not all ancient anomalies are carved into the earth. Some lie underwater, hidden in the depths, where they remain out of reach, waiting for someone to discover their secrets. One of these mysteries lies at the bottom of the Baltic Sea, an object so strange that it continues to baffle researchers, divers, and scientists alike. Discovered in 2011 by a group of deep-sea explorers, the Baltic Sea anomaly is a huge circular structure located 300 feet below the surface off the coast of Sweden. With an approximate diameter of 60 meters, its appearance is unlike anything that has been found on the ocean floor. Sonar images captured by the research team revealed what appeared to be a large disc-shaped object with a peculiar flat top and perfectly straight edges, as if it had been deliberately molded and not formed by natural forces. At first, many assumed that the object was simply a geological formation, a natural rock structure sculpted by glaciers during the Ice Age thousands of years ago. But as more details emerged, that explanation seemed increasingly inadequate. The structure appeared to have sharp angular features with what looked like stairs, hallways, and even a long runway-like track leading to it. Some reports even suggested that the surface of the anomaly contained unusual grooves and metallic elements, hinting that it might not be a simple rock formation at all. The discovery quickly attracted international attention, sparking speculation about what the anomaly could be. Some researchers suggested that it could be a sunken man-made structure, possibly an ancient temple, fortress, or settlement lost beneath the waves due to rising sea levels at the end of the last ice age. Others proposed that it could be the remains of a long-forgotten shipwreck, although the size and shape of the anomaly did not match any known ship. But one of the most controversial theories was that the Baltic Sea anomaly might not be from this world. The object's disk shape, along with its deep location and apparent absence of natural erosion, led some to speculate that it could be a crashed UFO that had been intact on the seabed for thousands of years. The resemblance to classic depictions of flying saucers, along with reports of electrical equipment failing when approaching the site, only fueled the idea that something very unusual was resting on the seabed. Despite the enthusiasm, efforts to study the anomaly up close have been difficult. The depth, low temperatures, and harsh conditions of the Baltic Sea make exploration difficult, limiting divers' ability to examine the structure closely. The team that discovered the anomaly, led by Peter Lindbergh and Dennis Osberg, attempted further research, but their findings were inconclusive. One of the most puzzling aspects of the anomaly is that it appears to be covered by a layer of what some believe is burned material, almost as if it had been exposed to extreme heat before ending up on the seabed. Some researchers claim that fragments from the site contain unusual mineral compositions, unlike typical underwater rock formations. However, these findings are controversial, and many scientists argue that the anomaly is simply an unusual natural formation, possibly from glacial activity or volcanic processes. Adding to the mystery, there are reports that electronic devices stop working when they get near the anomaly. Some divers have claimed that their sonar equipment and cameras malfunctioned inexplicably and only returned to normal once they moved from the site. This phenomenon has been cited by believers as further evidence that the object is not a simple rock formation, although skeptics suggest that the disturbances could be caused by high levels of magnetism or mineral deposits that interfere with the instruments. One theory suggests that the anomaly could be the remains of a prehistoric structure, possibly built by an unknown civilization before being submerged by rising sea levels thousands of years prior. If true, it would mean that the Baltic Sea may have been home to a lost civilization, which left ruins now hidden beneath the waves. But without excavation, proving this theory remains nearly impossible. Another theory is that the Baltic Sea anomaly is a remnant of World War II, possibly an experimental military structure, a sunken warship, or even a forgotten piece of technology from wartime operations. The Baltic was a key region in the war, and many wrecks still lie on the ocean floor, waiting to be rediscovered. However, there are no official military records referencing anything resembling the anomaly, and no known war remains match its size or shape. To date, the Baltic Sea anomaly remains unexplained. Whether it's a natural geological oddity, an ancient ruin, or something stranger, its existence challenges our understanding of what lies beneath the ocean surface. Despite multiple expeditions and scientific studies, no definitive conclusion has been reached. The Baltic Sea anomaly remains one of the most puzzling underwater discoveries of recent times, a strange disc-shaped formation that lies beneath the waves and defies any simple explanation. Whether it's a natural geological formation, a remnant of a lost civilization, or something stranger, its presence challenges what we know about what lies beneath the ocean surface. But not all underwater mysteries are lost in the sea's depths. Some are much closer to home, resting beneath lakes, where they have remained hidden for thousands of years, waiting for someone to stumble upon them. One of these mysteries lies beneath the waters of Rock Lake, a tranquil body of water in Wisconsin, in the United States. Unlike the ancient pyramids of Egypt or the imposing stone temples of Mesoamerica, these structures are hidden from view, their shapes shrouded beneath murky waters. Known as the Rock Lake Pyramids, these submerged formations have fascinated divers, historians, and researchers alike, and many believe they could be evidence of a forgotten ancient civilization that prospered in North America long before historical record. Rock Lake, near the city of Lake Mills in Wisconsin, is an unassuming place at first glance, a tranquil freshwater lake surrounded by forests and hills. But beneath its surface, something unusual was discovered. Large, man-made stone structures that appear to be arranged in such a way as to suggest they were once part of a larger settlement or complex. According to early diving reports, these formations resemble pyramids, some up to 55 meters high, with sloping sides and flat tops, eerily similar to pyramids found in other ancient cultures around the world. The first claims about these structures date back centuries. Legends from the Native Americans of the region tell stories of a sunken city beneath the lake, a place that once stood on dry land before being engulfed by the waters. Some indigenous oral traditions suggest that the lake was once home to a great civilization that mysteriously disappeared, leaving behind only its submerged ruins. For years, these stories were dismissed as folklore until, in the 20th century, modern divers began reporting the existence of actual rock formations beneath the lake surface. The first serious explorations of the rock lake pyramids began in the 1930s, when fishermen and boaters claimed to have seen unusual rock formations beneath the clear waters. But it wasn't until the 1960s and 1970s that divers and sonar scanners confirmed that there were indeed large geometric structures on the lake bed. Some reports even suggested that there were at least 10 pyramidal formations, some arranged in such a way as to suggest deliberate construction rather than natural rock formations. The discovery quickly sparked speculation. If these structures were artificial, who built them and how old were they? Some researchers believe that the Rock Lake Pyramids could be related to the ancient Mississippian culture, a pre-Columbian civilization that flourished in the eastern United States between 800 and 1600 A.D.C. The Mississippians were known for their enormous earth mounds, which often took pyramidal shapes with flat tops where temples or important buildings were built. Could the structures beneath Rock Lake be the remains of a Mississippian city that was later flooded? Others propose an even older origin for the pyramids. Some theories suggest that they could date back to the end of the last ice age, over 10,000 years ago, when melting glaciers caused a dramatic rise in water levels, submerging settlements that were previously on dry land. If this is the case, the Rock Lake Pyramids will become one of the oldest known human structures in North America, possibly older than the pyramids of Egypt. However, skeptics argue that the formations are natural rock outcroppings shaped by glacial activity, not by human hands. They point out that although sonar scanners and diving reports suggest pyramidal shapes, no definitive archaeological evidence, such as artifacts, tools, or engravings, has been recovered to prove that these are deliberately constructed structures. Without this evidence, the Rock Lake Pyramids remain in a gray area between history and legend, their true nature yet to be confirmed. Adding to the mystery, some researchers believe that the Rock Lake Pyramids could be related to the nearby Aztalan State Park, the site of an ancient Native American city that once thrived in what is now Wisconsin. Aztalan housed large flat-topped earth mounds similar in shape to the pyramidal structures that have been found beneath Rock Lake. Some speculate that the inhabitants of Aztalan may have built similar structures near the lake, which eventually became submerged beneath the waters. One of the most intriguing aspects of the Rock Lake Pyramids is their alignment. Some researchers claim that the structures are situated in such a way to suggest astronomical significance, possibly aligning with solstices or other celestial events. This would indicate a high level of planning and knowledge of the stars, like other ancient cultures and pyramid builders around the world. Despite multiple explorations, the true origin and purpose of the Rock Lake Pyramids remain unknown. The murky waters of the lake, along with changing sediments and the growth of underwater plants, have made long-term studies difficult. Some divers have reported poor visibility, making it hard to obtain clear images or accurate measurements of the structures. But one thing is certain: the Rock Lake Pyramids continue to captivate those who seek to discover the forgotten history of North America. Whether they are the remains of an ancient advanced civilization or simply a natural geological formation mistaken for something more, they add to the growing body of evidence suggesting that the pre-Columbian history of America is far richer and more complex than we thought. The Rock Lake Pyramids are a disturbing reminder that history is often hidden beneath the surface, sometimes quite literally. Whether they are the remains of a lost civilization or a geological formation mimicking human constructions, their presence raises fascinating questions about the past. Were there ever prosperous societies in North America prior to written history, which only left behind submerged ruins? Or are we simply seeing what we want to see in the murky waters of Rock Lake? Until new research reveals definitive answers, the mystery remains unresolved. However, not all lost stories lie underwater. Some are buried in the earth itself, waiting for someone to dig deeper. In the heart of the Amazon rainforest, which has long been believed to be a virgin desert, a discovery has been made that is forcing archaeologists to rethink everything they believed about the region. This is the mystery of Amazonian black earth, an artificial and fertile soil suggesting that the ancient Amazon was not a wild and uninhabited jungle, but the home of large and complex civilizations capable of environmental engineering on a scale that we are only beginning to understand. For centuries, the Amazon rainforest was considered inhospitable to large human settlement. The natural soil of the region is known for its poverty in nutrients, which makes traditional agriculture difficult. The first European explorers dismissed the indigenous groups they encountered as small and isolated tribes, assuming that the rainforest had never harbored advanced civilizations. According to conventional thinking, the Amazon was a place where nature reigned and human impact had always been minimal. But this assumption began to crumble with the discovery of Amazonian black earth, also known as terra preta, a strange and unusually fertile soil scattered throughout the rainforest. Unlike the natural soil of the Amazon, which is thin and quickly depleted, the terra preta is rich in nutrients, retains moisture, and can sustain intensive agriculture for centuries without degrading. Even more surprising is that this soil is not natural, but was created by the ancient inhabitants of the Amazon thousands of years ago. The existence of the terra preta was first discovered by European explorers in the 19th century, who observed patches of mysteriously fertile soil in certain areas of the rainforest. These pockets of dark, almost black earth resembled nothing found in the surrounding landscape. Later, scientists discovered that the terra preta contains a high concentration of charcoal, ceramic fragments, bones, and organic matter. All of this indicates that it was deliberately created through a process of soil enrichment. But why would the ancient Amazonians need to create their own soil? The answer is simple: to sustain large populations. The presence of the terra preta suggests that, far from being a virgin jungle, the Amazon may once have been home to thriving, organized societies that practiced large-scale agriculture. If this is true, it would mean that the rainforest as we know it today is not entirely natural, but is, in a way, an artificial landscape shaped by the hand of man for thousands of years. Researchers have found evidence that the terra preta was created by slowly adding organic materials to the soil over generations. The ancient inhabitants of the Amazon likely burned plant material and waste, mixing the resulting charcoal with food scraps, bones, and other organic matter. This process not only enriched the soil, but also made it capable of retaining nutrients and water, allowing crops to grow in areas where it otherwise would have been impossible. Unlike modern agricultural practices, which strip nutrients from the land, the terra preta improves over time, becoming more fertile over the centuries. The implications of this discovery are revolutionary. If the ancient Amazonians were able to manipulate their environment to such an extent, then the traditional view of the Amazon as a wild and sparsely populated jungle must be reconsidered. Some researchers now believe that millions of people may have lived in the Amazon, organizing themselves into large and complex societies that built massive settlements, managed vast agricultural fields, and left behind a landscape that was far from natural. This theory is supported by the recent discovery of lost cities buried under the rainforest, revealed thanks to LiDAR technology, which uses lasers to scan under the canopy of the trees. These scanners have discovered vast networks of roads, canals, and geometric structures, suggesting that the Amazon may have been home to civilizations as advanced as those of Mesoamerica and the Andes. But if these civilizations existed, what happened to them? Why do we see so little evidence of their presence today? Some historians believe that European diseases brought by the first explorers in the 16th century may have wiped out 90% of the indigenous population, causing the collapse of entire societies. With their numbers reduced, many of their settlements were quickly reclaimed by the rainforest, leaving little more than scattered ruins and the enduring footprint of the terra preta. The story of the Amazonian dark earth also raises broader questions about the human impact on the environment. While modern deforestation is often considered a recent ecological disaster, the terra preta suggests that the ancient Amazonians were able to alter their environment in a sustainable way, creating an agricultural system that enriched the land instead of depleting it. Some scientists now believe that understanding how the Terra Preta was created could provide insights into modern sustainable agricultural practices, offering a possible solution to soil depletion and deforestation. Despite all the research, many aspects of the Terra Preta remain a mystery. How did the ancients discover this process? Was it developed intentionally, or did it evolve over time through trial and error? What scope did this practice have? Could there be other forgotten agricultural techniques still waiting in the depths of the tropical jungle to be discovered? What is clear is that Amazonian black earth is not just a scientific curiosity. It is the proof of a lost world, a civilization that prospered in the same place where we once thought that civilization could never exist. Like the pyramids of Lake Rock, the Baltic Sea anomaly, and the Brazilian geoglyphs. It forces us to reconsider the past, to question ingrained assumptions, and to ask ourselves what other secrets are still hidden under the trees, waiting to be discovered. The Amazon may seem like a virgin jungle, but under the surface are traces of something far older and more complex. If the ancient peoples of the Amazon were capable of terraforming their environment, creating sustainable ecosystems that lasted thousands of years, what else could they achieve? What knowledge was lost when their civilizations disappeared? Could their forgotten wisdom help us rethink the way we interact with the Earth today? Until more is discovered, Terra Preta remains one of the biggest clues about a lost world. A sign that, deep in the tropical jungle, the past still endures, hidden in ground, waiting to be understood. Throughout history, there have been artifacts that seem to hint at knowledge beyond their time, objects that do not quite fit our understanding of the past. Some of them have been dismissed as mere curiosities, while others continue to spark debates about what ancient civilizations really knew. One of these artifacts was discovered in Egypt, hidden in the sands of Saqqara, where a strange wooden figurine was unearthed, an object that some believe could be proof of the first flights thousands of years before human aviation was even conceived. This mysterious object, known as the Saqqara bird, was discovered in 1898 during the excavation of a tomb in Saqqara, an ancient necropolis near Cairo, Egypt. At first glance, it seemed to be nothing more than a small wooden carving about 18 centimeters long, with an elegantly curved body and wings. It was assumed to be another bird figurine, perhaps a ceremonial offering or a symbolic representation of one of Egypt's many sacred animals. However, when researchers began to examine it more closely, they noticed something peculiar in its design. Unlike the typical bird carvings of the time, the bird of Saqqara had a straight and upright tail that resembled the vertical stabilizers of modern airplanes, instead of the fan-shaped tail of a real bird. In addition, the wings were flat and placed in a way that seemed more aerodynamic than decorative, almost as if the object had been designed to glide through the air instead of simply representing a living being. This led to a shocking question. Could the ancient Egyptians have understood flight principles long before history suggests? Could they have experimented with aerodynamics and gliding mechanisms long before the Wright brothers first soared into the sky? Some researchers believe that the Saqqara bird could have been more than just a simple symbolic carving. They argue that it could have been an ancient model of one of the first flying machines, possibly a prototype used to study how objects move through the air. If this were true, it would suggest that the Egyptians had at least some knowledge of aerodynamics, a field of study that would not officially emerge until thousands of years later. To test this theory, experts in modern aerodynamics have built scale replicas of the Saqqara bird, modifying it with light materials and small adjustments to see if it could really fly. The results have been surprisingly promising with slight modifications. The replica was able to glide, suggesting that the original artifact could have been designed with its functionality in mind, not just its aesthetics. But if the Saqqara bird was destined to fly, what was its true purpose? Was it simply a toy for children, an early attempt to fly, or something completely different? Some theorists suggest that the object could be a representation of a much larger flying device, one that the ancient Egyptians could have actually built. They rely on descriptions found in Egyptian texts that speak of ships that sailed through the skies, stories that have often been dismissed as mythology. But could they be references to a real technology that has been lost since then? A more conservative theory is that the Saqqara bird was simply a ritual object, possibly related to the Egyptian god Horus, often represented as a falcon. In Egyptian mythology, Horus was associated with the sky and flight, and his symbolism was deeply rooted in their spiritual beliefs. Some researchers argue that the Saqqara bird was probably a ceremonial offering designed to represent Horus and his ability to fly between the world of the living and the dead. Another theory suggests that the object could have been used as part of funerary practices. Some believe that it could have been placed in a tomb to symbolize the soul of the deceased flying to the afterlife, a concept deeply rooted in Egyptian beliefs about the journey beyond death. Skeptics argue that, despite its aerodynamic shape, the Saqqara bird does not have the design characteristics necessary to function as a true flying machine. It lacks control surfaces such as ailerons, flaps, or an engine, which means that even if it were launched into the air, it could only glide a short distance before falling to the ground. They also point out that many other similar bird figurines have been found in Egypt without any evidence that they were intended for flight. However, despite these explanations, the mystery persists. If the Saqqara bird was simply a symbolic carving, why does it look more like modern gliders than real birds? Was it an attempt at primitive aerodynamics, a lost technology, or simply an oddly shaped artifact that looks familiar to modern eyes? Whether it was a simple offering to the gods, a children's toy, or something more advanced, perhaps a small-scale model of a lost experiment in the early days of aviation, its mere existence reminds us that ancient civilizations could have understood much more than we believe. However, while some mysteries are found in the sands of the desert, others are hidden under the waves, where entire cities lie forgotten at sea. The lost city of Pavlopetri is located off the southern coast of Laconia, Greece, submerged under a shallow bay where the crystal-clear waters make it hauntingly visible from above. Discovered in 1967 by British oceanographer Nicholas Fleming, Pavlopetri was quickly identified as something extraordinary. A city so well preserved that you can still trace its complete layout with streets, patios, and even buildings clearly distinguishable under the waves. Unlike other submerged ruins worn away by time and currents, Pavlopetri remains intact, frozen in time like an ancient map of a world that once prospered, dating back to at least 2800 BC. It predates classical Greece by thousands of years, meaning it existed when the Minoic and Minoan civilizations were just beginning to emerge. What makes Pavlopetri so fascinating is that it appears to have been a highly developed urban center. Unlike other prehistoric settlements, which often consisted of simple huts or poorly organized dwellings, Pavlopetri has a complex, carefully planned layout. Researchers have identified stone paths, two-story houses, patios, and even evidence of an ancient drainage system, suggesting that the inhabitants of this place knew about urban planning long before it was widespread in other parts of the world. Some dwellings have separate rooms, indicating that families had designated spaces to live, an idea that would later become a cornerstone of modern urban design. Perhaps even more intriguing is that Pavlopetri had a central market where trade and business likely flourished. This suggests that it was not just a small fishing village, but an important economic center, possibly dedicated to maritime trade with the Minoans of Crete or even more distant civilizations. The most important question about Pavlopetri is also the simplest. What happened to it? How is it possible that a city that was once full of life ended up at the bottom of the sea? The most likely explanation is that earthquakes and rising sea levels gradually submerged Pavlopetri over time. Located in a tectonically active region, Greece has suffered numerous earthquakes throughout its history, and it is believed that seismic activity and coastal erosion caused the slow but inevitable sinking of the city. Some researchers believe that a series of catastrophic earthquakes may have struck the region, causing the land to suddenly sink and allowing seawater to flood the city. Others suggest a more gradual process in which sea level rose steadily over the centuries until Pavlopetri was finally engulfed by the waves. Although the city itself has been remarkably well preserved, very little is known about the people who live there. No human remains have been found at the site, leading some researchers to speculate that the inhabitants had time to evacuate before the city was submerged. If this is true, even more questions arise. Where did they go? Did they rebuild elsewhere? And did they leave any written record that could one day tell us more about their history? What we do know is that the inhabitants of Pavlo-Petri were skilled builders, merchants, and possibly even early sailors. The city's location along the Mediterranean trade routes suggests that it may have been involved in long-distance trade, exchanging goods with other ancient civilizations across the Aegean and beyond. Among the artifacts recovered from the site are ceramics, tools, and household utensils, many of which resemble those found in the early settlements of Minoan and Mycenaean. This has led some historians to believe that Pavlo-Petri may have been an important cultural bridge between mainland Greece and Crete, influencing the emergence of later civilizations. Unlike many lost cities that remain inaccessible in the depths of the ocean, Pavlo-Petri is relatively accessible due to its shallow depth, making it one of the most studied underwater cities. Modern technology, including 3D mapping and underwater drones, has allowed archaeologists to create detailed reconstructions of the city, helping us visualize what it once looked like above water. However, the site is also extremely fragile. Being so close to the coast, it is vulnerable to erosion, pollution, and even modern nautical activity, which threatens to disrupt its delicate remains. Efforts are underway to protect Pavlo-Petri from further damage, ensuring its preservation for future generations to study. The lost city of Pavlo-Petri is a rare vision of the distant past, an era in which the first civilizations were beginning to master urban planning, trade, and maritime exploration. Unlike mythical cities like Atlantis, Pavlo-Petri is real, a city that thrived thousands of years ago before being engulfed by the sea. Its well-preserved streets, houses, and market give clues to a civilization much more advanced than previously thought, demonstrating that even in prehistoric times human beings mastered urban planning, trade, and maritime travel. Not all mysteries lie under the ocean. However, some are carved into the rock of the earth, engraved in symbols that defied any easy explanation. Deep in the forests of the central coast of Australia, a series of rare ancient inscriptions has unleashed controversy, speculation, and mystery. Known as the Gosford glyphs, these marks appear to resemble Egyptian hieroglyphs, a discovery that has fueled theories about transoceanic contact between Egypt and Australia in antiquity. If they are authentic, they would rewrite history as we know it, challenging the belief that early civilizations remained isolated from each other. But are these carvings really the work of the ancient Egyptians? Or is there a simpler explanation hidden beneath the layers of mystery? The Gosford glyphs are located in Carryong, New South Wales, nestled among towering sandstone formations in an area rich in Aboriginal history. The site itself is remote, hidden in a dense forest where time-eroded rocks house a collection of more than 300 engravings. The large number of symbols, along with their resemblance to Egyptian writing, has led many to believe that they are proof of the presence of the ancient Egyptians in Australia thousands of years before written history suggested such a possibility. The glyphs first came to attention in the 1970s, when reports of strange inscriptions on the rock began to circulate. At first, they were dismissed as modern graffiti carved by early European settlers or even contemporary pranksters. However, as researchers began to study them more closely, the details became harder to ignore. The symbols appear to have an undeniable similarity to Egyptian hieroglyphs, some of which match known characters from the Old Kingdom of Egypt, dating back more than 4,000 years. This unleashed an explosion of theories. Some researchers and alternative historians suggested that the glyphs could be proof that ancient Egyptian sailors arrived on the coast of Australia long before Europeans set foot there. According to this theory, an Egyptian expedition could have been diverted from its course and landed in Australia by accident, or perhaps even deliberately exploring new lands across the sea. The defenders of this idea point to the intricate details of the engravings, claiming that their arrangement and wording resemble authentic Egyptian writing, rather than the work of an amateur forger. One of the most fascinating claims about the Gosford glyphs comes from independent researchers who argue that the inscriptions tell a coherent story. The story of two Egyptian princes who were shipwrecked on the Australian coast. According to this interpretation, the glyphs describe how one of the princes died in a foreign land, while the other carved the inscriptions as a record of his journey. If this were true, it would suggest that the Egyptians had mastered long-distance sea travel far beyond what conventional historians believe. However, skepticism surrounding the glyphs is as strong as the claims supporting their authenticity. The most recognized Egyptologists and archaeologists have mostly dismissed the engravings as a hoax, arguing that they contain incorrect or incoherent hieroglyphs that do not correspond to real ancient Egyptian writing. While some symbols seem authentic, others seem out of place, mixing styles from different periods of Egyptian history in a way that real scribes would not have used. Furthermore, there is no archaeological evidence to support the presence of ancient Egyptians in Australia. There are no Egyptian artifacts, no settlements, no records of such an expedition in known Egyptian historical texts. If a ship of Egyptian sailors had really arrived in Australia, why is there no physical evidence of their presence beyond these hieroglyphs? Without additional discoveries to support it, the hieroglyphs remain an anomaly that still cannot be definitively proven or refuted. An alternative explanation is that the hieroglyphs were carved by travelers or soldiers from the early 20th century, possibly those who had visited Egypt and were familiar with its writing system. Some have suggested that they could be the work of Australian soldiers stationed in Egypt during the First World War, and that upon returning home, they carved the symbols as an elaborate joke or historical tribute. Since Australia had strong ties with Egypt in the early 20th century, this theory is not entirely implausible. Another possibility is that the glyphs were created as a teaching tool by an Egyptologist or antiquity enthusiast, someone who was trying to practice hieroglyphic writing in the remote Australian wilderness. If so, the site may have initially been nothing more than a private study place that, over time, acquired an air of mystery with the passage of time. To add more intrigue, local Aboriginal communities have their own opinions about the place. Some Aboriginal elders dismiss the engravings as a modern forgery, while others believe they may have been created as part of an older cultural exchange, possibly related to ancient migrations that predate known history. Although there is no direct evidence of contact between Egyptians and Australian Aborigines, indigenous oral stories sometimes speak of foreign visitors who came from distant lands in a remote past, an idea that, although speculative, keeps the debate alive. Despite decades of research, the Gosford glyphs remain one of Australia's most enduring archaeological mysteries, an anomaly engraved in stone, whispering of a past that does not quite fit into the accepted chronology of history. Whether carved by ancient Egyptians, early explorers, or modern hands, their mere existence forces us to question how much we really understand about history. But not all mysteries are engraved in rock. Some are much more tangible, physical remains of something unknown, something that cannot be dismissed as a mere misinterpretation or forgery. One of these mysteries is not found in stone, but in bones. Discovered in Mexico, the Star Child skull is one of the strangest and most controversial humanoid skulls ever found, with its very unusual shape, thinner bone structure, and enlarged skull. It has fueled decades of speculation. Some believe it is the result of a rare genetic mutation. Others insist it is something much deeper, evidence of a lost lineage, a hybrid species, or even something extraterrestrial. The story of the Star Child skull begins in the 1930s, when an American teenager stumbled upon a pair of skeletal remains in a remote cave in Mexico. Among them was a normal-looking human skeleton, but next to it lay something completely different, a strange, deformed skull that did not resemble any known human form. It was smaller, lighter, and strikingly different from any skull recorded until then. Reportedly, the young woman took the skull to the United States, where it remained in private hands for decades before reappearing in the 1990s, when paranormal researcher Lloyd Pye began investigating its origins. From the moment it was examined, the skull defied all explanation. It was significantly lighter than a normal human skull, but its bones were much denser and stronger. The cranial capacity was almost 50% greater than that of a normal human, meaning it would have housed a brain much larger than that of any known Homo sapiens. The eye sockets were much shallower and wider, and lacked the deep circular orbits found in human skulls. It also had no visible frontal sinuses, an anomaly that set it apart from any known human variation. At first, skeptics suggested that the skull was simply an example of cranial deformation, a practice used in many ancient cultures to reshape skulls by bandaging the head. But this explanation did not hold up under closer examination. Artificial cranial deformation can change the shape of the skull, but does not alter the thickness of the bone, the symmetry of the skull, or the size of the brain cavity, all of which were radically different in the Starchild skull. This led some to propose that the skull was the result of a rare genetic disorder, possibly hydrocephalus, a condition that causes fluid to build up in the brain and leads to an enlargement of the head. However, hydrocephalus usually results in a weak and fragile bone structure, and not the incredibly dense and lightweight material found in the Starchild skull. Nor does it explain the shape of the eye sockets, the absence of paranasal sinuses, or other peculiar anatomical differences. To approach an answer, the researchers conducted DNA tests on the skull. The initial results confirmed that the skull contained human DNA, but with anomalies that were difficult to explain. The nuclear DNA, inherited from both parents, was particularly unusual, with sections that did not match any known human genetic marker. Some researchers suggested that this could indicate that the skull belonged to a previously unknown humanoid species, possibly an ancient branch of Homo sapiens, or even a hybrid between two hominid lineages. But, for others, the results suggested something even stranger. Some theorists have suggested that the genetic anomalies indicate that the Starchild skull is not entirely human. They propose that it could be the remains of an extraterrestrial being or a hybrid between humans and some unknown species. This idea gained followers in UFO research communities, where the skull was cited as possible proof of past extraterrestrial contact with Earth. However, conventional scientists remain deeply skeptical of such claims. They argue that, although the skull is undoubtedly unusual, there is no definitive evidence to suggest that it is anything other than an extreme variation of human anatomy. They also point out that contamination, degradation, or incomplete genetic data could explain some of the anomalies found in the DNA analysis, and that without more evidence, no extraordinary conclusions can be drawn. Despite this, the Starchild skull continues to divide opinions. Attempts have been made to carry out deeper genetic sequencing, but funding problems and disputes over ownership have paralyzed the analysis. Many questions still remain unanswered. If the skull is simply an unusual human deformity, why does it possess so many traits that have never been observed in any known genetic disorder? If it is the result of a lost or unknown hominid species, why has no other evidence of such species been found? And if it really is something more, something that goes beyond our current understanding, what might that mean for the history of human evolution? While the Starchild skull is a biological anomaly, there are other objects, seemingly normal at first glance, that defy explanation in a different way. Some artifacts have been unearthed in places where they should not exist, encased in ancient rocks or fossilized material, appearing to be much older than they should be. One of these objects was found in 1961, buried in a rock layer believed to be 500,000 years old. It would have been an exciting discovery on its own, but there was something very strange about it. It was not a bone, fossil, or even a primitive tool. It was a modern mechanical object embedded within an ancient stone. This is the mystery of the Coso artifact. The story begins in the small town of Alantia, California, where three amateur rock collectors, Mike Mell, Wallace Lane, and Virginia Maxey, were looking for geodes in the Coso Mountains. Geodes are hollow rocks coated with crystals that are commonly found throughout the region. The collectors gathered several promising stones and took them home to cut, hoping to find formations of bright quartz inside. But when Michael cut one of the geodes, the saw blade broke. Instead of hollow crystal, the rock contained something metallic, something that should not have been inside a naturally formed geode. By carefully removing the outer layers of the stone, the three discovered what appeared to be a mechanical device, a small metallic object of intricate structure completely fitted in solid rock. In its center was a cylindrical metal core, surrounded by what appeared to be a ceramic or porcelain-like material. A more detailed examination revealed the presence of a hexagonal metal casing that resembled the casing of a modern spark plug. X-rays and analyses showed that the object had a symmetrical and precise internal structure, with metal rods and a spring-like coil visible beneath the surface. To the amazement of the discoverers, it bore an undeniable resemblance to a piece of manufactured machinery. But here was the problem. According to geologists, the surrounding rock was at least 500,000 years old. If the artifact had really been embedded in the stone for so long, that would mean that it had been manufactured hundreds of thousands of years before the first known human civilization. This, of course, was impossible, at least according to everything we know about history. As news of the discovery spread, theories began to emerge. Some speculated that the artifact was evidence of a lost civilization that existed long before recorded history, capable of producing sophisticated technology. Others went even further and suggested that the object could be an extraterrestrial artifact, possibly a piece of machinery abandoned by an ancient alien presence on Earth. However, the more skeptical explanations were less dramatic. Some researchers argue that the object was simply a modern spark plug that had accidentally become embedded in a concretion of hardened minerals over time. Supporters of this theory pointed out that the object closely resembled a champion spark plug from the 1920s, commonly used in early automobiles and mining equipment. If true, this would suggest that the artifact had simply become encased in a hardened sedimentary formation for decades, rather than actually being millions of years old. However, those who examined the artifact firsthand were not convinced by the explanation. They argued that the surrounding rock was too old and solid to have formed around such a recent object. Unlike simple mineral deposits, which can enclose objects in short periods, this was a fully fossilized formation, supposedly dating back to a time when humans should not have existed, let alone machines. The case became even more mysterious when the artifact disappeared. After being studied and X-rayed, the Koso artifact was never officially placed in a museum or research institution. Apparently, it vanished, leaving only photographs, reports, and the testimonies of those who had seen it. Without the original artifact available to perform more tests, no definitive conclusion could be reached. Skeptics argue that the Koso artifact is nothing more than a case of erroneous dating, a modern object that was embedded in sediments and that was subsequently confused with something much older. But believers argue that this explanation does not take into account the precision of the X-ray results and the alleged geological tests, along with the strange circumstances surrounding the artifact's disappearance. If the artifact was really 500,000 years old, it would change everything that we know of human history. It would suggest that an unknown civilization existed on Earth long before we currently believe, or that something or someone was manufacturing technology on this planet long before humanity was capable of doing so. The Koso artifact is one of those rare discoveries that challenge the very foundations of history. If it was really embedded in a 500,000-year-old rock, it would rewrite everything we know about human civilization and technological advancement. But without it available for study, it remains one of the strangest unsolved enigmas in history. An object that simply should not exist. Whether it's a lost piece of ancient technology, a misplaced modern spark plug, or something stranger, its disappearance has only added to the mystery. And while some artifacts are so small that they fit in your hand, others are much larger. Entire structures buried under the earth, waiting to be rediscovered. Some of the most puzzling mysteries are not lost relics, but entire underground worlds excavated with such precision and scale that their existence defies logic. One of these mysteries lies deep in the hills of Xinjiang province, in China. It is a vast underground complex with no historical record, no inscriptions, and no explanation of how or why it was built. These are the Lanyu Caves, a network of huge hand-carved caverns, so perfectly constructed that they seem almost modern in their precision. But the mystery does not lie only in its scale. It is about its complete absence in historical records. There are no writings, no stories, no plans. It is as if they appeared from nowhere, without any civilization claiming to have built them. The Lanyu Caves were first discovered in 1992 when a group of villagers decided to explore a local legend. For centuries, it had been believed that the small ponds scattered throughout the area were bottomless. No matter how much water was taken from them, they never seemed to dry. Curious to check, the villagers began pumping water from one of the ponds, hoping to find a natural cavern underneath. But what they discovered was far more surprising. As the water level dropped, a huge chamber was revealed. A perfectly carved underground cavern with smooth walls, high ceilings, and intricate geometric patterns carved into the stone. More bottomless ponds were soon drained, revealing an entire network of huge underground rooms, all connected by a maze of corridors and tunnels. The scale of the Lanyu Caves is almost unimaginable. To date, at least 24 distinct caves have been found, covering an area of more than 30,000 m, 320,000 square feet. Some of the caves reach heights of almost 100 feet. Its walls are perfectly smooth, as if they had been carved with modern machinery. Unlike natural cave systems, which are formed over millions of years by erosion, these caverns show no signs of natural formation. They have clearly been excavated by human hands. But this is where the mystery intensifies. There are no historical records mentioning their construction. No tools have been found. No remains of the excavation have been discovered. If ancient workers excavated these immense chambers, where did the extracted stone go? The enormous amount of material that would have been extracted, millions of cubic meters of rock, should have left some trace somewhere. But there is none. Archaeologists estimate that the caves were built at least 2,000 years ago, possibly during the Qin dynasty, between 221 and 206 BC, or even before. But even this is just speculation, as there are no inscriptions, marks, or cultural references that explain who created them. In a country with such an extensive and well-documented history, it is disconcerting that something of this magnitude was built and then completely forgotten. Adding to this enigma are the intricate patterns carved on the walls. These repeated parallel marks cover the entire surface of the caves, suggesting a deliberate artistic or symbolic meaning. Some researchers have suggested that they could be decorative, while others believe that they could have been functional, possibly serving as a form of structural reinforcement. But without any written record, their purpose remains a mystery. How could such an enormous construction project have been carried out without leaving a trace in historical records? Some researchers theorize that the caves could be a forgotten military installation, an underground city, or even a sacred complex for secret rituals. Others suggest that they could be part of a vast lost civilization, which disappeared before written history began. One of the most controversial theories is that the Lanyu Caves were created using lost advanced technology, perhaps a stone-cutting method more advanced than believed possible for ancient civilizations. The precision of the caves, the smoothness of the walls, and the total absence of tool marks that would be expected from hand chiseling have led some to suggest that they could have been built using techniques that have been lost over time. Despite exhaustive explorations, no signs of habitability, furniture, or tools have been found inside the caves. There are no campfires, storage areas, or indications that people actually lived in these caverns. If they were used as dwellings for religious purposes or military defense, there should be some trace of human activity, but there is nothing. It is as if the caves were excavated for a purpose that remains completely unknown. Adding to the intrigue is the remarkable stability of these structures. Despite being thousands of years old, the caves show no signs of collapse, despite lacking visible support pillars. The weight of the rock covering them should have caused at least some structural failure over time. However, they remain perfectly intact. Another proof of the skill and knowledge of their unknown builders. Efforts to solve the mystery of the Long U caves continue, with geological and archaeological teams working to discover more about their origins. But so far, no definitive answers have emerged, as there are no historical documents, inscriptions, or physical evidence of their purpose. The caves remain one of the most enigmatic archaeological wonders of China. The Long U caves remain one of the greatest underground mysteries in history. They are vast hand-excavated chambers with no historical records, no evidence of builders, and no clear explanation for their existence. The enormous scale of the caves, the precision of their construction, and the total absence of debris or tools defy conventional understanding. Would they have forgotten military fortress, a sacred place, or something even stranger? Until more answers are discovered, the Long U caves will remain an enigma. One of those places that remind us that the past is much more mysterious than we usually assume. Some mysteries are not just about lost civilizations or inexplicable architecture. However, some originate in stories passed down from generation to generation. Tales of beings who once walked among us, being so different from everything we know today that their very existence is questioned. One of these legends comes from the Paiute people of North America, who spoke of a race of red-haired giants, a group of gigantic humanoids who were said to roam the earth long before historical records existed. Their story would have remained just that, a myth, a legend, if not for an extraordinary discovery in the Lovelock Cave in Nevada. The Lovelock Cave is a desolate cavity in northern Nevada, hidden among arid hills and a dusty landscape near the Great Basin Desert. At first glance, it looks like a common cave, but its history is anything but common. According to the oral tradition of the Paiute, long before the European settlers arrived, their ancestors waged a war against a race of red-haired giant beings known as the Satika. These giants, said to measure more than 10 meters, were fierce warriors who lived in the region and often attacked the Paiute settlements, capturing and devouring their inhabitants. After years of conflict, the Paiute trapped the remaining Sataka in the Lovelock Cave, set fire to the entrance, and left them to die inside. For centuries, this story was transmitted orally, a chilling story that was passed down from generation to generation. But in 1911, some miners digging for bat guano in the Lovelock Cave came across something unexpected. Human remains, huge skulls, and artifacts unlike anything they had seen before. Excavations carried out over the following decades revealed a wide variety of ancient artifacts, including woven sandals, fishing tools, and weapons, many of them much larger than would be expected of normal-sized human beings. Even more surprising were the skeletal remains, some of which reportedly belonged to individuals of extraordinary height. The miners and early researchers who discovered the remains claimed that some of the skulls were significantly larger than those of modern humans, with jaws so huge they could cover the face of a normal-sized person. Even more intriguing, some of the skulls reportedly had remnants of red hair, a strange detail given that the Native American populations of the region are not known for this trait. This discovery unleashed an immediate controversy. Some researchers saw the finding as possible evidence that giants may have roamed North America, lending credibility to the legends of the Paiute. Others dismissed the idea completely, suggesting that the remains had been exaggerated or misinterpreted, and that the individuals found were simply tall members of an ancient indigenous group. The official archaeological explanation is that the Lovelock Cave was inhabited by the northern Paiute people about 2,000 years ago, serving as a refuge and warehouse for their community. It is believed that the artifacts and remains found in the cave are from normal human beings, despite claims that some of the bones were much larger than normal. Over time, as researchers examined the findings more closely, many original reports of red-haired giants began to fade into legend, with no definitive evidence that the Satika had existed. But some aspects of the story refuse to disappear. Skeptics point out that some remains and larger artifacts appear to have disappeared, with claims that early discoveries were misplaced or deliberately removed from public view. Reports suggest that some of the most compelling evidence of large-sized skeletons was stolen by private collectors or stored, without being able to be examined by conventional science. It is unknown if these claims are true or simply exaggerated, but they have fueled speculation that the truth about the giants of the Lovelock Cave may never be revealed. To add more intrigue, certain artifacts recovered at the site do not match the typical craftsmanship of Native Americans, leading some to believe another culture may have lived in the region before the arrival of the Paiute. Among the most peculiar discoveries are lures woven with remarkable precision, as well as tools that suggest that a group of highly skilled and possibly distinct people occupied the cave in the past. Could the Saitika have been a real ancient group of unusually tall individuals, rather than the 3-meter-tall giants described in legend? Some researchers believe that a race of particularly tall, light-haired people may have once lived in the area, possibly migrants of unknown origins. Others consider the idea that the Paiute legends could be based on encounters with an extinct group of humans, perhaps a lost branch of the first inhabitants of North America, who were larger and more robust than later indigenous groups. There are also those who believe that the story of the Lovelock Cave is part of a much larger mystery, which connects with similar legends from all over the world. Almost all ancient cultures have stories of giants. From a Nephilim of the Bible to the Titans of Greek mythology and the giant skeletons supposedly discovered in various parts of North America, Europe, and Asia. Could these stories be echoes of a forgotten past, in which giant humanoids existed and were exterminated or absorbed by smaller human populations? The giants of the Lovelock Cave remain a disturbing mystery, an ancient legend of red-haired and gigantic beings that, if real, would rewrite the history of North America. While some dismiss the story as myth, others believe early accounts of large skulls and strange artifacts point to something more, something lost in time or deliberately hidden. Whether the Saitika were real giants or simply a mysterious and tall people, their story endures, whispering of a forgotten past. And, regardless of whether the giants of the Lovelock Cave were real or not, the cave itself remains an important archaeological site that offers information about the lives of ancient Native American cultures that once thrived in the region. But for those who believe that the story is much stranger than we think, the Lovelock Cave is one of the many places where reality and myth blur, where the line between legend and history is not as clear as we thought. However, not all discoveries of ancient skeletons speak of beings larger than life. Some point to the opposite, to much smaller human beings than expected, whose mere existence defies conventional anthropology. One of these mysteries arose in Australia, where researchers discovered what appeared to be a 10,000-year-old skeleton of a dwarf being, which did not fit into any known category of ancient humans. Unlike the giants of Lovelock, who were said to be towering figures, this skeleton suggested the presence of a completely different lost lineage. Much smaller, but just as enigmatic. The discovery of the 10,000-year-old dwarf skeleton immediately raised questions. Found in an ancient cemetery, the skeleton was significantly smaller than any known human remains from that period. At first, the researchers assumed that it could belong to a child, but as the excavation progressed, it became clear that the remains belonged to a fully developed adult. However, despite its adult condition, the skeleton was only about 1 meter tall, much smaller than typical humans of the same era. This discovery echoed a similar case on the Indonesian island of Flores, where in 2003 the famous Homo floresiensis, often called Hobbit, was found. The Flores skeletons belonged to a separate species of early humans who measured between 90 and 120 centimeters tall and lived as recently as 50,000 years ago. Could the Australian skeleton represent a similar lost lineage? Or was it an isolated case of an unknown genetic anomaly? The scientists who examined the skeleton were perplexed. The proportions of the bones did not match those of modern pygmies, nor did they resemble any of the known genetic conditions related to dwarfism. The skull was different from both modern humans and archaic human species known until then, with a distinctive shape that suggested that it was not simply a small version of Homo sapiens. This led to the theory that the skeleton could belong to a completely unknown branch of early humans, who lived in Australia thousands of years before the arrival of the Aborigines. If true, this would indicate that human history in Australia is much more complex than previously thought, with multiple migratory waves and possibly the presence of distinct human populations that later disappeared. One of the most controversial theories is that the skeleton belonged to a member of an ancient race of small people, possibly related to other myths and legends around the world. Many indigenous cultures have stories of small people, humanoid beings who lived alongside or before larger human populations. In some traditions, they were considered helpers, while in others they were feared as tricksters or even supernatural beings. Could these stories be based on real encounters with an ancient human species, now extinct? Skeptics, however, argue that the skeleton could simply be an example of pathological dwarfism, a rare genetic condition that affects bone growth. They point out that, although the skeleton is unique, there is no definitive evidence that it belongs to an unknown species. Without additional discoveries of similar remains, it is difficult to determine whether this is a one-off anomaly or part of a larger population yet to be discovered. Another problem is that the remains have not been studied in depth. Like the findings from the Lovelock Cave, reports about the skeleton are fragmentary, and there are few peer-reviewed studies available for public analysis. Some researchers claim that the skeleton was kept in a private collection, preventing further scientific examination. If this is true, the question arises, why has this discovery not received more attention? Is this simply an obscure archaeological find? Or is it something that challenges the dominant narrative in a way that some prefer to ignore? To add more mystery, certain Australian Aboriginal traditions speak of small humanoid beings who lived on the land long before the arrival of modern humans. These beings, sometimes called little spirits or mimi in Aboriginal mythology, are described as tiny, thin, and incredibly old, with some legends claiming they lived in caves or remote areas to avoid contact with larger human populations. Although these stories are typically considered folklore, it is interesting to note how similar they are to myths about small people found in cultures around the world. If the 10,000-year-old dwarf skeleton really belongs to an unknown human species, it would add to the growing evidence that the ancient world was much more diverse than we thought. The discovery of Homo floresiensis in Indonesia showed that, during a great part of prehistory, hominids of small stature coexisted with larger human populations. Could similar groups have lived in Australia, isolated from the rest of the world? If so, then what happened to them? One possibility is that larger human populations gradually displaced or absorbed them. As more technologically advanced human groups arrived, smaller populations may have struggled to compete for resources, eventually becoming extinct or merging with larger human groups, leaving only faint traces of their existence. Another possibility is that these short humans were well adapted to their environment, living in isolation for thousands of years before finally disappearing due to climate change, diseases, or encounters with other human populations. If this is the case, their remains could still be waiting to be discovered, buried in the vast and largely unexplored landscapes of Australia. Despite the mystery, conventional archaeology has largely avoided making bold claims about the skeleton. Without more evidence, the safest conclusion is that it was a rare genetic anomaly or an isolated case of unknown ancestry, and not proof of a lost race of ancient dwarfs. However, until more remains are found and studied, the full story will remain unknown. The 10,000-year-old dwarf skeleton is another discovery that challenges the conventional history of humanity. Whether it represents a lost lineage of short humans, an ancient group adapted to a now-forgotten way of life, or simply a rare anomaly, its existence raises more questions than answers. How many other human-like species once walked the earth, leaving only faint traces of their existence? And if some of these mysteries remain hidden in the ground, what else might be waiting to be discovered? Perhaps in places much further beyond where we would normally think to look. While most ancient enigmas are buried underground, some are found in the deepest and most unexplored places on Earth, the bottom of the ocean. In the vast and dark depths of the sea, where few humans have ventured, strange things have been discovered. Some are natural wonders, while others defy any simple explanation. And then there is the L&N antenna, an object photographed on the bottom of the Antarctic Ocean in 1964 that, to date, remains one of the most puzzling discoveries ever recorded in the deep sea. The story of the L&N antenna begins with a scientific expedition in 1964, when the USNS Eltonin, an advanced research vessel operated by the United States Navy, was mapping the depths of the ocean. The ship was part of an international effort to study the seabed using state-of-the-art sonar and underwater photography to explore areas that had never been seen before. Then, in a region of the Bellingshausen Sea, off the coast of Antarctica, something strange appeared in one of the underwater photographs. On the ocean floor, at a depth of almost 13,000 feet for 1,000 meters, there was an object that did not resemble any known natural formation. The image showed what appeared to be an upright metal structure with a central pole and symmetrical crosses branching out at precise intervals. The object looked remarkably artificial, almost like a radio antenna, with a structured, grid-like design that seemed too precise to be a natural rock formation. At a time when deep-sea exploration was still in its infancy, the discovery was puzzling. What was an object with a structured antenna shape doing on the bottom of the Antarctic Ocean? And if it was artificial, who or what had placed it there? One of the first theories was that the Elton antenna was a piece of lost technology, possibly the remains of a sunken ship, military equipment, or even surveillance technology from the Cold War era. Since the 1960s were a time of intense military tensions, some speculated that the object could have been a secret listening device placed there to monitor submarines or track naval activity. However, this theory had major problems. There were no known records of any such device deployed in the area, and the structure itself did not match any known design used by the U.S. military or other naval forces. Another theory was even more disturbing, that the object was not of human origin at all. Some researchers and UFO theorists speculated that the L&N antenna could be an extraterrestrial artifact, possibly an ancient device placed there long ago to monitor Earth. The idea of hidden alien probes in the depths of a sea is not as far-fetched as it may seem. Some scientists have suggested that if an advanced extraterrestrial civilization wanted to observe Earth undetected, placing surveillance equipment in the deep ocean would be one of the most effective ways to do so. The L&N antenna's grid-like structure, its isolated location, and the fact that it had never been seen before fueled speculation that it could be evidence of intelligent design, though not necessarily human intelligence. But skeptics have pointed to a much simpler explanation, one that, while less sensational, is still fascinating in itself. Some scientists believe that the L&N antenna could actually be a type of deep-sea sponge, specifically a species called Cladoryza concrescens, which grows in the form of a branching antenna. These sponges attach to the ocean floor and develop vertical symmetrical structures that, from a certain angle, may look more like a mechanical device than a living organism. This explanation, although reasonable, does not satisfy everyone. The L&N antenna, as photographed in 1964, does not exactly match the structure of known sponges, leading some to argue that it could be something completely different. In addition, some researchers have pointed out that no physical sample of the object was ever recovered, meaning that no direct analysis has ever been performed to confirm or rule out its nature. Unlike other deep-sea mysteries that have been revisited and examined with modern technology, the L&N antenna remains largely forgotten, and no recent expeditions have been sent to locate it again. Some have speculated that it may have been covered by sediment over time, destroyed by natural processes, or simply removed before it could be studied further. Others believe that it remains in the same place where it was found in 1964, waiting for someone to rediscover it and finally provide an answer. The L&N antenna is one of those rare anomalies that lies at the crossroads between science, mystery, and speculation. Whether it is a strange but natural underwater formation, a lost relic of an unknown civilization, or even something far more advanced than we can imagine, it remains one of the most puzzling finds of the 20th century. The Elenin antenna remains one of the most peculiar mysteries of the oceanic depths, an object that seems to defy nature, standing as a silent structure at the bottom of the Antarctic Sea. Whether it is a strange natural formation, a piece of lost technology, or something even stranger, its existence reminds us how little we really know about the depths of our own planet. The oceans cover more than 70% of the Earth's surface. However, more than 80% of them remain unexplored, which leaves room for the possibility that many more undiscovered anomalies lurk in the darkness. But not all mysterious structures are hidden under the ocean. Some are in plain sight, monuments that seem ancient beyond explanation, whose origins are lost in time. Some of these places fit perfectly into our understanding of history, while others defy any classification, existing outside any known historical record. One of these structures is located in Nueva Zelanda, a country rich in Maori history, but containing an enigma that does not seem to belong to any known culture. It is known as the Kamanawa Wall and has left researchers, archaeologists, and explorers wondering if it is simply an unusual rock formation or evidence of a lost civilization prior to any known human settlement in the region. Located at the southern end of Lake Tao, the Kamanawa Wall is a set of huge stone blocks stacked in such a way that, at first glance, it resembles the foundations of an ancient megalithic structure. The large symmetrical blocks seem to fit with amazing precision, forming what looks like an artificial wall rising from the ground. The blocks are smooth, straight-edged, and uniformly shaped, leading many to believe that they were deliberately placed and are not of natural origin. The mystery surrounding the wall stems from a crucial fact. There is no known record of any civilization in Nueva Zelanda capable of building such a structure. It is believed that the Maori people, the first known inhabitants of the land, arrived in Nueva Zelanda only about 1,000 years ago, and their traditional construction techniques did not include the use of solid stone blocks like those seen in Kaimanawa. If the wall is artificial, it would suggest that an earlier civilization existed in Nueva Zelanda long before the arrival of the Maoris, a possibility that conventional archaeology does not currently recognize. The controversy over the Kamanawa Wall broke out in the 1990s, when alternative researchers and historians began to suggest that the site bore a striking resemblance to other megalithic structures found around the world, especially in South America. Some compared it to the ruins of Sacoaman in Peru, where huge interlocking stones were used to build ancient walls that are still standing. The precise arrangement of the blocks, combined with their apparent alignment along straight geometric lines, fueled speculation that the Kimawa Wall was not a natural formation, but a piece of lost history. Advocates of the theory that the Kimawa Wall is an ancient man-made structure argue that it represents a lost chapter in Nueva Zelanda's past. If the wall was built by an unknown civilization, it could mean that humans occupied the region much earlier than previously believed, possibly thousands of years before the arrival of the Maoris. Some theories even suggest that pre-Maori cultures formerly lived in the region, but that their presence has been lost or erased from documented history. However, most recognized archaeologists and geologists have dismissed these claims, arguing that the Kaimanawa Wall is a natural geological formation. According to their analysis, the symmetrical stones that make up the wall are actually fractured ignimbrite, a type of volcanic rock that naturally divides into geometric shapes over time. This process, known as articulation and erosion, can sometimes create the illusion of an artificial construction, even though there has been no human intervention. Despite this explanation, many remain unconvinced. Some have pointed out that the blocks appear to be stacked rather than simply fractured in place, suggesting an intentional arrangement. Others have observed that certain areas of the wall appear to show signs of tool marks, suggesting human intervention rather than natural forces. If this is the case, the true history of the Kamanawa Wall could be much older and more complex than is currently believed. Adding to this mystery is the total absence of excavations or further study at the site. Unlike many other controversial historical sites that have been extensively investigated, the Kamanawa Wall remains largely ignored by conventional archaeology. Some researchers claim that there is reluctance to properly investigate the site, as any evidence of a pre-Maori civilization would call into question the established narrative of Nueva Zelanda's history. Whether this is due to genuine scientific skepticism or simply a lack of interest remains an unanswered question. One of the most unconventional theories surrounding the Kamanawa Wall is that it was built by an ancient civilization that had connections to early South American cultures. Some alternative researchers have suggested that, long before the Polynesian migrations, a group of South American builders or navigators may have crossed the Pacific and settled in Nueva Zelanda, bringing with them knowledge of megalithic construction. Although this idea remains speculative, it is intriguing that similar stone structures are found in places separated by thousands of kilometers, despite the fact that there is no recognized link between the cultures that built them. Another possibility is that the Kamanawa Wall was part of a larger complex, a structure that may have eroded or collapsed over time, leaving only its lower sections. If this is the case, then the true extent of the mystery could still be buried beneath the earth, waiting to be discovered. Regardless of its origin, the Kamanawa Wall remains one of Nueva Zelanda's most puzzling anomalies. Whether it is a natural rock formation or evidence of a lost civilization, it challenges the accepted chronology of human settlement in the region. If the wall was shaped by human hands, who built it? And why are there no historical records of its existence? Until a proper excavation is carried out, it will remain an unanswered question. One more example of how much of the past remains hidden, buried under layers of earth and time. One of these mysteries is located in Egypto, in the shadow of one of the most impressive temple complexes ever built. The Temple of Karnak is already a marvel in itself, an extensive stone city that has stood for more than 4,000 years, dedicated to the gods of ancient Egypto. But within this vast complex hides something even stranger, an architectural anomaly known as the Temple of Sound at Karnak, a chamber that appears to have been built with a unique property, the ability to manipulate sound in ways that defy conventional understanding. The Karnak Temple complex, near Luxor, is among the largest religious structures ever built. Built over centuries by successive pharaohs, it was a place of worship, power, and mystery. But among its numerous rooms and columns, there is one particular chamber that has baffled both researchers and visitors. Unlike the other grandiose structures of Karnak, this chamber is small, closed, and built with a precision that suggests that it had a very specific purpose. When a sound occurs inside the chamber, especially at certain frequencies, it resonates in a disturbing and amplified way, as if the walls themselves conduct and enhance the vibrations. What makes this so unusual is that the room was built with granite, a material known for its high quartz content. Quartz is a piezoelectric material, meaning it can generate an electrical charge under pressure. Some researchers speculate that this property may have been intentionally used by the ancient Egyptians, allowing the chamber to act as a kind of acoustic amplifier. This raises a surprising question. Did the ancient Egyptians understand something about sound and energy that we have long forgotten for a long time? The acoustic properties of the Temple of Sound of Karnak have given rise to a series of fascinating theories. Some believe that the chamber was designed for ritual purposes, to amplify chants and prayers, and to create a more intense spiritual experience. The religious practices of ancient Egypt often included sound, music, and vibration. And many believe that the builders of Karnak designed this room to intensify those effects. But there is another possibility, one that suggests that the ancient Egyptians could have used sound for something more than religious ceremonies. Some researchers propose that this chamber, and possibly other similar structures, could have been designed to alter consciousness. The way sound resonates inside the chamber could induce trance states, possibly enhancing meditation, spiritual experiences, and even healing. If this were true, it would suggest that the Egyptians had sophisticated knowledge of how sound affects the human brain and body. a knowledge that modern science is only beginning to explore now. Interestingly, the Temple of Sound at Karnak is not the only ancient structure with properties. Similar effects have been observed in other Egyptian temples, Mayan pyramids, and even Neolithic structures, such as Stonehenge. In many cases, these sites appear to have been built with emphasis on resonance, frequency, and sound manipulation. Could it be that ancient civilizations around the world understood how to harness sound for purposes beyond our understanding? Some researchers point to recent scientific discoveries regarding the effects of sound frequencies on the human body and mind. Studies have shown that certain frequencies can alter brainwave activity, inducing states of deep relaxation, increased awareness, or even hallucinations. Other studies suggest that certain sound vibrations can promote healing by affecting cells and tissues at a microscopic level. If the Egyptians had discovered these principles thousands of years ago, it would imply a level of sophistication that modern science is only beginning to recognize. Of course, conventional archaeology tends to dismiss these theories, arguing that the unusual acoustics of the Karnak chamber are simply an accidental byproduct of its design. They claim that there is no concrete evidence that the ancient Egyptians had an advanced knowledge of acoustics beyond what would have been useful for religious ceremonies. But others argue that the precision of the chamber, its location within Karnak, and its unusual properties suggest that it was built with a clear intention and purpose. Adding mystery to the matter, some of the structures of Karnak appear to have been deliberately altered or even destroyed over the centuries. Could it be that knowledge of the true function of the temple was lost? Some believe that the ancient Egyptians possessed technologies that were later forgotten or suppressed, leaving only traces in the architecture they left behind. And then there is the question of how that knowledge was obtained, if it existed. Could it have been transmitted by a much older civilization, predating even the Egyptians? Some alternative historians propose that Karnak, like other great sites around the world, may have been built on the remains of an even older culture, one which understood the power of sound in a way that we do not today. If the Temple of Sound of Karnak had a purpose beyond ritual, what was it? Was it a place of healing where sound frequencies were used to restore balance? Was it a tool to alter consciousness, allowing priests to access hidden realms of perception? Or was it something even more advanced, a lost technology forgotten by history and waiting to be rediscovered? The Temple of Sound at Karnak reminds us that ancient civilizations may have possessed knowledge beyond what we attribute to them. Whether its acoustic properties were used for rituals, healing, or something more advanced, its existence raises a question. What else have we overlooked in history? Were the ancients simply master builders, or did they understand principles of sound, energy, and consciousness that have been lost over time? As we explore these mysteries, we find more hidden, submerged, or buried sites where the echoes of the past seem to tell a more complex story than we have been taught. One of these places is located under the ruins of an ancient city, a forgotten world of tunnels, chambers, and passageways dug deep into the rock. It is a place that was once considered sacred, a place of prophecies, and perhaps even a gateway to the underworld. These are the tunnels of Baiae, an underground labyrinth in Italy that holds secrets. Secrets that even today remain unresolved by historians and archaeologists alike. Baiae was once the Las Vegas of the Roman Empire, a luxurious tourist city built on the volcanic coast of the Phlegon Fields. Known for its opulence, thermal baths, and extravagant villas, it was a place where emperors and aristocrats indulged in pleasure and excess. But beneath Baiae's luxurious surface, hidden from view, something much older was concealed. A network of tunnels that seems to have been built with a purpose far more mysterious than mere entertainment. The tunnels of Baiae were rediscovered in the 20th century, buried under volcanic ash and centuries of debris. When explorers ventured inside, they realized it was not simply a Roman aqueduct or set of storage tunnels. The passageways twisted and turned in seemingly deliberate patterns, some leading to sealed chambers and others descending into darkness. Some of the tunnels were so narrow that you had to crawl to get through them, while others led to what appeared to be ritual spaces. The more the archaeologists explored, the clearer it became. It was not just any underground structure. One of the most striking features of the tunnels is the presence of sulfuric steam vents that would fill the steps with an unsettling fog. Since Baiae is located in one of the most geologically active regions of Italy, it is likely that these tunnels were filled with vapors and a supernatural glow, especially when illuminated with torches. This, combined with the disorienting layout, led some to speculate that the tunnels were used for ritual initiations meant to mimic a journey to the underworld. Some researchers believe that the most famous chamber in the tunnels is the legendary cave of the Cumaean Sibyl. In ancient mythology, the Cumaean Sibyl was a powerful oracle, a priestess of Apollo who uttered cryptic prophecies from the depths of a sacred cavern. According to Roman sources, her cave was located somewhere in the Phlegrean fields near Baiae, and was a place where seekers of wisdom descended into the darkness to hear the voice of the gods. Some believe that the tunnels found beneath Baiae were part of this same network, which would mean that the Romans could have built their luxurious city on something much older, a place where initiates were led through underground passageways, breathing the vapors of the earth before emerging with visions and prophecies. Another theory suggests that the tunnels had a mystical or religious function, possibly related to the cult of Pluto, the Roman god of the underworld. Ancient accounts describe the region as a place where the barrier between the living and the dead was very thin, a sacred landscape where mortals could communicate with the divine. Since the entrance to the underworld in Roman mythology was believed to be near Baiae, could these tunnels have been built as a real gateway to the afterlife, at least symbolically? The design of the tunnels only adds to the mystery. Unlike many Roman structures, which were built for practical purposes, the Baiae tunnels do not appear to have any obvious function. They do not appear to be part of a sewer system, nor are they connected in a way suggesting they were used exclusively for transportation. Some areas lead nowhere, while others loop back on themselves in disorienting patterns. This has led some scholars to propose that the tunnels were designed to induce a psychological or spiritual transformation, perhaps as part of an ancient initiation, in which those who entered had to travel through the labyrinthine passageways before being reborn into the outside world. To further complicate the mystery, the entire city of Baiae is now underwater. Over the centuries, volcanic activity and land movements have submerged much of the city, hiding much of its history beneath the waves. Today, divers can explore the ruins of villas, temples, and mosaics, all hauntingly preserved under the sea. Could there be even more tunnels hidden beneath Baiae's submerged remains, waiting to be discovered? Like many ancient sites that seem to blend history with mythology, the tunnels of Baiae raise more questions than answers. Were they simply a Roman curiosity built for unknown practical reasons? Or were they part of something older, something intended to guide initiates on a mystical journey? Perhaps even designed to connect with forces beyond the physical world. Whether they were a passage for initiates in search of wisdom or a forgotten relic of a lost ritual purpose, their presence beneath what was once a luxurious city reminds us that the past is full of secrets still awaiting discovery. But not all of history's great mysteries are underground. Some are in the open air, scattered across landscapes where they should not exist, carved with a precision that defies logic. Thousands of kilometers from Italy, deep in the jungles and plains of Costa Rica, another mystery is found, one that is not hidden underground or inside a temple. On the contrary, it is in plain sight. However, no one really knows why it is there. These are the Dequis spheres, huge, perfectly shaped stone orbs that appear to have been created by an ancient civilization long before there was historical record. Unlike the tunnels of Baiae, which twist and turn into the unknown, the Dequis spheres are simple in their mystery. They exist, they are precise, and no one knows why they were made or how their creators achieved such an impossible level of craftsmanship. Discovered in the 1930s, the Dequis spheres were first unearthed when workers were clearing land for banana plantations in the Dequis Delta, a region that was once home to an ancient civilization that thrived long before contact with Europeans. As the land was cleared, huge stone spheres began to emerge from the earth. Some were as small as a bowling ball. Others weighed several tons. What immediately caught the attention of researchers was their almost perfect spherical shape. These were not random stones. They had been carved, polished, and deliberately placed. The first question that arose was obvious. How were they made? The spheres are made of granodiorite, a very hard rock that would have required advanced tools to shape them. Tools that the known indigenous cultures of the region simply did not have. However, the spheres show no signs of rough, chiseling, or primitive shaping techniques. They are so perfectly round that achieving such symmetry, even with modern technology, would be quite a challenge. Some are perfect, as if they had been sculpted with a method much more advanced than history suggests was possible. The next mystery is why they were created. Unlike the pyramids, temples, or megalithic structures found in other parts of the world, the day spheres do not have an obvious architectural function. They are not walls, tombs, or foundations. Instead, they appear to have been deliberately placed in the landscape, sometimes in groups, sometimes alone, without a clear pattern. Some researchers believe that the spheres were intended to align with celestial bodies, possibly to mark astronomical events, solstices, or the movement of the stars. Others suggest they were symbols of power and status created by the disk culture as a show of authority. Some were even found in lines or geometric patterns, suggesting they could have been part of a lost ritual purpose. Then, of course, there are more speculative theories, suggesting the spheres could be remnants of a lost, advanced civilization. Some theorists have drawn comparisons between the spheres of Dees and the megalithic structures of Peru, Egypt, and even Easter Island, arguing that they could be evidence of an ancient culture whose technological knowledge has been lost. There are even legends that say the spheres were created by a race of ancient gods or celestial beings and placed throughout the earth as markers of something beyond human understanding. One of the strangest aspects of the spheres of Dika is that many of them were moved from their original locations. Over the years, they have been rolled, transported, or even placed in front of government buildings, museums, and private estates as decorative objects. This has made it difficult for archaeologists to determine their original alignment or purpose, adding another layer of mystery to their existence. Were they intended to be part of a wider network of structures or roads? Did they have any meaning to each other, like the menhirs of ancient Europe? Unfortunately, we may never know, as many spheres have been displaced from their original sites. Adding to this mystery is the fact that there are no written records from the civilization that created them. Unlike the cultures of Egypt, Mesopotamia, or Mesoamerica, the people of Dees did not leave hieroglyphs or inscriptions that could explain their purpose. All that remains of their legacy are these silent and enormous spheres, perfectly carved, incredibly precise, and without a clear reason for existing. One of the most enduring myths surrounding the spheres is that they are somehow related to Atlantis or another lost civilization. Some theorists speculate that they were manufactured using a forgotten technique, perhaps related to sonic technology or even anti-gravity. Although these ideas are dismissed by conventional archaeology, the truth is that the spheres of Dees stand as one of the most enigmatic achievements. If an advanced society existed in Costa Rica long before recorded history, where did it go? Why did it disappear without any trace? The precision with which they were carved and their seemingly intentional placement suggest a level of sophistication that far exceeds what we assume primitive cultures were capable of. And yet, they're not the only examples of mysterious stone spheres in our world. On the other side of the world, in the remote Ural Mountains of Russia, another set of inexplicable spherical megaliths has been discovered. The Russian megaspheres. Like their Costa Rican counterparts, these huge stone spheres appear to have been shaped with an unnatural precision. Some are deeply embedded in the landscape, partially buried under layers of earth, while others have been found exposed, standing silently as if waiting to be understood. Their origin remains a mystery, fueling speculation ranging from natural geological formations to remnants of an ancient, unknown civilization. The Russian megaspheres first attracted attention when inhabitants of various areas of the Russian regions of Chelyabinsk, Volgograd, and Kirovo came across enormous spheres of almost perfect stone buried in the ground. Some were discovered by chance during mining, while others appeared after landslides and erosion left them exposed under layers of earth and rock. The largest of these spheres measure up to 3 meters in diameter, and some are estimated to weigh several tons. Their enormous size and smooth, rounded surfaces immediately raise questions. Were they created naturally, or were they the product of an advanced ancient culture? The most famous discovery occurred in the region of Volgrad, where a group of these huge spheres was unearthed, leading researchers to examine them more closely. The location and distribution of the spheres suggested that they were not scattered randomly, but placed intentionally, much like the stone spheres of Costa Rica. Some were arranged in groups, while others appeared in almost straight lines. This unusual alignment gave rise to the first important theory that these spheres could have been deliberately placed by an ancient civilization. One of the first explanations offered by conventional scientists was that the spheres were natural concretions, a process in which minerals slowly accumulate around a central nucleus for thousands or even millions of years. Similar rock formations have been found in other parts of the world, such as the Moeraki boulders in New Zealand and the fairy stones of Canada. However, the Russian megaspheres differ in several key respects. Unlike typical concretions, which tend to form in layers and often have irregular surfaces, many of the Russian spheres present an almost artificial smoothness, as if they had been polished or carved by tools. Some show signs of symmetrical grooves, slight indentations that suggest that at some point they may have been part of a larger structure. These anomalies have led some researchers to propose that, even if initially formed through natural processes, they may have been altered or used by ancient peoples for some purpose. The second main theory is that the spheres were deliberately molded and placed by a lost civilization, which may have existed millennia before recorded history. Some researchers have speculated that they could have been ceremonial or religious objects, possibly used for rituals, astronomical observations, or even as markers of important places. Others suggest they could have been part of a forgotten technology, perhaps an energy storage system, balancing structures, or even an unknown construction method. To add intrigue, some spheres have been found partially buried in deep geological layers, suggesting extreme antiquity. If these spheres were placed there by humans, it would mean an advanced culture existed in Russia long before we currently believe, even earlier than the oldest known civilizations. Could this be evidence of a prehistoric society? A society capable of shaping and manipulating massive stone objects with techniques still unknown to us. Some alternative theorists have gone further, proposing that the Russian megaspheres are not of human origin. They suggest that these enormous orbs could be remnants of an ancient extraterrestrial presence on Earth, left as a kind of marker or artifact from an era in which the planet was being observed, studied, or even influenced by non-human intelligence. Although this idea is purely speculative, it is fueled by the undeniable mystery of the spheres. If they were created naturally, why do they look so much like artificially manufactured objects? There is also the possibility that the spheres were part of a much larger structure that has been destroyed. Some researchers have suggested they could have been support elements of a megalithic site, similarly to how enormous stone blocks were used in the construction of ancient temples, pyramids, and fortresses. If this were true, it would mean that the landscape of ancient Russia once housed a lost architectural wonder, which time has reduced to scattered remains. Despite their mystery, the Russian megaspheres have been the subject of few formal studies, and much research remains inconclusive. Some spheres have been moved from their original locations, either to museums or public spaces, making it difficult to determine if their original position had significance. Others remain buried, waiting to be discovered, but funding for new excavations is limited. The Russian megaspheres stand as silent sentinels of a forgotten past. Whether natural or artificial, their symmetry and enormous size defy any simple explanation. Are they remnants of an ancient civilization, lost markers of an unknown culture, or simply a natural phenomenon mimicking the precision of human craftsmanship? Until more studies are carried out, They will remain one of Russia's most mysterious archaeological enigmas, scattered across the landscape like echoes of a history we no longer understand. But while some mysteries take shape in stone, others hide among the pages of history. Written records that seem too advanced for their time describe knowledge that should not have existed. Among these lost texts is one of the most puzzling manuscripts ever discovered, the Tsibu manuscript. Unlike the Russian megaspheres, which raise questions about physical artifacts, the Tsibu manuscript presents a different mystery, one of knowledge, science, and impossible foresight. This ancient document, dating from the 16th century, appears to contain detailed descriptions of multi-stage rockets and concepts of spaceflight, ideas centuries ahead of their time. But how could someone in the 16th century understand principles not officially explored until the modern era? The Tsibu manuscript was discovered in 1961 in the archives of Tsibu, Romania. It is a 450-page document written in Latin and filled with technical diagrams, calculations, and descriptions of engineering projects. What makes it extraordinary is that among its contents are detailed descriptions of rocket propulsion systems, including multi-stage rockets, liquid fuel propulsion, and even suggestions for space exploration. To put this in context, the concept of multi-stage rockets was not formally developed until the 20th century, with pioneers such as Konstantin Tsiolkovsky and Robert Goddard, who laid the foundations for modern space travel. However, the Tsibu manuscript describes these principles in surprising detail long before their existence was known. The author of this remarkable text is believed to be Conrad Haas, a 16th-century military engineer. Haas worked in Transylvania under the Holy Roman Germanic Empire, specializing in military technology and weapons design. His writings in the Tsibu manuscript suggest that he was not only an expert in existing weaponry, but also an innovator who envisioned advances that would not materialize until hundreds of years later. Among the most surprising passages in the manuscript are diagrams and explanations of rocket propulsion systems that appear to use multiple stages, separate sections, and fuel compartments, concepts that form the basis of modern rocketry. Haas describes how a rocket could be built with a primary stage that ignites and then separates, allowing a secondary stage to take over, thereby increasing thrust efficiency and distance traveled. This is precisely the principle used in current space exploration programs. However, Haas wrote about it almost 4 centuries earlier. Even more intriguing is that the manuscript suggests the use of liquid fuel propulsion, a system that would not become a reality until the early 20th century, when space engineers finally overcame solid fuel designs. The fact that Haas even considered such possibilities is simply extraordinary. But this raises a question. Where did Haas get these ideas? There is no record of anyone before him developing these concepts. The standard military technology of the time was based on gunpowder weapons. And although rockets were used in warfare, they were rudimentary, single-stage devices lacking any stage separation or controlled propulsion. If Haas really conceived these ideas on his own, then he was centuries ahead of his time. A theory suggests that he may have had access to lost or suppressed knowledge derived from previous civilizations or hidden manuscripts. Throughout history, there have been rumors of ancient cultures possessing technological knowledge far beyond what we associate with their eras. Could Haas have resorted to ideas transmitted by an unknown source, one that was lost in history? Another theory is that Haas was simply a brilliant visionary, someone who had the foresight to imagine what future generations could achieve. But even if this were the case, how could he reach such precise and scientifically sound conclusions without the experiments, materials, or technological advances necessary for testing his theories? Conventional historians usually dismiss the most extreme interpretations of the Tsibu manuscript, arguing that while Haas was undoubtedly an inventive mind, his ideas were more theoretical than practical. They suggest that his writings were exploratory reflections, rather than functional designs, meaning that he could have been conceptualizing the possibilities of rocketry without fully understanding how they could be carried out. However, this explanation does not fully explain the precision of his descriptions. Many of the concepts found in the manuscript, especially multi-stage rocketry, are very specific and mechanically plausible, not just vague speculations. This has led some to argue that the manuscript represents something much more significant than a collection of theoretical ideas. It could be proof that advanced propulsion technology existed long before modern history recognized it. Adding mystery to the matter, the Tsibu manuscript was practically forgotten for centuries until it resurfaced in the 20th century, at a time when modern rocketry was just beginning to take shape. If it had been discovered earlier, could it have accelerated the development of space exploration? Could it have provided a blueprint for advances that would take centuries? The Tsibu manuscript raises broader questions regarding the nature of human innovation and the possibility that knowledge has been lost. If a 16th century engineer was able to conceive multi-stage rockets, what other technological advances could have been conceived and then lost throughout history? How many other forgotten manuscripts, hidden in archives or discarded, could contain clues about innovations ahead of their time? The Tsibu manuscript reminds us that history can hide secrets not yet fully understood. Ideas that arose centuries before they should have, only to be lost in time, waiting for rediscovery. If a 16th century engineer described multi-stage rockets, what other knowledge has been overlooked, discarded, or forgotten? How many other artifacts, texts, or relics remain hidden in archives or buried underground, containing flashes of knowledge that should not exist for their respective historical periods? Some of these mysteries take the form of books, while others are found carved in stone, objects that defy historical timelines and seem to contain information that should have been impossible for ancient civilizations to know. One such mystery is that of the Phaistos disk. Under the sun-scorched ruins of ancient Crete lies an enigma defying all attempts at explanation. Discovered more than a century ago, it is small enough to fit in the palm of your hand, but strange enough to perplex some of the brightest minds in the world. It is one of archaeology's most enduring enigmas, not for what it reveals, but for what it refuses to say. This is the story of the Phaistos disk, an artifact so unusual that it still has no confirmed meaning, no confirmed origin, and no clear connection to anything we have found to date. The disk was unearthed in 1908 by the Italian archaeologist Luigi Pernier during excavations of the Minoan Palace of Phaistos, located on the south coast of Crete. The palace itself dates from around 1700 BC, and was part of the rich, enigmatic Minoan civilization, which flourished long before the classical Greeks. Deep in an underground room of the palatial complex, Pernier and his team found the disk buried in the same layer as some linear tablets, another undeciphered writing system. This provided researchers with an initial date for the disk, probably around 1600 BCE. Although earlier is possible. At first glance, the Phaistos disk does not seem especially spectacular. It is a flat, circular piece of baked clay just over 15 centimeters in diameter. But it is the disk's content that makes the disk so fascinating. In the clay, on both sides, are 241 symbols in a spiral moving from the outer edge toward the center. The symbols were stamped with small individual seals, a printing method unlike any other known in the ancient world. This is, by all appearances, an early form of movable type, long before Gutenberg's printing press. The disk contains 45 unique characters that are repeated in combinations and groupings, suggesting some kind of language or code. Some symbols resemble identifiable things, such as feathers, fish, human figures, and flowers, while others are more abstract. They are organized into 61 groups, separated by small lines that many assume represent words or phrases. However, despite more than a century of analysis, no one has been able to definitively decipher what the disk says, or even the language in which it might be written. Part of the difficulty lies in the disk's isolation. It has no clear relatives. Unlike writings such as Egyptian hieroglyphs or Mesopotamian cuneiform, which can be compared with other writings or bilingual inscriptions, the Phaistos disk is a standalone artifact. We have never found another like it. Not in Crete, not in Asia, not anywhere else. Without a point of reference, trying to translate it is like trying to solve a crossword puzzle without clues or a language without a dictionary. This has given rise to a wide range of interpretations, some more grounded than others. Some researchers believe that the disk may be a syllabic writing like linear be used later by the Mycenaeans, where each symbol represents a syllable. Others argue that it could be logographic, where each symbol represents a complete word or idea. Some think it is a form of proto-writing, not a language at all, but a set of ritual symbols intended to be understood in a religious or ceremonial context. And then there are the more speculative theories. Over the decades, many have suggested the disk encodes a hymn, prayer, or magic spell. Some believe that it was created as a ritual that marked lunar or agricultural cycles. Others claim that it could be the record of a journey or a list of offerings for a deity. More marginal ideas propose that the disk might not be Minoan at all, but the relic of an unknown civilization, possibly even originating from outside Crete or from outside the Earth. Although scholars generally dismiss these more extreme suggestions, they reflect how little is known and how wide the range of interpretations has become. One of the most serious academic proposals comes from Gareth Owens, a researcher who has spent decades studying the disk. He argues that the language of the Phaistos disk could be a pre-Hellenic dialect of Indo-European origin and that the disk may contain a religious hymn to a Minoan goddess. According to Owens, repeated phrases and certain symbols suggest a structure similar to a poetic prayer. He has even proposed provisional meanings for some symbols based on comparisons to linear A and linear B. But even he admits that, without more examples, any translation remains speculative. Another layer of mystery arises from how the disk was made. The stamping technique is totally unique for its time. Each symbol was pressed onto the damp clay with an individual stamp, suggesting organization and planning unusual for the Bronze Age. Some have interpreted this as the disk not being a unique creation, but part of a larger system, perhaps used to print messages, prayers, or records on other materials that have not survived. Others think it may have been a prototype, an experiment with movable type that never caught on. But if it was an early printing method, why has nothing like it been found since? Why did such an advanced idea, ahead of its time by centuries, emerge once and then disappear completely? Some scholars have pointed out that the room where the disk was found also contained tablets with linear A writing, another mysterious writing that remains undeciphered. Although the two writing systems appear different, they may represent different functions or languages within the same society. Or perhaps they were used by different groups living in Crete at the same time, suggesting a more complex cultural landscape than we usually assume for the Bronze Age. Even so, the uniqueness of the disk remains its most attractive quality. It is one of the only known examples of a completely undecipherable writing system that exists solely on a single artifact. All known languages or codes that we have managed to decipher have required multiple texts, ideally with some overlap or bilingual reference. The Phaistos disk offers us none of that. Only two faces, a message, and a spiral of symbols that could contain a prayer, a story, or a record of something completely unknown. And so it remains on display behind glass in the Archaeological Museum of Heraklion. While experts continue to debate its meaning, visitors stop to contemplate it, drawn to its simplicity, its symmetry, and its stubborn refusal to reveal itself. Unlike so many other artifacts that we can at least place in a cultural or historical framework, the Phaistos disk remains a drifting, disconnected object, a voice from the past that speaks a language we may never fully understand. Like many of the world's great archaeological mysteries, the Phaistos disk reminds us how much we still have to discover. Despite all our advances in decoding languages and discovering ancient truths, this small circle of clay continues to elude us, silently mocking the idea that everything from the past can be finally explained. Is it a hymn, a code, a forgotten language, or simply a ceremonial object without literal meaning? The answer may be under the ground of Crete, still waiting to be discovered, or it may never come. In any case, the Phaistos disk remains one of the most fascinating mysteries of the ancient world. not for what we know, but for what we don't. And perhaps, in a way, that is what gives it its power. The unknown speaks loudly, even when it says nothing. If we accept that ancient peoples may have understood concepts that we previously believed to be exclusively modern, what else might they have known? Could they have mapped parts of the world long before we knew of their existence? One of the most puzzling historical anomalies related to this question is the ancient map of Antarctica. This is a document that appears to show the frozen continent long before it was officially discovered, and even before it was covered by ice. Known as the Piri Reis map, this extraordinary document raises an astonishing possibility. Was Antarctica mapped by an ancient civilization long before modern history recognized its existence? The map of Piri Reis was created in 1513 by an Ottoman admiral and cartographer named Piri Reis. It is a hand-drawn map on parchment that represents the world known at that time, including the coasts of Europe, Africa, and America. However, what makes this map extraordinary is that it also seems to represent the coast of Antarctica, centuries before the continent was officially discovered in 1820. Even more surprising is that the map not only shows Antarctica as we know it today, covered by thick ice. Instead, it seems to represent the continental mass that lies under the ice, showing an ice-free coast with astonishing precision. Modern geologists and cartographers were baffled when they compared the map of Piri Reis with modern seismic studies of the subglacial terrain of Antarctica. The coastline on the map closely resembles what scientists now know to be the actual shape of Antarctica beneath its ice sheet, a detail that should have been completely unknown to anyone in the 16th century. The question is, how could Piri Reis obtain such information? Piri Reis himself gave a clue. He claimed that he had not created the map entirely himself, but had compiled it from older maps, some of which, he said, dated back to antiquity. He mentioned that some of his sources were of Greek, Roman, and possibly even Phoenician origin, raising the possibility that knowledge of the true geography of Antarctica could have existed long before the arrival of modern explorers. One of the most shocking aspects of the map is its supposed representation of Antarctica without ice. According to conventional geology, the last time Antarctica was ice-free was at least 6,000 years ago, or possibly even longer. If the map really shows an ice-free Antarctica, then it suggests that someone mapped the continent thousands of years ago, at a time when supposedly no civilization was capable of such a feat. This raises an even bigger question. Who could have created the original maps? There are several theories, each more intriguing than the last. One possibility is that an advanced civilization existed before the Ice Age, long before recorded history, capable of navigating and mapping the world in ways we previously thought impossible. Some researchers speculate that the ancient Egyptians, Sumerians, or even an unknown lost civilization could have possessed advanced cartographic skills that were subsequently copied and passed down from generation to generation until finally reaching Piri Reis. Another theory suggests that early seafaring cultures, such as the Phoenicians or the Minoans, may have reached Antarctica long before its official discovery. If this were true, it would mean that maritime navigation was much more sophisticated in antiquity than we currently believe. However, even if ancient sailors had reached Antarctica, how would they have mapped its coast under the ice? Some more speculative theories propose that the Antarctic ice sheet may have formed much more recently than conventional science suggests, possibly due to a sudden cataclysm. If an ancient civilization existed before this event, it could have mapped Antarctica before it was buried under ice. However, this idea contradicts current geological knowledge, which suggests that the Antarctic ice sheet has existed for millions of years. Then there is the most controversial theory of all, that the map of Piri Reis is proof of the lost advanced technology of an unknown origin. Some researchers have speculated that ancient civilizations may have had access to aerial mapping techniques, astronomical knowledge, or even the guidance of an unknown intelligence that allowed them to chart the world with extraordinary precision. Although this idea is often dismissed as pseudoscience, it highlights the fact that many ancient maps show a level of surprising precision, including the location of continents and coasts that were unknown at the time. Skeptics argue that the Piri Reis map is simply a misinterpretation, suggesting that the section believed to represent Antarctica is actually a distorted representation of the southern coast of South America. However, this explanation does not fully explain the remarkable similarities between the coast on the map and modern seismic studies of the Antarctic landmass under the ice. The level of detail is simply too high to dismiss it completely. The Piri Reis map is a testament to the idea that history may hide secrets that we have not yet discovered, knowledge that seems to be centuries or even millennia ahead of its time. If ancient civilizations had access to more advanced cartographic methods than we believe, what else did they know? Were cultures capable of mapping continents lost over time before modern history even recognized their existence? The idea is disturbing and exciting at the same time, as it points to a deeper and more complex human past. But sometimes the secrets of the past are not buried under the ice or hidden in ancient texts. Sometimes they are painted on rock walls, preserved in plain sight for thousands of years. However, their meaning remains just as difficult to decipher. In the heart of Texas, on the banks of the Pecos River, lies one of those mysteries. The White Shaman Rock, a huge ancient cave painting that may contain the key to understanding an ancient and forgotten worldview. The White Shaman Rock is one of the most striking examples of prehistoric rock art in North America. Located in the Pecos Canyon, this intricate pictograph measures more than 8 meters long and is filled with disturbing otherworldly figures painted in shades of red, black, yellow, and white. It is believed to have been created by the indigenous people of the lower Pecos region, who lived in what is now Texas more than 4,000 years ago. But, unlike many other rock art sites that depict hunting scenes or daily life, the White Shaman panel seems to represent something completely different. A complex, symbolic narrative that suggests a deep and sophisticated spiritual understanding of the universe. Since its discovery, the meaning of the White Shaman painting has been the subject of intense debate. Unlike other prehistoric rock paintings that clearly depict animals, people, or everyday activities, this panel is very abstract, full of humanoid figures with elongated limbs, spirals, and strange shapes that seem to float in the space around them. Some figures appear connected by lines, almost as if they were united by an invisible force. Others appear to be entering or exiting portals, which has led some researchers to propose that this painting is a representation of a journey that takes place beyond the physical world. The most accepted interpretation is that the White Shaman painting represents a shamanic vision quest, a journey to the spiritual world where the individual encounters supernatural beings and acquires knowledge that goes beyond ordinary human experience. Many indigenous cultures around the world have long believed in the idea of shamanic transformation, in which a person, usually a spiritual leader or a healer, undergoes a ritual process to communicate with gods, spirits, or ancestors. The painting's symbols, particularly the tall central figure, have been compared to descriptions of shamans in trance states traveling between realms to recover wisdom, guidance, or healing powers. One of the most fascinating aspects of the White Shaman Rock is its connection to peyote rituals. It is believed that the indigenous cultures of the lower POS region were among the first to use peyote, a hallucinogenic cactus that induces altered states of consciousness. Scholars have proposed that the White Shaman panel could be a visual representation of a vision induced by peyote, in which the figures in the painting are not literal beings, but manifestations of the shaman's spiritual experience. This theory is supported by the similarities between the White Shaman painting and contemporary Huichol art created by the descendants of ancient Mesoamerican cultures that still practice rituals with peyote today. Huichol artworks are often full of abstract figures of bright colors, spirals, and lines that connect human beings with supernatural forces. A surprising resemblance to what is represented on the White Shaman Rock. If this connection is true, it would mean that the spiritual traditions and spiritual beliefs represented in this ancient painting have survived in some form for thousands of years, passed down from generation to generation by the indigenous peoples who still see the world through a shamanic lens. However, there is another, more mysterious interpretation, which suggests that the white shaman painting could be more than a simple representation of a ritual. Some researchers believe that the figures in the painting could be telling a cosmological story, describing the creation of the universe according to ancient indigenous beliefs. The central figure, often referred to as the white shaman, appears to unite two realms, possibly acting as a conduit between the mortal and divine world. Other figures surrounding it appear to be in motion, possibly participating in a sacred act of creation or transformation. This interpretation suggests that the white shaman rock could be a kind of prehistoric codex, a visual record of a complex mythological system prior to written history. Some researchers have established parallels between the symbols of the white shaman panel and Mesoamerican myths of creation, particularly those of the Aztecs and Mayans, which describe a universe in which gods and spirits interact with humans through sacred portals. Could the white shaman panel be one of the oldest representations of this belief system, long before these civilizations appeared in historical records? Adding to the mystery is the extraordinary location of the painting. The site where the white shaman rock is located is part of a vast network of prehistoric rock shelters, many of which contain similar abstract pictographs. This suggests that the area was an important ceremonial center, a place where people gathered to celebrate sacred rituals, tell stories, and possibly even conduct initiation rites. Given the complexity of the artwork, it is unlikely that it was a simple decorative element. It seems to have been created with a specific purpose, which could be deeply linked to the spiritual and cosmological beliefs of its creators. Like many ancient mysteries, the true meaning of the white shaman rock remains an enigma. Some archaeologists argue that we may never fully understand what it represents, as we are seeing it through a modern lens, disconnected from the culture that created it. Others believe that the continued study of indigenous traditions could eventually provide a key to deciphering its symbolism. What is certain, however, is that the white shaman rock is more than just a painting. It is a reminder that the past is not only what we can see and touch, but also the ideas, beliefs, and spiritual worlds that shaped ancient civilizations. The strange and disturbing figures painted on the rock walls speak of an era in which the boundaries between the physical and mystical were fluid, when shamans and visionaries explored realms that modern science still struggles to define. It suggests that our ancestors saw the world in a way deeply connected with forces beyond the material, a perspective that has been largely lost over time. But although the white shaman painting offers a vision of the spiritual life of ancient peoples, other discoveries challenge not only belief systems, but our own understanding of human evolution. One of these discoveries took place in Portugal, a finding so unexpected that it threatened to rewrite everything we thought we knew about the history of our species. Buried in a limestone shelter in the Lapido Valley, archaeologists discovered the remains of a child who could be the key to one of the greatest unknowns in anthropology. Did modern humans and Neanderthals interbreed? The Lapido child, discovered in 1998, is one of the most fascinating and controversial findings in the study of the origins of a human being. The skeleton, belonging to a child no more than 4 years old, was found in a carefully prepared tomb. His body was painted with red ochre and adorned with funerary offerings that suggested an important ritual. But although his burial was remarkable, it was the child's physical features that caused shock in the scientific community. The skeleton presented a disconcerting combination of features. Some aspects of his anatomy were clearly typical of modern Homo sapiens, such as a tall, rounded skull and a relatively small face. But other features seemed undeniably Neanderthal. A robust lower jaw, a stocky build, and limb proportions more typical of our ancient cousins. This mixture of characteristics led researchers to propose something revolutionary. The Lapido child could be the first direct evidence of hybridization between modern humans and Neanderthals. For decades, the dominant theory had been that Neanderthals and Homo sapiens were completely separate species, which coexisted for thousands of years before the Neanderthals finally became extinct. But if the Lapido child was really a hybrid, that meant that these two groups had not only coexisted, but had interbred, creating descendants who carried traits from both species. At the time of its discovery, this idea was very controversial. Many anthropologists resisted the idea that Neanderthals had contributed to the modern human gene pool, arguing that they had become extinct without leaving descendants. But in the following years, genetic research confirmed what the bones of the Lapido child had already suggested. Neanderthals and Homo sapiens had interbred, and their DNA still exists in many of us today. Recent studies on the genetics of the Neanderthals have shown that all non-African human beings are carriers of small amounts of Neanderthal DNA, which means that miscegenation must have occurred at some point in our common history. This discovery has radically changed how we see Neanderthals, not as a failed branch of humanity, but as a group that directly contributed to the genetic makeup of modern humans. But the Lapido child raises even more intriguing questions. If hybridization between Neanderthals and Homo sapiens was not only possible, but relatively common, how often did it happen? Did these two groups merge in some areas, forming mixed populations before Neanderthals disappeared from the fossil record? Could there have been entire generations of hybrids living in Europe and beyond, mixing traits of two species previously believed to be completely separate? The child's burial adds another layer of mystery. The use of red ochre, a pigment that is often associated with ritual practices, suggests that the people who buried the child gave a cultural or spiritual meaning to the act. This agrees with increasing evidence that Neanderthals were not the primitive and brutal beings once believed. They buried their dead, created art, and possibly had belief systems. If the Lapido child was truly a hybrid, their burial could be one of the clearest indications that early humans and Neanderthals shared something more than DNA. They shared culture, customs, and perhaps even a worldview. The question of how far this interbreeding extended is also raised. If hybrids like the Lapido child existed, were they common? Did early humans and Neanderthals see each other as enemies or possible partners? Some researchers speculate that, in certain regions, instead of a clear substitution of the Neanderthals by modern humans, there may have been a gradual mixture of populations in which the Neanderthal traits were gradually fading as the Homo sapiens became the dominant group. One of the biggest challenges to understanding the Lapido child is that it remains a unique find. No other skeleton with such a striking mixture of Neanderthal and modern human traits has been discovered in the same region, making it difficult to draw general conclusions. Some skeptics argue that the child could have simply been an unusually robust modern human, instead of a true hybrid. But the growing number of genetic evidence that supports miscegenation with the Neanderthals suggests that the child of Lapido might not have been the only one. There may have been many others like them. Their remains either have not been discovered or have been lost to time. The discovery of the Lapido child also forces us to rethink what it means to be human. If Neanderthals were not so different from us, if they could have offspring with modern humans, share customs, and leave a genetic legacy that still exists in billions of people today, then perhaps they were never truly a separate species. Perhaps the history of human evolution is not that of one group replacing another, but a complex and intertwined lineage in which different human populations met, merged, and influenced each other in ways we are only now beginning to understand. The Lapido child reminds us that history is not as simple as we believed. For centuries, the idea that modern humans and Neanderthals were completely separate species dominated our understanding of evolution. However, as we discover more evidence, we realize that our past is much more intertwined, complex, and mysterious. The existence of hybrid individuals like the child of Lapido suggests that the first humans and the Neanderthals did something more than coexist. They merged, shared cultures, and left a genetic legacy that continues to shape us today. But while some ancient mysteries lie in the bones of those who preceded us, others are engraved in the rock under our feet. Structures that seem too perfect, too sculpted to be completely natural. One of these anomalies found in West Virginia has left geologists, historians, and curious minds questioning its origins. This is the enigma of Waffle Rock, a huge geological formation that seems carefully designed by human or even non-human hands. Located near the city of Petersburg, Waffle Rock is a huge stone slab with an intricate grid-shaped pattern that covers its surface. The formation resembles a perfectly symmetrical waffle with a network of deep grooves intersecting in a precise geometric pattern. Unlike natural cracks or random erosion marks, the lines are evenly spaced and consistent, giving the impression that they were deliberately carved into the rock instead of formed by natural forces. The first question that arises is the most obvious one. How is this pattern formed? The explanations range from conventional to extraordinary. Many geologists believe that the Waffle Rock is an example of natural erosion and geological fracturing caused by a process known as differential erosion. According to this theory, the unique pattern was created over millions of years as pressure, temperature changes, and erosion gave the rock its unusual shape. They argue that the grooves were formed by mineral deposits that filled cracks and were subsequently worn away at different rates, leaving behind the intricate grid we see today. But although this explanation satisfies some, others remain unconvinced. The precision of the lines, their mathematical uniformity, and the fact that these formations are incredibly rare has given rise to alternative theories suggesting that Waffle Rock might not be entirely natural. One of the most controversial theories is that Waffle Rock is a vestige of an ancient, advanced civilization that possessed geometric construction knowledge far superior to what we normally associate with prehistoric cultures. Some researchers believe that the formation could have been part of a huge, artificial structure, a fragment of unknown technology that was subsequently buried and eroded with the passage of time. This theory establishes parallels with other megalithic sites around the world in which the stones seem to have been carved with a level of precision that would be difficult to replicate with modern tools. What fuels even more speculation is that Waffle Rock was about to disappear. The huge slab was originally located in an area that was flooded during the construction of the Jennings-Randolph Lake in the decade of 1980, which caused the displacement of many local elements. Only a part of Waffle Rock was saved, which was moved to a public access area, which means that any deeper secret that it could harbor is now lost under the waters. To add to the mystery, some local legends tell of Waffle Rock as the scene of strange events, with stories of compasses behaving erratically and people experiencing unusual sensations when they approach it. Although these claims are anecdotal, they add to the intrigue surrounding the formation. Another theory that has gained followers among alternative researchers is that Waffle Rock is not the work of human hands, but proof of extraterrestrial influence. Some claim that the pattern resembles a form of ancient technology, possibly even the remains of spacecraft or an artificial structure abandoned by unknown beings. This idea is, of course, very speculative, but underlines the fact that Waffle Rock defied simple explanation. Even if we assume Waffle Rock is a natural formation, it still raises fascinating questions. How often do such formations occur? If this pattern is really the result of natural processes, why do we not see similar examples in greater numbers around the world? Could it be that Waffle Rock represents a geological phenomenon that we still do not fully understand? Waffle Rock is a stark reminder that the line between natural formations and inexplicable anomalies is often blurred. Whether it is a geological wonder, an ancient artifact, or something even stranger, its presence awakens curiosity about the forces, both natural and potentially artificial, that have shaped our world. Some mysteries remain hidden in the earth, waiting to be unearthed by time and discovery. Others, however, arise in the most unexpected way, such as the sudden finding of human remains that seems to defy everything we thought we knew about our own species. One such discovery occurred in Sayre, Pennsylvania, in the late 19th century. The remains in question were not only unusual, but impossible. Buried deep within an ancient burial mound, researchers discovered a collection of human skulls with strange, horn-shaped protrusions extending from their foreheads. These remains, which became known as the horned skulls of Sayre, have since become one of the most debated and controversial archaeological anomalies in United States history. The story of the horned skulls first emerged in the late 19th century, when a group of archaeologists and historians exploring burial sites in Seir claimed to have unearthed skeletons more than 2 meters tall, with skulls that presented bone structures similar to horns just above the superciliary arch. The skeletal characteristics were human, but the strange protrusions differentiated them from any known human variant. According to reports, the remains were sent to a nearby research institution for study, but then vanished. Without physical evidence, the horned skulls of Seir have since become the object of intense speculation, ranging from possible explanations within anthropology to theories that go beyond the limits of conventional history. One of the most pressing questions is whether the story is a hoax. Many skeptics argue that the entire account was fabricated, either as a misinterpretation of skeletal anomalies or as a case of sensationalist storytelling intended to attract attention. Given the era, in the late 19th century, when interest in giants, lost civilizations, and strange artifacts was at its peak, it is not impossible that the story was exaggerated or even completely invented. However, there are reasons to take the story seriously. The region around Seir, in Pennsylvania, has long been associated with ancient burial mounds, many of which predate European colonization by thousands of years. The area was home to Native American tribes who, in their legends, spoke of mysterious giant beings, describing powerful ancestors or even supernatural entities that once roamed the earth. Could these stories be based on real bone discoveries, perhaps ones that did not fit the accepted historical framework? If the horned skulls were real, how could they be explained? One possibility is that they resulted from a genetic mutation, an extremely rare condition causing abnormal bone growths on the skull. Although modern medical science has documented cases of bone outgrowths, known as exostoses, these are usually small and irregular, nothing like the symmetrical, horn-shaped structures described in Seir. If a population with a unique genetic trait existed, their remains could provide evidence of an undocumented human lineage. This lineage could have lived in North America thousands of years ago before disappearing from history. Another theory is that the horned skulls resulted from deliberate cranial modification. Many ancient cultures practiced cranial deformation, binding babies' heads to create elongated skulls, possibly for social or religious reasons. Some researchers speculate that a similar practice existed among an unknown group in America, though there is no concrete evidence that any ancient civilization performed horn-shaped cranial modifications. The most controversial theories propose that the horned skulls are evidence of the existence of non-human entities, either a hybrid species or something totally alien to our understanding. Some theorists suggest that the remains could have belonged to a lost race of giant beings possibly related to the stories of the Nephilim, half-human, half-divine figures mentioned in ancient biblical texts. Others even go so far as to say that the horned skulls could be evidence of extraterrestrial intervention, suggesting that certain ancient groups may have had contact with beings whose physical forms were radically different from our own. But perhaps the greatest mystery surrounding the horned skulls of Seir is not what they were, but what happened to them. If they were real, where are they now? Why have they disappeared from official records? According to historical accounts, the remains were initially sent to a local institution for study, but they were never seen again after that. Some believe they were discreetly removed, destroyed, or hidden because they did not fit the accepted scientific narrative of human history. Others argue they may still exist in a private collection or locked in a museum archive awaiting rediscovery. Without physical evidence, the horned skulls remain a tantalizing and frustrating mystery in archaeology. Were they an elaborate hoax, a misinterpreted medical condition, or proof of something extraordinary? History is full of enigmas. Some are engraved in stone, others buried in forgotten tombs, and still others lost in time, waiting to be rediscovered. The stories we explore today are a small part of the inexplicable, the mysterious, and the anomalies that defy what we think we know about the past. But each answer brings even more questions. And the more we delve, the stranger truth seems. If you like this trip through the unknown, Do not forget to subscribe and take a look at our other videos to discover more forgotten secrets and unsolved mysteries that are waiting to be explored. Thank you for watching, and as always, until next time, take care.